Hello, it is I, the Maj, back again, once again, for another video where I react to another guy, react to some shit that I made. So, I'm gonna be real. I recorded this a few hours ago, like for about 3 or 4 hours. However, the recording, like OBS just stopped suddenly, and the file was corrupted. So I'm basically recording this again. So
wait just
yeah,
a tiny bit
that
here
happened.
so I can see
So
whether or not yeah, everything's
yeah,
actually
that's a thing.
yeah,
If I
important for a stream
if
to make
my
sure it's actually
commentary is like a little bit shorter than how I usually like rant on stuff, or like if my commentary seems off, that's probably why. So yeah. Oh yeah, also I should say that everything that I'm going to say,
okay.
or like everything in
the
my
green
tier
light
list,
on
everything that I will say is all
Twitch's end,
my personal
so
opinion. It's all subjective. We are all
that
human.
definitely helps.
You can agree or disagree with whatever I say. Anyway.
Yeah, I've got the next set out
yeah.
here, so I suppose that
Pardon me.
we might as well just get going.
Here
just
we
talk
go.
about these as I do.
Take two, boys.
Come in as they
Take
want.
two. Yes, I'm still kind of bummed out about that, but
So,
whatever.
let's go ahead and do that. So we're starting off with Extra Yuka over here, our final Yuka style. Most of them have been really, really bad, but when Shard of Dreams first came out, I think the first team set that I did was an all final stage boss theme for it, and this one came in mid-game, like much earlier than I expected, and turned out to be really, really good. Nature and Light is among the best defensive typings in the game in terms of pure resistance count. There are some flaws to this one. Of course, it is weak to Stealth Trap, it's weak to Changeling. That doesn't help, but it has something like 8 or 9 resistances to it, or some insane number like that. So yeah,
8.
you're gonna find quite a few opportunities
So yeah,
to
it
switch in with
resists
this
over
one, which is
half
really
the type
good.
chart.
And we have
is it over
a
half? I forget how many
respectable enough 95 speed
Wait, there are
stat.
18? Wait, now
Not so strong defense.
Now I'm forgetting.
this
How
time
many
from
types
it,
are there?
Because the HP stat is nowhere near as good. The
16,
physical defense
so half the
obviously
type
is not
chart.
as good.
Well, I guess over
only
half
base
because
70 on the defense, 80
well,
on the spread defense.
I guess I'm
HP
kind of
is
resist the void notable.
75.
So yeah. It resists
No, 70.
half the type
so
chart.
that's not amazing either. But the spread attack stat is pretty immense here. What exactly is that up to? It's like, if you minus, God, what would it even be?
It's 145.
145 or something crazy like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's somewhere in that sort of region, I think, is really, really high nonetheless, and you get it boosted with Pride. So, increase your special attack stat by 50% when statused is pretty insane, to be honest with you. This thing just hits exceptionally hard here. Nature and Light as a typing is resisted entirely by nature, so you do need something that will cover that. If you do want the other ability, it is Overwhelm, which is not too impressive. Granted, Pride might not always trigger unless you use like the Wolfsbane route or Burning Stone or something like that, but I'm pretty sure you could switch into a status condition a lot of the time anyway, and hey, having a status absorber can actually be pretty good too. What skills do we get hold of then? Well, she has her own recovery, which is kind of fun. Some rather powerful stab stuff. Moonbow is particularly good here. Sakura Blizzard is quite nice because it's it's a bit inaccurate, but it is a reliable grass nature attack that you can keep using, unlike off-season Gloom, so that's good. We actually don't get those 130 base power ones, which is kind of interesting. And yeah, we mostly just need to look in the skill card section and see if we can find something that deals with nature, because otherwise that might be a bit of a problem. At the very least, Dorami is dealt with relatively well because she's partially weak to light, and yeah, not a special tank by nature. You do have... It's funny that you get Scorn here as well, actually, because yeah, the whole spite strategy thing never really works. It's just like funny to note, I suppose. Counter is also entertaining, but never really gonna matter that much here. But looking at the actual skill stuff that matters down here, Thunderlord Scorn is cool, Gigantic is cool. At least you've got like 4 different types of move that you can use. None of those deal with light, however, or nature even, so, or light for that matter, but you know, nature is the main bit, so you may just roll the dice and go gigantic on them. If you want more accuracy on your coveraging, you're going to have to use a sign for them. That's a little annoying, but you hit so hard that you can probably just overcome them by that. And nature as a type is not that hard to cover with other members of the team, so you can probably pressure down the nature type without really having to specifically cover it yourself. The one main irritation for that would be Extra Toya Hime, who shares your typing, but she also has the exact same issue. It's just that she's a regenerator switch-in thing, so she might be able to switch in a bit more. That said, Toyo was a physical defender, not a special one, so you could probably overpower that too, or at least do a hefty chunk to it on the switch in. So yeah, it's really cool. You've just got to, again, watch out for that one type. It is kind of frustrating how many of the things in B here are getting walled by a single type and don't actually have nat coverage for that, but
So, well, first of all, I mean, Extra Yuka, she hits pretty hard. 95 speed, while that can get outpaced by like by other offensive things, 95 speed is actually really great for a breaker because, well, I guess I'll say like I think I said something similar already, but when it comes to like speeds, like how I personally like speeds when it comes to like wall breakers, anything above 70 or 75, I'd like to think is pretty nice for a wall breaker because then you'd outspeed like base 100s or so that don't that that are bulky and are thus don't really invest much in speed. And 95 especially can be really nice for outspeeding. Like, I mean, I'd imagine there'd be shit like base. I don't know, like base 110s or so. Like, it's possible that you could run into like walls that have like base 110 or 120 speed that don't really invest in speed or something like that. Like that kind of stuff can happen, and but yeah, like her speed especially is nice for like as a wall breaker, and of course 145 base special attack with special guts is pretty nice. Of course, it would be hard to switch her in on stuff, even though I mean, of course, I mean, Cal said it, like even though it has a great defensive type, weak to rocks, and you're also chipped by your own self-inflicted burn because you want the special guts. Yeah, and also like I said before, this is getting to the point where a lot of stuff um it's very interesting. We're getting into like the middle of the tier list now or something like that, and this is where a lot of stuff can shift. If you were to judge, judge these yourself, a lot of opinions, can shift, depending on like what you value and stuff like that. Like I mean, there was a lot of puppets that had the similar problem already, but then you could argue like whether stuff can rise or drop depending like if you like if you liked playing them when you use them or if you valued certain traits more, because or at least in this case, I liked Extra Yuka here despite being walled by single natures because um, her damage output was just that great. And I'd imagine, um, there are puppets that have the similar problem, but I still like them here because either they had really good stats, or either because they had great abilities or whatnot. So, like, there's gonna be one here where well, basically, I remember I got caught out on this. By the way, a little bit of context. This video is being recorded like a while after my last one, just because, well, shit happened and corrupted recording, blah blah blah. But like Extra Kana, for example, like I think I rated her a little bit highly because, well, in my opinion, her stat line is like still pretty solid for what he could do. Like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna talk about that when we get there because,
Hey, it is what it is.
yeah,
Yomu! I actually kind of like this one. I've seen this one a fair bit more than the equivalent Momiji, surprisingly enough, even though Momiji's, I think, is the better overall puppet. But I can see why this one's got some really good traits that Momiji can't actually do. Steel in nature, the Ferrothorn typing. We aren't really a Ferrothorn here, though. We are more just a bulky... there's a bit to it. There's like 100... not 100. 95 base HP, 100 defense, 120 spread defense, so yeah, not too far away from like Ferrothorn defense stuff, but we also have 105 spread attack, so a little bit more than Ferrothorn's equivalent, and we have base 50 speed, not amazing, but still it isn't the absolute worst, and I think you do get some setup stuff that you could maybe do with that if you really wanted to. Reflect Guard is quite nice. This does sort of emulate Ferrothorn Sing a little bit with the whole Iron Barbs type stuff, but it only works on some skill types, so sure. Your other ability is just, sturdy, so I'm not really as fond of that. Reflect Guard is just nice, being able to do some chip damage with a lot of attacks, and this one's good for the coverage aspect more than anything. We do get Drain Seed, so that's kind of good. We have, Sharp Wind. Unfortunately, base 50 is just a little bit too slow, really, for this.
it is.
You need to get 2 boosts, and without... I mean, even if you had reliable recovery, I don't know if this would be the way that you'd want to go, because Steel and Nature are both resisted by Fire, so I don't even know if that would be viable, but yeah, you've got a couple of really good stab attacks to go with. Last Slash is quite nice in its own right. Yeah, Drain Seed is more likely to be useful here, but you also have some pretty good stuff down here, if I remember rightly, because you've got Lightning Speed. Smash Bin is very possible to use here. Ferment is quite nice, so you can do some status stall stuff as well. Spinning Air is pretty good. Brave Burst is nice. Of course, this one gets Dancing Sword when it's not the one that would need it. Whatever, at least one of the Yomus gets it, I suppose. I can't be as mad now. Lightning Cut is also very thematic for Yomu to get, but yeah, she's not a physical attacker, so whatever. Yeah, so in terms of outright beating fire, no, but at least you can Volt Switch out of them, so there is that. There's some value to be said in having a slower Volt type character, but you do have some sort of stuff here which isn't necessarily just all-out attacking, so there's some versatility. The main thing that's an issue here is just not really having, again, I mean it is that fire thing, but not really having the speed to go with Sharp Wind here. If your speed stat was like even 70 would probably be good enough here, and I would at least consider it, but it's fine. You do still have a bunch of good things to do, and defensively speaking, Steel in Nature, whilst it's certainly not a Ferrothorn in terms of how many resistances it has, is not a terrible typing, so I'd still be okay with it.
So, first of all, I'm actually curious what Cal said when he said when he said he sees Extra Yomu more often. If he's saying that Extra Yomu would be seen more often in 3v3, then that actually makes quite a bit of sense because um Cal did note that this thing has a higher has a higher attacking stat than the actual Ferrothorn and Momiji, and to and I would feel that that slight difference becomes a little bit more impactful um because then Extra Yomu has an attacking stat of 105, where in my opinion it actually starts to become a little bit more relevant. Like it starts to become on par of what you want. And I would imagine in 3v3, like like this is definitely the sort of puppet that that it would make that I would see make sense of it being successful in 3v3, because in a faster format you don't really um you don't really want uh puppets that just have a lot of bulk, um or rather, in 3v3, reliable recovery isn't as important, or rather longevity isn't as important, but you'd more so want um bulky stuff that could take hits and dish bigger ones in return. And Yomu seems like a really great design for that in particular, because um the typing defensively is fine. The stats are there, or like the defensive stats are there, and 105 is a respectable attacking stat. To the point where you could like run AV or Golden Hairpin, um, throw out big moves with max HP, max special attack, and you'd be solid there. One thing that I do remember in 3v3 is Extra Yomu actually has access to counter, and a Golden Hairpin set with counter is actually not that bad. It's actually not that bad to work with. But yeah. Okay, with that aside, now I will say this in regards to this and the actual Ferrothorn in this game, Extra Momiji. I do believe that I rated Extra Momiji actually in a higher tier. Now I will say this. Well, first of all, let me. Okay, yeah, I found it. So I will say this: these two can definitely belong in the same tier together, because they basic in singles, I feel, or in like in 6v6, I feel like they do they do similar things in that they tank stuff, or they pivot into stuff. They perform some sort of hazard control task, and then they pivot out. Um, the reason why I believe, or at least I think, because well, I did make this tier list like a while ago, like about a year or so ago. I think the reason why I rated Extra Emoji higher is purely because um Momoji has rocks while Extra Yomu has spin, and I feel that rocks is harder to come by than spin, just because, you know, spin is more accessible because it's a TM. And whenever I feel like I need to use something with this typing, I prefer using Extra Momiji because, well, again, rocks are harder to come by than spin. Granted, um, there is one thing that kind of sets Extra Yomu apart from Extra Momiji, sort of, and that this can be kind of like a Smash Spin Punisher, because Smash Spin. I mean, I do say that Smash Spin is usually like really free to click because um it's spin block. I mean, or rather, you can't spin block in this game. And a way you can kind of punish spin is like um Extra Yomu's ability, the non-contact Iron Barbs one, in which you can deal like double chip damage with a reflect bit and reflect guard. I mean, that's one thing that you could. That's one thing that this thing kind of has over Extra Momiji. Though then again, like Extra Momiji does the same thing, but with the actual pivot moves, like the Changeling and Volt Switch, because they're both contact in this game. So yeah, it's like, I mean, yeah, it's like, but yeah, like the whole pseudo spin punisher thing is something you could maybe argue with Extra Yomu. But yeah, the reason why I believe I rated Extra Momiji higher in this is just because rocks are less accessible than spin. So yeah.
On to one I have like no idea about. I think this did get changed slightly in one of the more recent patches from what I played. Extra Yorigami, the first one of these that we are seeing. Steel and Nether. Curious as the type stuff. We have seen this with the Yomus, of course, but that was very aggressively slanted. And I suppose this could still do the same thing too. If it has fighting coverage, it would be perfect neutral. So that's fine. This puppet used to have full power, was the ability change. That's what it was. So it has an absolute... but this is because I did not want to change this one. Yeah, I think I have... June is the one on the right, yeah. I actually just don't really know anything about this character, I'll be totally honest with you. I know they were the final boss of one of the fighting games, and that's it. Like, perfect possession thing. And I don't know anything else about them, because I don't really care. They're not that...
Honestly, same. Although, granted, these two have a really great theme.
interesting to me. Anyway, absolutely colossal HP stat here. This is rivaling Yoshika's as far as like highest we've seen. God, where does it even get to? So you minus 75 off of this to get to this stat. So that would make it 165 base HP. Absolutely insane. Focus stack is 105, which is pretty respectable. I do believe we get the recoil moves that we would need to take advantage of the stuff here. Speed stat is relatively good at 95, so that's kind of nice. Defenses are nothing really to speak of, but it's kind of giving me respectable speed, like almost giving me the vibes of another big, like, exaggerated Emboy here. So that's kind of cool. The other ability is Wasteful, which still is a waste of time to use. If you've got Shard Trade, at the very least, you could do like Klutz trading things here and you know, trick stupid item to the opponent. But I really just don't think that's gonna happen, to be honest. So I wouldn't bother. Yeah, this used to have full power, which was like 20% extra damage, but you cost 10% of your health every turn, which for something that's got this much health
and Reckless made more sense because, well,
and it made it,
full
like,
power
difficult
isn't
to
actually
even
life bar
consider
because it's
using this
20% more damage.
just because the
20% more damage instead of 30%.
ability was like never
And Reckless
really
is just
good
better
for you.
because
But
full
yeah,
power
obviously
just
you
gives
do
you
have
more
Shard Trade
unnecessary
straight here.
damage.
Cross
So, yeah.
change, I guess this is supposed to be emulating their like possession thing of swapping partners effectively. The partner being the ability in this you know, simile, I guess. I don't know. You have Dragon Dance.
Skill
so
swap
that's
with
really
Wasteful
good.
is indeed funny.
Oh, I kind of wish you had Brandish and not just Full Metal Crash here. I suppose you technically have the HP to use it, but oh, that's that's hard to justify. Like, you kill something with this and you're taking anywhere from 90 to like 120 odd health or something for it. It's... oh, that's rough. Midnight Spectre is really good though. Like, you do have the two stabs that will work with Reckless, so you're going to get a lot of firepower out of it at the very least. Peach for an Arrow is another recoil. You miss using full power and Life Orb. Yeah, just take like 20% health every turn, right? Not a lot else. Curse Reversal is hilarious on a puppet with this much HP, I will admit. There's no recovery, there's no... what would it be in the other one? There's no wish either for like the absolute gigantic wish passing stuff here. And you do technically have fighting, but that's very inaccurate. Do we have... I mean, well, we've got Changeling too, so even just straight Scarf is possible here as well. Barriers are there. Nothing really down the bottom, so you're kind of missing the fighting coverage that Yomu has, but other than that, like, it's not really too bad. Overskill could technically be another recall move that gets boosted by Reckless, so, you know, you could get more damage output from a neutral skill. Honestly, thinking on it, like, Steel Never Void is probably... it's not unresisted, but it's probably quite hard to resist as well. It's like Light Steel type thing would be the only real
Yeah.
issue at that point. And hey, if light is a problem, you could technically changeling on them. So, yeah, depends what you need. Like, nature is probably the better overall move, but at the very least, you could just have something which hits neutral just about everywhere. So, cool beans, I guess. Sweet Desperado is very funny, but I don't really see any way that you're using it off of the special attack of this thing.
So I will say, design-wise, what I like about this in particular is that this is an offensive steel nether that could run, that isn't really dependent on its item. So like this is an offensive steel nether that you could run like life orb, um, uh, choice item, or whatnot. And the reason why I like that is just because the only other steel nethers in the game are the Yomus, and they are, and like unless you want to try to like try to have unless you really want to fish for like like an opponent statusing you on a switch or something like that, then more often than not you're gonna run a flame orb on the Yomus, and I do like that we have an offensive steel nether that could hold like a choice scarf or a choice band or whatever. That being said, they're fine. Like as it relates to their gameplay, I think they're fine. And that's mostly because, I mean, they're not really that impressive. Just because, like, even though I did say, like, this, like, an attacking style like this is starting to become more relevant, the attack stat's still, like, average, like, on par. Like, it's fine. And 95 is good. Like, this is definitely a good Scar speed tier. And Reckless boosted stabs, yeah, it's fine.
So yeah, our final Urumi is the Dark Fighting one, extra style over here. This has Mold Breaker, so automatically not the worst thing I've ever seen. 95 HP, once again, we're on 125 for the attack stat here, it's pretty good. 80 defense, 70 spread defense, so a little bit worse than, the staple Azumarill. Base 60 speed, not particularly high. This starts to feel like it competes a bit with Yugi in terms of like that. I know Yugi's got a much higher attack stat and not a weakness to Stealth Trap, but yeah, starting to feel a little bit like that here. And your other ability, Warning Shot, is pretty good too though, so that's cool. At least you've got two decent things you can do there. You need something to deal with enemy fighting types as a dark and fight. Well, not fighting types. It's illusion, right? I keep forgetting. It's like, yeah, you need something to deal with illusion on this as well, which is, well, we'll see. Strike Shot, kind of cool to have priority at the very least. Aquasonic, still very funny. It's like, you really want to use that? No. Stab Knockoff is good. Decrescendo is quite nice. So, there's some decent stuff with it there. Strenuous is pretty good. High Tide isn't the coverage you need against illusion, but it's still not too bad. Mountain Breaker is funny. Kind of a shame your like strongest fighting stab is Cross Drive, but I mean, it could be worse, I suppose. What have we got for anything? Detonation Burst. There you go. There's your illusion coverage. So there's a bit that you can do here with it. I guess has it got better coverage than what Yugi had in the end? I think so.
Yes.
It has been quite a while since we've seen that Yugi.
Yugi can't touch winds.
But at least you've got coverage against a type that like resists
this thing
you.
at least has Dark Stab for winds.
Not really seeing anything else I'd be that interested in though. I guess, I mean, Squall is funny, but you don't really have recovery and stuff for that. So, it's too slow for Scarf. It's not as strong as the Yugi, but it probably does do better coverage-wise. You've got priority. I can just about see it. I mean, you've got Decrescendo, right? So this is pretty much just Pangoro.
Good catch.
I know Damage has probably been saying that for a while now, and it's like, just say the card. No, this is effectively Pangoro, and Pangoro is not the greatest of Pokemon in the first place, so I'm not so convinced on this here either. But hey, it is cool at the very least, right? You know, can't deny a pretty strong priority attack, and you have some stuff to run with on it too. So yeah, it's fine, right? It's about
Yeah, this thing's Pangoro. Maybe this thing could drop just because. I mean, I will say, Pangoro is a mon that I like using in the lower tiers just because that mon is so fun to use, and it's like just slap a band on it or go Source Dance, and that 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 thing can wreck house. Although maybe I don't know, because I mean I did use this thing like a few times and it was fine. But maybe this thing could drop. I don't really know. But I will say, like, this is kind of taking me back. I mean, so I will say, in Baruto's diary, he did say that the puppet with the most amount of reworks throughout Extended's development, like throughout all versions of Extended, Extra Urami was actually the puppet that had the most reworks, and this thing had quite the journey to it. I remember like three of its iterations. It probably had more, but I do remember three previous versions. I do remember that initially it was Toxpex, and honestly, I would have liked Toxpex just because I mean it would have been interesting to have, and also water poison, while a good typing in this game, is still worse than in Pokemon, just because it now has the extra weakness to wind to contend with, and it's actually neutral to poison, which is honestly a big deal considering poison is actually like actually pretty good offensively. So that's something to know. That's something to that's something to note. Take note. But yeah, we no longer have Toxpex. Then um we had, I forget if it was poison electric or poison dark, but we had a poison something extra Udemy that had shell smash and either intuition or flat speed, but bottom line, it had a priority immune ability. So yeah, shell smash with dazzling slash queenly majesty. Yeah, that's not broken at all. Anyway, um and then I believe we had like a pure fighting type that had like the fire boost and water boost abilities. Basically, the abilities that made fire that basically give granted the thing like pseudo fire and water stab. That one was kind of interesting. And then now and and then now we have Pangoro, which yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Maybe this thing could drop. I don't really know. Like I said, a lot of things can rise and drop at this point because again, we're at that point where like we have a lot of good shit.
about it, really. On to Sukuna.
Or like,
I have tried
or
to
I,
make this one work
or I guess we
before,
could
and
say like
I didn't really have any success with
we're
it.
at the
But
point where we're out of
that's probably
shit
a
stuff.
me
So now
problem
we're
on
going
this
to the
one. I
good
think
stuff. So
this
then,
one is almost feeling like a little bit of Gengetsu issues here, because it is
we're getting
another
it to
big
the point
sweep
where a
verse,
lot of things are up to
125
like
in the speed
a
and
lot of people's
120 in both
opinions.
offenses here. But these
Because yeah,
defensive
we're
stats
getting
are
to good stuff now.
absolutely
Not like
abysmal.
obviously
65
bad
for
stuff.
no 60 for the HP. It's even worse than that. 60 HP, 55 defense, and 40 spread defense. So you basically can contribute nothing but, I guess, Volt Switch immunity to your team
Although that
defensively.
being said, there are a
And
few things that I
offensively,
put
what on earth
here
with mixed
that I'm
attack
like,
stats
why
like
the
this
hell did
is
I put them
pretty
up
good.
here?
Sand Force is the other ability here, though.
Extra Junko is one of them.
Maybe this one is the one you would use with Nemino as your setter, because this one
I think
shares
SSKK
type
is also one of
with
them.
the other two Dust Storm setters.
Yeah, SSKK is
And
also one of them
Nemino
because
is weak
similar
to
problems to
Electric,
Junko.
which this immunizes, so you can have a switching opportunity with that. So maybe this one is the one that you use with that. Focus attack being boosted by 30% is kind of insane. This is the Frail Landorus, if you will. You do have Mind Traps, so I guess you could technically emulate the Greninja thing and do like a spike setup for the start. which is somewhat neat. Priority, but not on stab. You've got some good special attack stuff here as well. Geyser is not too bad. Waves of Earth is pretty good. Your Brave Song for setup is not too bad, so like I don't think battle preparation is really worth it, but you've got +2 on the spread side. That's respectable. We need Shooting Press out of the skill cards, but hey, Stone Throw technically does the same thing if you get it. Water Earth is resisted by nature, and do we have... yeah, there's Shooting Press, but like, we don't really have anything to deal with that. Again, some neutral coverage stuff, I suppose. Miasma can toxic them on the switch in, I guess. Yeah, Lightning Cut is really cool. Distortion Bomb is quite nice too, so you've got enough physical moves. None of them hit nature. And that is a bit of an annoyance for a Dust Storm team, actually. Just because your two main setters are weak to nature as well, so that I feel like that kind of makes a bit of a problem in team building. But hey, you can hit stuff extremely hard with it. There are some lead option things you can do here as well. You've got a fast taunt, you've got a fast spikes, you've got access to miasma, I guess, if you need to. And yeah, physical or special, both of them can do stuff. So there's that at least. I don't know. This is another one I think I would need to see to really know. And I guess part of it is like how good is the Dust Storm team, and how badly does the Dust Storm team need this as well. Because this is another one that seems like it's going to take a lot of skill to actually get anything out of. Just because it really just dies to everything. And that's... yeah, you've really got to know what you're doing to get a good amount out of this one, I think.
So, yeah, I think Extra Sukuna is like pretty good. Like, I mean, it's a glass cannon. Like it, you know, but I feel like, well, or I guess I should say first of all, I feel like out of the water grounds out there, I feel like this is the best offensive water ground, and that's mostly because the other water grounds that exist either are slower, or slower than this, B are or B aren't as strong enough as this, or C are called Speed Suko because this thing outclasses Speed Suko if it's not running Moody. But yeah, I feel like the whole, unfortunately, I feel like the whole wall by nature thing is a problem that all water grounds have, aside from Assist Keiki. Although, granted, like, I mean, using that thing offensively, it's okay. It's fine. I feel like it maybe still want to use Extra Sukuna just because it has more firepower. But yeah, like, I mean, obviously it's a glass cannon, and you're gonna need some proper positioning in order for this thing to get in safely, because it can't really switch into moves aside from ones that are immune to. But yeah.
Extra Seiren! Wind and Fire, I've said, is already pretty good. I do like this typing quite a lot. This one I remember having a pretty silly gimmick to it as the main thing. Telescopic is quite nice for it. Accuracy getting boosted does work with its stab attacks, if I remember rightly. Its spread attack is pretty solid here. This is 115. Defensive stats are okay, I think. 75 HP, 105 defense is quite good. 75 spread defense leaves a bit to be desired. The speed stat is quite low, but you can +2 this one if I remember rightly. So that is okay. And we have, yeah, Mold Breaker is the other ability. That is also quite good. But if I remember rightly, Telescopic gives you 100 accuracy stabs on here, and that's what I wanted. You have Reliable Recovery, which is always passable here. I mean, I guess your bulk is just not amazing for it, but down the bottom, we have Shell Smash, and that is the major bit here. So, one thing we do not have, which I thought we did actually, one thing we do not have is Macro Burst. So, Yeah,
That is
like your
unfortunate,
Inferno
yeah.
can be much stronger. Blaze Spirit is cool, but just like Inferno is generally better because it's just more powerful, right? Yeah, one thing we don't have is access to the 120 base power on the wind side. Spinning air is still good, but yeah, that's a little bit annoying. This is another baton passer, but we don't really want to worry too much about that bit. But I mean, hey, again, if you're playing without a clause against that, but the shell smash passing is insane, so that's cool. What else can we get? Like the javelin's not really going to do anything. Nothing really too impactful on that side. Smash spin is cool, not really what we need here. I distinctly remember this one not really having a lot outside of... Yeah, it doesn't really have any coverage outside of its stabs, which is annoying. You've got some funky stuff down here, but probably not using that. The thing with this one, I guess the obvious set is like Shell Smash, Roost, Dual Stab, right? That
I wouldn't
locks
say
you also into
roost.
using the White Herb, which is...
That kind of sounds
I
kind of
mean,
sketch.
it's fine. It's probably
I
not an
mean,
item you're
even
using
though it
anywhere else,
sucks
so
to
that's kind
run,
of
I'd
cool.
probably
But yeah,
personally
I
just
don't
run
really
a
see what this
sign.
does other than that. Because, like, okay, technically you could do things like spin, you could do screens if you wanted, you could do, like, a Burning Stone trick or something like that, you could toxic things. But these are all things that defensive-oriented fire and winds, like Oku, will do better. So there's not really a good reason to use her defensively. And
So I will say on this, I disagree with, mostly because you'd think Extra Utsuho has had had has that utility, but she actually doesn't. The only thing that she has to use, or the only utility that she has in her kit, is honestly just Eye of Calamity. Like, she doesn't even get Smash Spin. And I will say, I actually have experimented with like a Fizz Def Extra Saiyan because even though her HP and SpDef are kind of this thing built physically defensive in my experience was actually kind of fine. And like what is nice about Extra Saiyan is that um well yeah like okay words um she does have spin, which is nice. um you could either run like telescopic to basically never miss your toxics, or you could run unbound to like firewall um firewall some stuff that are uh immune to fire, so you could always get a knock on something. And um what's also nice about this thing spreading toxics is that her stabs can actually threaten the stuff that's immune to toxics, like poisons, fear her wind moves, steals, fear her fire moves. And yeah, like also like, she has Shell Smash. Like, of course that can't be ignored. Shell Smash is Shell Smash. Like, yeah, but yeah, like I said, I will disagree with, why use Extra Saiyan defensively when you can use Extra Huto. It's because Extra Huto doesn't have shit aside from Eye of Calamity. But aside that, she doesn't really have that much.
offensively, if something resists fire and wind, you are completely screwed, right? So yeah, this one's weird. I
But
don't know.
this is true. Like, the fact that she doesn't have
It's
that
a,
much coverage and has to rely
again,
on
very one
signs for
trick, I
coverage is
guess.
unfortunate.
But Shell Smash is insane, so I guess if you pull it off, it's kind of really good. Um, I guess that rounds out. Oh yeah, I see. Right, I was dumb last time and I did not move these back up. I was getting confused. I was like, I'm pretty sure I did a row of this last time, right? Um, I forgot to move them. That is unfortunate, as they say. That's fine. This is why I move these back up every time, by the way. I know it's a bit slow doing this in between, like checking all the 6. But really, if I don't, I'm going to get confused as to where I actually am in terms of checking everything here. So, yeah, it's just a personal thing, really. On to Extra Satori. I have made some references to Greninja in places during this, and this is literally this game's version of Gren. And, well, I'm not sure if it really does as well as Greninja normally would here. Okay, let's go over the stats and maybe we can see why here. Its defenses are not amazing, 75 HP, 60 defense, 65 spread defense. Greninja was really frail too, so that isn't inherently going to mess it up here. 105 focus attack, 95 spread attack. You can use both sides, and with infinite changes, getting stab on everything, that, just like Greninja, makes it a bit harder to wall it, just because anything it does do, it will hit with basically 50% harder than most things would. Speed stat is 120, and that's the first problem, I think, from Greninja. Greninja had that unique speed tier, but it was also
122.
over 120, so it could outspeed just about everything. Puppets being more normalized, you don't actually get that sort of thing, and 120 doesn't quite cut it here.
I will say this argument is pretty interesting, and like that. How can I say this? I remember saying something like this before. So I remember like when I was like talking with people, like, you know, how they feel about the standardization of stat lines. They more so, you know, seem to like it because it's easier to memorize, and that you don't have situations like Ren where you where it has like this particular speed stat that outspeeds a bunch of stuff in a common tier. Another classic example is Garchomp, because a lot of shit was at base 100, and Garchomp had that little bit of speed where it could outpace those. Like, it's a bit. I will say, like, that is like one drawback of um this, you know, of the stat lines being standardized. Although people could argue that, you know, it's a benefit because people didn't like, you know, Chomp outspeeding, you know, like everything that's, you know, pretty relevant by like this much or some such. It's pretty strange, not gonna lie. But yeah, that is definitely something that's notable about this compared to Gren.
Never Illusion initial typing is both good and bad. Like, it's not a terrible typing by any stretch of the imagination, but it doesn't have too many resistances because your Illusion type is working to just cancel the weaknesses of the Never type. And, you know, Never's big resistance is an immunity to fighting, which Illusion would have already resisted. So you don't have too many weaknesses either, but with something this frail, neutral hits are basically going to do about 80 to 90% coming in. So you basically don't have defensive utility on this one either, which is a shame. Not that Greninja really had much either, but still, it's not too hard to hit this nastily on the Switch if you have to do that. Projection is
like
nowhere near as
if
good
you have
as
to
it
switch
changes, but it is
Gren
just worth noting that it has a second
on a
ability
resistant hit that
technically,
otherwise
just in case
demolishes
for
your
some
party,
reason somebody is
then
like,
something's
I don't
already
want
gone
this
wrong,
ability
either with the
to be
team
used on
building
against
or
me or
with the
something,
game
I don't
state.
know.
Because
Onto
that
what
would
it
mean
can
that your
actually
opponent has
do,
already gotten you in a
and
bad
it's
position
got
throughout
a
the course of the
120 base
game.
power, quote-unquote stab. 120 base power illusion, like stab is meaningless to this thing, right? So you've got, illusion at 120, you've got the max power, without doing overdrive, I suppose, you've got the max power warp thing you could do. Never is a respectable coverage here. Royal Prism is very, very annoying, if nothing else. You have priority in Trickster, so this is like your... well, no, because you don't get Aqua Jet with the thingy, but we don't get the other one either, so yeah, we don't get Water Shuriken, so who cares. Unfettered Soul is really good with this one too. just because it's a 110 base power stab that hits neutral on most targets, and the things that resist it, hallucination's pretty good against the light types that resist it, so that's already quite good. Skill wise, we have Burn Strike, which is solid. Voice of Famine is pretty good too. We have Poisoned Arrow, can be quite nice. On the special side, not nearly as much. Maybe that's the other bit that it lacks compared to Greninja. But Lightning Speed is still good. You've still got a Volt Switch option here. With Life Orb, this is still going to hit pretty hard. You've got Dark on this side as well, and that's fine. Defensive skill stuff, I mean, you're never really going to use screens and whatnot. Toxic is at least there. Dancing Sword for fighting. High Tone Crush is really good as well. So you've got about 6 or 7, depending on how much you value the special side. Dark Sweets is actually better than Eye of Loveless, so that's good. And Poltergeist on the spread side too. So depending on how much you value that special attack stat going with Protean, you do have access to maybe like 7 to 8 different types to cover, I think, by the looks of this. So that's fine. You could make an unresisted set out of this, I'm pretty sure. So you know, it's cool, but it is very frail. It doesn't quite have the speed of regular Greninja, and it is, I don't think it's quite lacking in the firepower, but it's very close. But you can get disappointed by its initial firepower. It doesn't.
To be honest, Greninja could have that problem where it might feel like it's not enough, just because even though it has stab and everything, like I said before, like if a stat, in my opinion, if a stat's like 100 to like 115, it's respectable, it's relevant, but it's not like that oh shit territory. If like it's not scary. It's not a scary attacking stat. It's just a respectable one. But going on the Greninja analogy, like yes, this thing is Greninja, and to be honest, I feel like this thing can potentially rise. Like this thing could potentially be like insane. But in my experience, it hasn't really been like that crazy for me. It's just been alright. And I don't know if it's because maybe the shit in this game is bulkier than in Pokemon, so this thing could struggle to or rather this thing's firepower might not be as enough. It could be that because we don't really know, or because this game's meta hasn't been as solidified, so we actually don't know what we want to cover, and therefore we don't know what are the relevant moves to put in this thing. And the reason why I place importance on that is, well, I guess I'll give an example. In Gen 6, Protean Greninja was actually banned. Like, it wasn't banned in Gen 7 when it was legal, but it was banned in Gen 6. And, um, well, this was actually prior to, um, I, I believe it was prior to ORAS, because that's when it got, um, basically, prior to ORAS, Greninja had one solid check to it, and that was Clefable. But come ORAS, Greninja had access to Gunk Shot, and that was a really relevant move for dealing with Clefable, which they knocked it out, and then people realized that that thing was just too hard to stop because it had all the relevant coverage in the world to deal with certain threats, and um, Greninja was eventually banned. I feel like um, I feel like if we had like a better understanding of like what moves to cover for, and like what checks, or like what can be potential checks for this thing, like if we had like a better idea of like what are the defensive pivots to look out for and whatnot, then this thing can be potentially insane. But at the moment, like, I feel, I mean, I wouldn't exactly know like what exactly to look out for, except for the meme that the community says, you know, Tokiko Lyrica and Cherno, blah blah blah. But yeah, whether what, but yeah, whether it be that this game feels like it has bulkier stuff than in Pokemon, or that the meta isn't particularly solved, or because the game's standardization of speed tiers made it so this thing can't really have that jump on the rest of the competitive uh rest of the puppets that are out there. What whatever that be the case, I feel like this thing isn't really as insane as Protean Grin is in Pokemon, and that's why I put it in B. Now I'm going to cut this because I have to use the restroom. All right,
Doesn't
I'm
have
back.
setup, and it doesn't have spikes like Greninja does either.
Oh
So
yeah,
it
lack of
doesn't have
spikes
that
is
hazard setting
is
utility.
also sucks.
So
What also kind of sucks is
really
that
just
this thing
depends
doesn't have
on what you
U-turn as well
actually
to make
need
up for
on the
its
team
other attacking stat.
as to
Though
whether or not
granted,
you can take advantage of it.
Greninja uses U-turn to
Sorry,
pivot out anyways.
this one is
Though
annoying.
granted, okay, wait, actually wait, I want to continue on this point. Greninja has U-turn, even though physical attack is its less optimal attacking stat. Though granted, another thing that might actually matter in regards to Extra Sate is that there are means to blank out the U-turn and Volt Switch of this game, whereas U-turn in Pokemon cannot be blanked out. So that might be another relevant thing that might come into play. Although granted, Extra Sate doesn't have U-turn, although whether or not Extra Sate has U-turn or not, Extra Sate can get blanked out. Because it has Volt Switch and ground types exist. Anyways.
If you've ever played the Human Village tournament and gotten to like Shinky at stage 45 and whatnot, this one is annoying as hell. Light Never is only weak to Dark, as we worked out last time. It is a 4 times weakness though, so Changeling is a bit of a pain in the butt here, but oh well. You do have a decent physical defense stat to kind of circumvent that. Your HP stat is pretty solid for a defensive leaning thing here as well. That is base 90, so pretty good. Focus attack is pretty poor this time, which is good because it means your other stats just get like buffed up. 110 defense, only 80 spread defense, but that's not the worst, as we'll see. 120 spread attack and 110 speed means you can go offense on this as well as defensive, so that's pretty good. Its 2 abilities, Ascertainment and Final Form, take it or leave it, really. Ascertainment can help. You can cut the power boosts of certain abilities that are annoying, but most of the time the abilities that you'll see don't necessarily
have in terms of
go
utility
in with
aside
that,
from like
so,
Wisp?
there's only a few things this really matters against. And Final Form is fine, but I don't think you're necessarily going to be proccing that as often as you would like. And also, Light Never, both of them are resisted by enemy lights, so you're going to have to rely on secondary coverage against them anyway. As far as what you can do, there's honestly quite a lot. This is actually one of the puppets where Scorn could be worth mentioning, just because the
just
SP
because
count
this
of
thing
moves
is
in this game
fast.
is very low, so you might be able to just stop something from working altogether by using that.
Though this thing doesn't have pressure,
so you have recovery.
Although again, it's fast. So
Ghost Wave
maybe.
for status spamming. Creeping Darkness is the other main bit here that is really annoying. Poison Blind is just a good status set to have around. You've got 2 100 base power stabs without any drawbacks, so that's pretty solid. Arclight is good for the spec stuff. Jinx is very funny too. It's got enough speed that it could emulate Gengar's sub-disable set, so that's, yeah, very irritating. Haze is also here as well, I suppose, if you want something to try and blank some setup stuff, but it's not phase inversion. That's, yeah, that would have been better. And Me First is funny, but I wouldn't ever use it.
Mm.
As far as your coverage stuff goes, I mean, I guess if you wanted to use an assault set and you needed a little bit more speed, Rising Sun is actually not the worst thing in the world, but yeah, wouldn't really bother. You've got Inferno, Cold Rain, and not the Dark one until you get down here, so you actually have coverage against Light too. Light Dark never. There's a chance that's unresisted, to be honest. Because that it never is just such a good neutral thing that
I
maybe you could
forget.
do that. I guess the one thing you don't have for that kind of set is Brave Song, right?
Yeah, there's not
Yeah,
much that resists the
so
combination of light,
there's
dark,
no
and nether.
setup on this one,
But
but
yeah, these
it's
do.
got a respectable spread attack stat, so even just like choice specs could be usable here. Are there any other like utility things we could want? Like Whirlwind, I guess, is kind of funny. Relatively fast taunt, but no like toxic. But you've got creep in darkness, you don't generally need toxic there. We do still at least have substitute, so like sub roost is possible. Wish you had pressure for that, but still sub roost is there. And yeah, very solid coverage on a puppet that just has good stats overall. And so long as you can watch out for the U-turns, you'll probably be okay with this one.
Yeah, this thing is pretty decent. So, this thing doesn't really have that much defensive utility as I would like. Although, its stat line kind of makes it to be like a solid, just a solid attacker or potential stall breaker because, well, I will say this in regards to like being a stall breaker, I would have preferred like toxic on this. Although granted, creeping darkness performs a similar role. Although if you run into stuff, uh, although if you're up against like something more in lines of like balance or stall, then toxic would be more preferred because the damage accumulating uh will be more impactful. Though yeah, like creeping darkness or willow does the same job. And honestly, what I like, or rather, what I've used extra serial in is like either like 3 attacks roost with life orb, or I'd use this in like T spike spam teams actually. Like um, I'd run like sub willow, I believe. Well, willow to catch things that are immune to. Wait, I just want to be sure. Oh wait, no, never mind. This didn't have willow. I thought it did. Okay, never mind about that. But yeah, I remember doing something like sub something and then like hex and actually dark sweets. Yeah, I like for I think I like in that set I forgone light stab for dark coverage because nether dark is actually harder to switch into light nether because well light types. But yeah, like this thing is just solid. Like it's it's just a good special attacker. Nothing too crazy in my opinion. It's just good.
It's pretty alright. Extra Rukuto. Oh man, the final Rukuto that we are seeing here, all of them in this general tier level, so hey, it's consistent if nothing else. Poison and Steel is respectable. Earth is a really big problem as far as weakness stuff goes. And yeah, for some reason I completely forgot that Steel walls the stabs. I don't think that's going to be a problem for this puppet, but yeah, that's a big issue for the Errant from last time. Oops. Restraint is really cool here though. This is a puppet that has a really respectable defensive profile, 115 in both defenses and 85 for the HP stat. So it can take most hits, and this is a pretty good punish for Vault Turn spamming teams. So I quite like that. Spread attack is not amazing, but it's not 30 like its focus attack is, so that's, yeah. You're probably not using attacking moves with this one very often anyway. 20 base speed is nothing, but it's not designed to be something that actually does that, so we're okay. I should mention the other ability real quick. In Sync is respectable. You are neutral to Warped, And Warped doesn't really have any status skills that you have to worry about too much, so you really are focusing almost entirely on the damage side with this. But, I mean, hey, being immune to soul corruption, I guess, is kind of fun. But yeah, it's normally really good. I mean, it depends how much you're going to value this thing. I think this might be one of the better overall restraint users just because it's good at trapping both sides. You know, it can take hits from either side in terms of the switch out moves. So, yeah, personally, you could take either ability and both are good. And that's actually respectable. So, things that we have to do. We've got 2 different traps here in Stealth and Poison. We have Metal Burst as your actual attack that you could do here that's surprisingly okay. This one's got Reliable Recovery and First Aid. It's got Thunder Veil because it's a Rukato. They all have that. Thunder Veil is really quite solid though. Good Paralysis Spreader on this one. And Toxic Spiral is fun, and Drain Seed is pretty fun too. So, already off to a pretty respectable start just looking at the things that we have here. Yeah, trap, recovery, annoying at the very least, and several different attacks that we could use if we want some added utility. As far as other stuff goes, I mean, technically Flashover is a thing. This can Smash Spin. It is resistant to Stealth Trap, so that is a respectable enough spinner. The coverage is amazing. You just I don't really see a Carmine set working on 85 base
No.
special attack, so unfortunately probably wouldn't bother too much with that. Screens are fine. It's got its own Toxic if you don't want to do Toxic Spikes. That's respectable. And yeah, like I say, coverage for days as well. So pretty solid. Lots and lots of good defensive traits on this one.
So yeah, yeah, this thing's pretty good. Nothing really. I mean, it's not like crazy, but yeah, this thing's pretty good. So I will say, in regards to the comment of like the decision to use insync or restraint, personally, I feel that um, if a puppet has an immunity to a type that it rather is neutral to, I considered it to be a decent asset just because it's just something it's just something that adds to a defensive profile rather than adding a redundancy. Because it's like when it comes to, let's say, assist Lunasa, for example, like sound absorb would be pointless on that in that sort of puppet because it already resists sound. Why would you want to be immune to it? But I feel like if you're adding an immunity to a type that you're neutral to, I'd say it's fine just because it just adds something. It doesn't really take away from any, or like I feel like it just adds something without making something redundant, which I think is nice. Um, uh, and I remember that there was a puppet that I placed. I'm pretty sure I placed higher in the tier in Defense Ringo, which is a nature light and has insync, and it's like, wait a second, pardon me. Oh, jeez. Man, I've been talking a lot. But, so yeah, that puppet, like, that puppet's typing is pretty nice because it resists half of the type charge and also has an additional immunity on top of that. And there are times where I liked defense Ringo's, or rather, defensive Ringo's defensive profile has been relevant in some instances, most notably resisting the combination of, or rather, switching into the combination of sound and warped, which otherwise is actually kind of scary to switch into. Not gonna lie. So yeah, I do. So yeah, like all in all, I do like uh I do like immunity abilities that a puppet would be neutral to because again it just adds more and not be redundant. And in regards to restraint on something like this, and I actually find this pretty interesting. So even though this could trap mons that try to like pivot that try to pivot on this thing with Volturn, Extra Rokoto doesn't actually have the means to like do something once that happens, because it's like compared to other restricting puppets like Defense Hakacha, Extra Kasen, or even Defense Yukari, they have, you know, relevant attack stats to actually eliminate the mon that they're trying to trap, which I find fairly valuable. But Extra Rokoto doesn't, and the reason why I think this is relevant because restraint only traps the puppet for one turn. I know that it said 2 turns in the description, but Pokemon's weird in the sense that like the turn that's occurring is considered like part of that turn. It's similar to Trick Room or like Weather Setting. It's like even though the description says 5 turns, the turn in which you set the weather is counted towards that, so you actually only have like 4 turns to work with instead of 5 as it says in the description. And yeah, Rigoto can only trap that target for 1 turn. And if she can't really eliminate the target that she's trying to trap, then what can she do really? You could Thunder Veil them, which is fine, I suppose. Like, it's okay. I mean, well, it is fine. I mean, you could disable them, although if you're trying to catch, like a slow pivot from a defensive mon, then there's not really much you can do there. But yeah, that's my thought on that topic. And also, in regards to Extra Koto herself, she's pretty nice. I mean, nothing really that outstanding from my experience of using her, and I feel like she has like it's interesting because this is actually the first time I've said something about uh, a defensive puppet, but I feel like she has 4 move slot syndrome in the sense that she has a lot of decent utility, and you have to choose on you know grabbing those utility options without being too passive, if that makes sense. Because it's like because a stealth trap or T spikes is nice to have, drain seed's nice to have, thunder veil is nice to have, um, leech seed's nice to have. There's a few more, but I'm forgetting. But you also still have to take account that you don't want to lose to taunt. So like you'd want stuff like acid spray or twin gears, just because if you're taunted, then you kind of lose, or like not really lose, but the thing's just a sitting duck. So there's that. Anyway,
Quite like that. So yeah. On to the final bunny, at least of this variety. Raisin is illusion and warped, 4 times weak to sound, but otherwise pretty respectable. Warped does cover some of the things that illusion has a bit of a hard time against, which is pretty good. And you normally are weak to poison, but this one has strict dosage, which is, yeah, very, very solid for it here. So 120 for the speed stat is good. 110 for the spread attack is fine. HP stat is pretty high at 100. Focus defense could be slightly better, but it's still possible to take hits there. Spread defense is poor, that's the main annoyance I have with this one. Focus attack is maybe a little bit too high, and yeah, I'll like switch those two around and then it'd be good. But again, can't have everything. Its other ability is Final Form, which is fine, but you're weak to poison, so just take the immunity in this case, it's so much better. And as far as what it can do, well, it's a special attacker, right? So Bulk Up isn't really too good. It's a fast user of Soul Corruption, which is not something you see very often. And Creeping Darkness is available as well. So kind of like the other Raisins, actually. It's really, well, at least the assist one. It's really good at status stuff, which isn't too bad. You've got access to a bunch of bits here. Wait, did I misremember this stuff? No, I did not. Okay, so it's like, yeah, you're a spread. I was thinking it's got too many focus skills here. I was getting confused. Yeah, because like 120 base power stab would have been amazing, but it's not on the right side. So, oops. Same with pursuit here too. It's like stab pursuit would have been really good, but it's on the wrong side. Making me do a double take here. It's Sakia situation all over again. God damn. Yeah, so we're going to need some help from stuff here. Look at all these physicals. Voice of Famine, Burn Strike, there's Changeling still here, Poisoned Arrow, like, God, it's really feeling like a Sakia situation. Smash Spin, I guess, is kind of cool. You are resistant to stealth traps, so I guess an offensive spinner could be a thing. Poison Bomb is pretty solid to have around. I kind of wish we would get a better flying move, I suppose. Ultra High Tone is good too. I'm just thinking like sound being such a pain in the ass. We don't really have anything there that can deal with it. So do we get... No. We do. I mean, Catastrophe is fine, right? You can hit it with a stab, so it's not the end of the world. But I do kind of miss not having coverage against your big weakness. That's a shame. Yeah, you've got like several different statuses you could do. I don't think it's bulky enough to really do first aid, but I suppose if that's your prerogative, you could. Yeah, it's fine. I think is the thing with it here. If you need the typing and Yukari is a little bit too slow for you, then this is probably one of the better options. But there is one more that, if speed is not the issue, I would implore that you use instead.
Yeah, this thing's fine. Good stats. It's pretty hard. Good defensive typing. Yeah. I will say that so Cal did mention that first aid. I mean, you really wouldn't want to run this thing defensively, which I agree with, but one thing that I like to do if I'm not running choice is 3 attacks recover with light form. That's pretty good. But yeah, this thing's fine.
So,
not really not scary enough to like be higher. Like this thing isn't really that scary in my opinion, but it's good.
We saw this one with the Kiane like forever ago. God, I forget when it even was now. This typing is 4 times weak to fighting, which is a bit annoying, but other than that, not really too bad. Offensively, it's pretty respectable. Like, Warped hits the wind stuff that Earth is normally dumpstered by, so that's good. You do have to watch out for fighting. There is one move this one can use that covers that, which normally isn't the move you would expect, but it's via the fact of it is a weather setter. So, stat-wise, we have respectable enough HP stat here of like 90. Focus defense is very low at 40. Spread defense is very high at 120. These get switched around by the sun shower weather that you set up here, so kind of worth noting. Very, very, very fast at 130 speed. And 110 spread attack is respectable because this is basically just the offensive weather setter here. And yeah, I guess it depends. Damage has been saying a fair few times. It depends if you want longevity or... Why is your fox in this cartoon? Oh, you silly goose. Yeah, it depends if you want longevity or a sweeper as your like weather setter. I think it's interesting with Sun Shower. Hey, Sims Mage. Sun Shower's a curious one because it is so bizarre to take advantage of as far as typical weather strats go. Because like swapping defenses generally doesn't matter too much.
Wonder Room as a weather is pretty interesting because we haven't had something like this in Pokemon, so you actually don't know how you can use this aside from just having the Swift Swim or the Sand Force of said weather.
It's hard to take advantage of properly, and there aren't that many.
It's weird.
Weather abusers for Sun Shower, like Strange Rainbow is there quite a bit, but it's awful as far as like just so many of the things don't work because it's stacking the same type here. And then Fox's Wedding was originally only on Moko, for reasons I don't even know why. There is an extended puppet that has it though. Also the fox, if I remember rightly. So yeah.
Yes. This is just a random theory that I had, but maybe the reason why Moku has Fox's wedding is just like, I mean, I don't know if there is a human village trainer that an HVT trainer that has this, but um I'd like to think that Kaguya and Moku have abilities that work under Sun Shower, and Aiden has a Sun Shower like realm. So I'd like to think maybe that's where they were going with this. Granted, I would never put Extra Kaguya and Power Moku in the same team because I'd be stacking fires with nothing to compensate for that. So yeah.
The other ability isn't really too good though, so you might as well just use the Sun Shower here. Ascertainment is not really going to help this one too much, I don't think, so that is that. As far as skills go, there are quite a lot of things that I do somewhat like here, if I remember this one rightly, because I think I've tried to make this one before. Power Spot isn't too good here, but hey, at least it's something, right? If you're going to get
Not really a
KO'd
fan of
anyway,
Wish
like a fast Tailwind might actually be
because
something worth
you're
setting up with
wasting
this
more
one.
turns,
Is 130
more weather
base speed
turns
after
aside
all,
from
so
just
if you're going
clicking
down,
recover.
then sure. 2 good stab attacks here. Yeah, your focus stand stuff doesn't really matter. For some reason I thought we had Mind Trap. Did I? I did delete all the
Defense
stuff
Ran
here.
has Mind
So
Trap.
yeah, it's like I really thought this one had Mind Trap, which is it's unfortunate that it didn't. But oh well. We have Changeling, so you can do the U-turn thing. We've got a couple of good coverage options as well. Nothing there hits fighting, but this might sound weird, but there is one good move down the bottom that I actually like that hits fighting, and it is this one. So I mentioned that Sun Shower isn't particularly great as far as most of the time like trying to abuse the actual weather itself. Like the actual weather abilities that you get, they're fine, but they're not well distributed. So why not cash in the weather and take advantage of the fighting type switching in, or even when they have switched in, right? Passing Breeze is a 120 base power coverage when your weather is in play, and it consumes said weather. This can kind of do double duty as well if the opponent switches in their own favorable weather setter. You could like cancel their weather out as well.
The ultimate
So there are
defense mailing
technically
tech.
more uses than just, anti-fighting. But given the nature of this one, like a choice spec sing or that ilk is probably among the better things that you could do in the first place, especially without Mind Trap. I really thought it got that. So yeah, this might be one of the few cases where this move actually makes a lot of sense. What else is kind of cool is that it flips the defenses back around again as well. So if the opponent switched in something that's got like a ton of physical defense to take your special attacks, Passing Breeze, getting rid of your Sun Shower, should, at the very least, make it hit on their physical side again, and most, or not physical, on the special side again. And most fighting types that would switch in don't have like the greatest special defense.
So okay, so a few things. Firstly, I will say, the fact that first of all, Passing Breeze is great coverage for extra ran, I agree. But I will say but the fact that Passing Breeze is like your best coverage move to have, I feel like this is the reason why, well, not only just because of my preferences of like what I value as a weather setter, but this is more so why I consider extra ran not to be not I don't really consider Ran as like a great sun shower setter, but I consider Ran to be a great attacker because it has great stats and good coverage. And like and because said coverage removes your weather, like it's a little bit counterintuitive if you're going to run something like this while also trying to run some things that abuse sun shower, and this being your only setter. I do find it to be a little unintuitive in that sense. But going back on uh, the whole sun shower flipping and this sort of move, I'll be completely honest. I mean, well, we did talk about this, and I'll be completely honest. I don't know. I don't know what the code is like when it comes to like a move like this and the Wonder Room weather. Now, what I'd like to think would happen is the opposite of what Cal said, and oh boy, I'm gonna sound like Yu-Gi-Oh nerd for using this term. So I will say, my theory on this interaction is that um this move would still take the flipped sun shower defenses into account, and that is because damage calculation occurs before the weather is removed. At the point of the I was okay. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that, Chris. Um, uh, because the weather is removed after damage calculation, I'd like to think that the flipped sun shower defenses are still in play. So it's like you know, damage calculation occurs, the opponent takes the damage, and then the weather is removed. I like to think that's why. I mean, logically speaking, that's how I see it. But yeah,
And honestly, you would want to switch in a fighting type with a good
fuck
physical
damage
defense
step.
stat just because of the way Sun Shower works. So you can kind of mess people up by,
No one's gonna get what I'm
flipping
saying, but
which
fuck the
defense is
damage
actually
step.
good at the time. And with this one being so fast, makes a lot of sense. Speaking on speed, Taunt is really good to note here as well. And yeah, you've got enough coverage options, and you've got a very funny move that you can use against the enemy fighting types coming in. And that's about all you could hope for out of this in the end. Yeah, typing is good. If you want Sun Shower, this is probably the best overall one to use. Letty is
I do
fine
wonder
and
at which
will
point of the
work as
damage
well,
step is the
but
weather actually removed.
Letty can be hard
Ugh,
to
God,
get
I'm
out
so
of the
Yu-Gi-Oh pilled
battlefield
right now.
safely
God
and get
fucking
into
damn
your
it.
actual abusers. So this one has Changeling at the very least. Yeah. Yes, that Letty. Magic Lapras, indeed. Alright. On to Rikako, the first one of these that we're seeing. I can't say I'm quite as surprised about that, to be honest. Electric Warped is pretty cool. It's got a few weaknesses to it, but it is resistant to Stealth Trap, is always nice. Fighting is fighting sound. Sound is fine because electric covers it, so like at least you've got some positive overlap here. It's annoying that one of Electric's only resistances is immunized, but you could do worse than that. This one has an immunity to illusion as well, which is pretty good. I believe Fog Traveler is the other ability that we'll see later on, so depends if you want to use this on Fog teams as well. That's a good option. HP stats really high at the 95. The focus defense of 120 is pretty solid as well. Spread defense is quite fragile, but that's fair enough here. Special attack is also 120. Speed is low, but it works when it's doubled, so that's fine. And yeah, your other ability is Fog Traveler, so double speed during heavy fog. Fog is arguably the best weather because Dark is such a, easy type to put a lot of pressure on with, so that's neat. One of the problems though, this is a warp type, so it conflicts with the fighting weakness of the Dark type as well. That might make it a bit difficult to put this one on as your Fog Traveler, but hey, it's still very possible. Agility.
What is actually interesting about that is, so if you decide to stack other dark types to abuse the fog, like some sort of surprise tactic users, then yeah, you will run into that problem. Although what's actually interesting is if you just decide to um make a small fog core with this and a setter, the two setters, the two fog setters in this game are actually not weak to fighting, surprisingly enough. Like assist Sakibanki's immune, and assist could it means neutral. So yeah, that's something kind of neat.
He is here as well, but I don't think you've really got enough special attack to do that. Maybe you do, but still. Thunderveil is very annoying, so that's a good thing to have around. It does have Mind Trap as well if you want to do the spike stuff. Brave Song and First Aid, so you actually have, and Moon's Protection too. So you've got Calm Mind, you've got a +2 that you could do if you are going for the fog setup stuff. You have Recovery, you've got, well, Purple Lightning is Charge Beam, but I don't really want to use that, to be honest, but it's a electric type. We're going to have plenty of other good coverage as well, so that's, or like, yeah, plenty of other good electric moves, I should say. Silver Rain is also quite good. Yeah, just a high power steel move to have around. Charge Thief is funny, if nothing else, and yeah, obviously Thunder Force is immediately available. So that's a lot just based on the learn set here as well. Lots of good stuff that you can do. Lazy Mist is also pretty annoying to you know, spam because Weaken is dumb. Jewelry Storm, I guess, is passable coverage. Waves of Earth is not a skill card, so that's okay. Smash Spin is worth noting because not everything gets it, even though it feels like it sometimes. Lightning Speed could be pretty good. Poison Bomb is good coverage. Enemy warp types would not want to switch in against that. You have Dense Fog Bloom if you are using it under Fog. This is a 120 base power stab at that point, so that is pretty good. Unfortunately, you don't get a Dark Attack to use under Fog, so you're only using it for the speed buff. That can be good enough. I mean, Chlorophyll Sweepers didn't exactly always have a fire move, right? So, yeah, just the sheer fact of your doubling speed might be good enough. And you've got plenty of other good moves that you could use instead. So,
One thing to point out, um, you actually can have dark coverage or like dark, dark coverage that's boosted by fog, and that you can use Weather Ball, or rather in this game, it's heavily Blessing. That's the special one. That that is an option that you could run on this.
yeah, I kind of like it. Not the most spectacular thing out there, but there's definitely niches for it. Even going as far as just like a spike stacker with recovery and 2 strong attack stabs could be good enough, you know?
So one thing that's actually okay, one thing that I will admit, out of all of the fog travelers in this game, and there are actually several, like I think I want to say that there's 4 now because of extended. Funnily enough, I actually never used Extra Coco just because the other fog settlers available were just more interesting to me. That might be. I mean, it's a it's a light point dimension. It could be maybe because the other fog setters that are there all resist light, which is actually something that's kind of notable in that they can switch into a type that the setters are immune to. Now, granted, it might not be that big a deal because fog weakens light type moves anyway, but that might be something that's something that's of note. Um, but yeah, um, and I will say, to be honest, Exarikako can be higher. I mean, like I said, I don't think I've actually used this thing as a fog abuser. More so the other ones, but this thing could maybe do work. I don't really know myself. And having stab dense fog blooms while having a swift swing thing can be pretty notable. But yeah, maybe that might be that might be something that I'll have to take note of. What I say, what I have used Extra Rikako though as kind of is like a defensive pivot, and actually this might be a good time to talk about this now. So I didn't talk about before, like when I tried to make a Paris spam teamwork or like a Thunderveil spam teamwork. The defensive core I had in mind was Defense Nazarene, Defense Luis, and Extra Rikako. And To be honest, it was pretty it was pretty nice. And oh yeah, I will say the core was just focused on spreading thunder waves, and each member had their own form of hazard control. Extra packing spikes, Louise packing spin, and Nazareth packing rocks. And I will say, like, Extra defensively is okay. Um, the illusion immunity is just something that's nice to have. And for a defensive pivot, like 120 Spatak is nothing to scoff at. And yeah, I mean, when I used her defensively, she was pretty nice. It was alright. Um, yeah, I think that's it.
And that is
Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom
6.
real quick.
So move on here. Oh god, I do not know how we're going to evaluate that one, but okay, we will do our best. Oh man, we're gonna have to have some words about this one. Second, no, this is the first time we're seeing Okina. I have a feeling that might change based on defense one when we get later on. I have no idea if she still stays wherever she is. Anyway, Extra Okina, Nature Dark, debatably the worst type combination in the game. That's okay though, with her ability actually will change this quite a bit. But it does mean it is very difficult to initially switch in. You are 4 times weak to Stealth Trap, you're probably going to need the Tengu Getter on this thing. You have a lot of weaknesses that can get taken advantage of. At least Light is neutralized, so there is that. But there's not a ton the two types help each other with. So yeah, it's hard to switch in. Your stab attacks would be passable, but again, your entire typing is going to change with the Secret Ceremony skill.
Oh, wait, I didn't cut the recording.
Which,
shit. Oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah, there's that. Feeling that might change based on defense one when we get later on. I have no idea if she still stays wherever she is.
Yeah, defense one
anyway,
got heavily neutered. That
Extra
thing's
Okina,
trash now.
Nature Dark, debatably the worst type combination in the game. That's okay though, with her ability actually will change this quite a bit. But it does mean it is very difficult to initially switch in. You are 4 times weak to Stealth Trap, you're probably going to need the Tengu Getter on this thing. You have a lot of weaknesses that can get taken advantage of. At least Light is neutralized, so there is that. But there's not a ton the two types help each other with. So yeah, it's hard to switch in. Your stab attacks would be passable, but again, your entire typing is going to change with the Secret Ceremony skill here. Which, yeah, we'll get to that. HP stat is really high here. This is a 105 HP, so that's good. Focus attack is pretty much irrelevant here. Spread attack is really high at 130. Its speed is passable at 90. Its defenses are also pretty passable here. So it has a pretty high level of bulk to take advantage of the, you know, it's unfortunate that it ends up losing a lot because of weaknesses, but whatever. There is no second ability here because your entire thing is all of this stuff. So the whole gimmick behind Okina, I mentioned with... It's a good job we saw Eren first, actually, because I mentioned with Eren that there are 5 puppets that can do realm skills, which will replicate terrain and the weather at the same time. Okina does like all 5 of those, except she does different sets of weather and terrain compared to what the realm skills do. So in this case, it's Genbu and Dust Storm, not Genbu and Sun Shower. So the 2 things this does, one obviously is it gives you access to different combinations that you could use, and I'm sure some of these are actually like really useful in their own right. Suzaku and Aurora could potentially be good for some of the abusers to prevent like heal tanking around Light, for example. I have a feeling Byakko and Heavy Fog is probably the one that I would like the most, because that means then that your dark stuff just like can't miss, which is really solid.
One thing that I do remember in particular about this design is that this fall season was specifically tailored towards Power Rumia, which I find hilarious. Moving on.
So I quite like that. The winter one is pretty good as well though, because like Trick Room Sandstorm is not too bad, and Koryu Calm basically just nullifies like all outside effects, more or less. No items and no secondary effects on attacks at the same time. So that's kind of cool. The other thing that she has is Fading Out, which is the teleport of this game, Gen 8 teleport that is. So you get to switch out as well. You may notice all of these are like absolute bottom tier priority, so you are going to have to take minimum 1 hit before you get these going, which is a little bit annoying, but hey, it is what it is. And all of these will change your typing to match whichever 2 conditions you have set to. So in Koryu Calm, I believe you're like Earth and Wind would be the thing for that. Fall would be Steel Dark, as yeah, you go Firelight, just some example stuff here. Seiryu would be Nature Warped, which is interesting, and Genbu is Water and Earth. So yeah, that means that your stabs get lost, which is annoying, but I mean, it is what it is. You could learn new stabs, I suppose. And Grace Mana is also here as well. So, I mean, I guess the obvious thing would be like Grace, whatever season you need, Fading Out, and then 1 attack to use off of that 130 base spread. But yeah, this one's really hard to like build sets for. It's got Drain Seed as well, that could be useful. Skill card wise, we're going to need a bit of help on some of these if we want to actually use some of the attack stuff. I don't think we can really get everything we want. Like, we don't get water unless Frozen Prison is there. Thunderlord Scorn is never going to get stabbed, so I suppose that's a thing. Yeah, it's like you have so much special attack, but I don't think most of the time you're actually going to be able to do stab attacks, which is unfortunate. Probably the best one that you have is the dark one, like the fog based one, because you've actually got good stabs on that. Dense Fog Bloom then becomes a decent coverage option as well. Yeah, there's not really a lot as far as coverage stuff that you get to do, which is a shame. So I don't know what to make of this one. Like,
So again, you can use the weather or terrain balls as your stabs. That's pretty nice. Now, regarding this thing, I'm gonna be completely honest. I have no idea why I gave this thing a rating. Like, like back then, I don't know why I gave this thing a rating. Like maybe, perhaps even now, I'd still say like I don't even really know where I would place this. But I will say this: the times that I've used this and the times that I've gone against this, it's pretty neat. Like, well, so the I remember like 3 weathers that I've used and I've seen being used. One is winter, which is Genbu and Sandstorm, and that's pretty nice. Like, well, I forget what was the abusing question. I feel like maybe one of them was Power Momio because of Sand Mask, and well, Sand Veil. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like there was something else, but I forget. But I mean that's pretty successful because, well, for one, Trick Room's Trick Room, so yeah. Um, and again, yeah, like I forgot what slow Sandforce user was nice for that, but yeah, that was cool. Um, Another is Summer, which is Suzaku and Aurora, and I found that one to be pretty cool. I forget what I used exactly. It was something with Spirit Torch. I think it was like a Spirit Torch Power Sunny question mark, or it could be something else entirely, but I forget. And one thing that one season that I do remember running the most of is actually Doyu. So I remember running like a Spring Hyper Offense that had this in it, and the set was actually Izanagi Object. Um, that had Doyu, the 2 like the two blessings, like the heavenly blessing and the earthly blessing, the weather and terrain balls, and some coverage move. And I thought that was actually kind of cool. But yeah, like to be honest, like even now, I don't even know where I would rate Extra Okina. It probably still be here, although it could also be in C+. But yeah,
The terrains are generally not that good. At least I've never really felt they've been worth justifying a team slot for. And as good as the weather stuff can be, you only get access to like 3 turns, assuming you fading out immediately after you use the season. You only get 3 turns of abuse of the situation.
mm-hmm.
And I'm just not really sure if that is good enough for any of these. Like, yeah, this is one that I am not good enough at using like this weather teams and whatnot to really see does it work. And the initial downsides seem pretty steep. So, yeah, I would need to see examples for this one. But hey, it's a very, very interesting one at the very least, so I do like it for that alone. I like it probably quite a lot more than Narumi over here, though, unfortunately. So I have made reference before of how much I don't like Water Illusion as a typing. It is good offensively, but defensively you are sitting on 6 weaknesses that are largely pretty good types in their own right, so it can be very hard to actually switch in respectively on like anything. But we have a pretty solid enough speed stat. I think this one gets like a speed boosting coverage or something, but relatively solid 90 base. You have Mold Breaker as well. That can be quite good actually. Unwavering Heart especially is not that uncommon. So one of the best puppets for like spread defense. Spread defense you don't even care about. I was gonna say like there's Extra Mai has Grace of Water and is a fire type, and you just punch straight through that. So that'd be really cool. But 125 attack here as well. If we get access to like the good illusion attacks for physical, maybe this would be okay. Defenses are not inspiring here. 70 HP, 80 defense, 75 spread. Meh. And yeah, it's just I really just don't like this typing. Empowered is pretty good as well though if you don't want the Mold Breaker aspect, increasing your energy skills power by 20%. So as we go through the moveset here, we're gonna have to just note which of the skills get buffed by this too. So because that can actually matter. So maybe some of this you would want to work. Maybe some of it you'd want to change just based on what actually gets buffed. We have Trick Room, but you're pretty fast, so you probably don't benefit too much from that. Fading out,
be sure.
again,
Base 95
fine.
speed,
I think
right?
you've got far too many weaknesses for this to actually
Base 90, yeah,
be
that's still pretty
a
fast.
viable user of this move, really. Yeah, Cloud Burst you don't really want. Racing Earth, I don't think you're powerful enough to take advantage of, but sure, I guess there is that. So, as far as the stuff goes here, Ice Coffin technically does get the boost if you use that one. So that's a 96 power move with which can do 20% flinch rate. That's respectable. Ephemeral gets the boost, so this ends up becoming a really strong stab actually. You have Recovery, which sure, but so many weaknesses again, maybe hard to use that. Ice Scowling does not get the boost. For some reason I didn't mention this one when talking about Hatate and like the different skills she could have had. This is Water Shuriken, so really not that good, but give it to Cloister, damn it. I want to see the world, I want to see the world burn.
Hey!
I don't know. Hallucination
I don't think it would have mattered on Hatate, but Cloister with Water Shuriken.
Is just stuff like this. Hallucination with Empowered is insanely strong, actually. God, what even is that? 144 base power plus stab? That's very, very high. Miracle Reprisal is funny. It's, what, power trip? I think.
Punishment, actually.
I think that move might have
Worse
actually been
punishment,
taken out
because
of
I
the
believe
Gen 8,
punishment's
so whatever.
base power is higher than
Do
20.
we get anything cool here?
Or, no,
Light
no.
Rover skill doesn't
The
really matter.
boost
I
that
guess
punishment gets
if
is
you've got status, Birth
higher
and
than
Calamity
in
would be
TPDP.
cool. Waterfall Drop doesn't get the
Yeah.
boost. Voice of Famine does, so that's cool.
I actually forget now.
Waterfall
It's
Drop
either
is
one
still
of those.
technically stronger than Ice Coffin. It's just it doesn't have the flinch rate, so you might actually be better just using. Well, depends if you want the 4 extra base power, right? Rocky Barrage doesn't get the boost, but that's still respectable. Elmo's doesn't get it either, so you definitely, this is not one that you knock off with most of the time. Smash Bin technically gets it, but you're a physical attacker, so who really cares? But you know, some stuff there could have had it. Fermit is cool, at least you've got some status stuff you can do. Distortion Bomb is respectable coverage, it just doesn't get the boost. And yeah, that's about it. So what do we got? We've got Water, Nature, Illusion, and Warped, I suppose. Some of which get that 20% power boost, some of which don't. I suppose Racing Earth plus like dual stab that gets 20% stronger isn't the worst thing in the world. You do technically have priority. You don't get the like sneak attack or pursuit stuff that would have been kind of cool, but yeah.
Well, we have extra Kikudi for that, and that's adaptability boosted, so sheesh.
I don't, and so I don't really like it, but I mean, yeah, I can't deny this one's got a lot of attack power behind it. That is a pretty respectable attack stat too, so that if you need a really strong illusion stab, this is probably a good lady to invest in.
Yeah, thing's strong. I like the typing. It's good. I can't. Not really much to say for. Not really much to say about that.
In the extra style is Wind and Warped, and this one's another Unburdened Sweeper. It does have Nimble. I'm pretty sure we'll get Raid as we usually do. Defense stats are passable here. 90 in both defenses. The HP is okay as well at 85. Your special attack stat is pretty decent at 115. Speed is at 80, which is quite good when doubled, so I don't mind that in the slightest. Your other ability, if you do want it, is Stimulative. Being Wind and Warped, you do have 2 immunities, one to Wind and one to Earth. Wind and Earth immunities by themselves is actually a really, really solid thing to have. Just too bad the best stab user of those just ignores immunities, because nuts to balance, right? So yeah, but if you do use it against regular things that way, then you can get special attack boost relatively often. But I don't know what you would do with the middling speed stat at that point. I guess you could win guards, but really? Soul Corruption's rare, so that's good to note. You've got 2 good stabs here with Impulse and Macro Burst. Thunder Force is good coverage as well. Destiny Bond is worth noting. You do have stab priority. I guess that's what you would do with Stimulative. It seems a little bit weak, but you know, you could do it. Raid is up here as well, so we can proc Unburden just by doing that, which is fine. Backup plan, I guess your backup plan is for camouflage, but
I love
evasion
evasion passing.
As well.
So
I suppose that
fucking
could also be something you would
base.
consider if you're desperate. And then your other coverage here is gigantic. Smash Spin, I guess, is cool too. You are neutral to Stealth Trap and immune to spikes, so I could think of worse things to do spin with, but I could also think of much better, to be honest. Miasma is there, that's cool. Upbeat is cool. Brave Burst is good. That's a nice one to note at the bottom part here. 90 base thing. I mean, I guess we've already seen gigantic, but like accuracy issues, right? Do you really want all of your
The
moves
classic
to suffer
power
from being,
versus
like, 5
accuracy
SP
dilemma.
And also the high chance that they're just going to miss on you in opportune moments? That's up to you as a player. But it's noteworthy that she has more than one fighting option.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Classic dilemma.
I don't know. I mean, Wind and Warped is pretty cool. You do have to compete with Reimu, which is a bit difficult to do. but this is a special attacker. Reimu is physical, so if you need a special base wind and warped user, this is probably the best option that you've got. I don't know if there's another user of this type. I honestly forget. It's yeah, I'm not looking.
There's extra Tokiko, which actually has a pretty solid attacking stat. Like, this thing like can potentially be used offensively, potentially. But more often than not, like you'd see extra Tokiko be used defensively. But I'll talk about that when we get to that.
That stuff up as we go. So who knows? Alright, Kurumi. Wind and poison, Crobat typing. I have been told that wind does not make you immune to poison.
Yeah, it actually doesn't.
So you actually do
I don't know
still
why
absorb
it's that way, but it
in.
is.
So I made that error when looking at Kagero before, which is a bit of a shame. I do still like this typing though. Poison being weak to earth normally, wind is immune to it, that is nice. You are weak to stealth trap, which is a bit annoying, as well as volt switch, but it honestly could be so much worse than that. And your defensive typing is pretty solid in general, so I do not hate that at all. Intimidate with 90 base focus defense is pretty solid here. The spread defense is abysmal at base 40. That's
Alright, I'm gonna have to cut here again. I'm gonna have dinner. So, yeah. Second cut of the video. Woo! Okay, I'm back.
A bit of a pain point. Your speed is 100, so passable enough. I think you get like shot winds or something maybe, and 120 spread attack is pretty good too. Your HP stat is alright. Yeah, it's like base 80. So this is kind of... It's not even really Crobat, because Crobat's got a better special defense and stuff, but like, it's sort of feeling in that general direction. Deploy Smoke is really good at least to give you more switching opportunities though. I guess it's more like Staraptor is probably the... it's
I
like
didn't really know... I didn't really think of this, honestly,
First
until
hit
Cal
is the
mentioned it, but
ability here.
the Staraptor
It is,
comparison
again,
actually
fine,
fits
but I think
surprisingly
you're a
well
little bit
here.
slow to take advantage of it here as well.
Mostly
You would
because
have
I've
to
kind
be
of used
using
this
Choice
similar to
Scarf in order to
Staraptor.
actually make
Like,
this one work.
Choice is fine.
There's maybe better
I have
stuff
ran
you
like
could do.
3 attacks
having
Roost
the
with heavy duty
extra
boots.
Utility switching,
And
but I could
although
see it. I mean, it's not the worst ability you could have for sure. So that's fine. As far as your stuff goes,
there
here,
are other
agility, but
better
not
mons to
that
do this,
strong,
I have
so
ran
I wouldn't necessarily
defensive
go with that.
extra quitting
Because
people
wind and
before,
poison
and
are
it
both
can
resisted by
work.
steel,
Similar
so
to
you
defensive
would need a
Staraptor
really good
can
coverage
work,
set to
but
justify
there are better
agility here.
options for that.
Poison Trap is pretty good. Wind Wave is annoying if nothing else. You do have reliable recovery, which is good. Do note this will make you weak to Earth for the turn, so watch out for that, I suppose, if you are getting predicted on. Just like Staraptor, you've got Divine Punishment and a decent enough HP stat, so you could go for things like that. The thing is, that's more of a doubles trait, which we just don't have in this game. So I don't know if I'm really too keen on that. Creep in Darkness is really good. That's quite rare to see, so nice to have around. Oh, we actually don't get Shot Wind, that's a shame. Yeah, so I guess this one I made green because of like Choice Scarf plus this is available. Sweet Desperado's good stab as well. And you do have some priority on stab, on theme too, so that's quite nice. Toxic Haze was the Poison Fang, not... it's Toxic Spiral is the one that I need to look out for. But hey. Okay. Other stuff we can do, I guess Changeling's not really noteworthy because we got Lightning Speed. Earth types don't really want to switch in against Wind as much, so I guess that's okay. We have Inferno to deal with the Steel types, so that's really nice.
That is actually really nice because Bulletproof stabs a wall by steel.
Okay. Maybe you need to boost this one if you're going to do that though, and the spread defense will let you down. Elmo doesn't really matter that much, I guess. Gigantic is also quite good coverage to have around, so you've got plenty of moves to do like a choice spec set with this, if you want to, or assault set or something like that. So that's cool. Drought is good. Shot trade is pretty fine. Miasma doesn't miss, so that's good. Um, Dark Sweets, I suppose, is respectable. Dark is a good offensive type. So, yeah, you could make some unresisted coverage sets, I'm sure, with the stuff you have here. Yeah, it's quite good. Bit simple, but it has enough moves to be unpredictable at the very least. I guess it's one of those that is not something that is going to be threatening to sweep your entire team, but it can put you in pretty unfavorable situations if you are not careful. Just like spamming fighting attacks whilst this is available is probably not a smart idea, for example. So, yeah, it's pretty solid. Even just going dual stab plus lightning speed plus inferno is good enough, right? So, yeah, I like it.
Yeah, that thing's good. The strap-to comparison was pretty apt. Yeah.
Another Kana, yeah, I remember not being too keen on this one, but I think it's just a base stat total. Oh my goodness, this HP stat. I forgot there was one this low that wasn't Ranko. This is base 40 HP with 60 in both defenses. A stiff breeze is probably going to KO this 4 times over. A wet noodle is likely to KO this thing. Unless that wet noodle is hit with dark, because negative aura is covering the major weakness that Never and Void has here. It is 4 times weak to dark, but it's got a skill that immunizes that, which is really good. This spread attack stat is far too high as well. It's really frustrating. But the speed stat is 125 and the special attack stat is 120, so that's respectable enough. Yeah, I think it's like 75 or something for that focus attack. It is far too high here. If you like dying, I suppose you could use wariness as an ability here, because you do get to block priority at the very least, but then you die to every dark attack in the world, which is not good. Never itself is also weak to itself and light, so you've got an okay, like, I guess defensive profile in terms of your resistance stuff, but again, a wet noodle is going to take you out, so I'm immediately very leery just because of that. This is probably one of the few puppets where curse reversal actually makes sense, because your HP is like actually non-existent, so you're likely just a full heal up here. We have anything else good? I mean, I guess a fast haze is okay. Priority on the wrong side. Why do we have belly drum?
Because Focus Lens loves to be funny.
That's very dumb. I suppose that's why the attack stat is higher, right? Is you do have belly drum priority, whatever. 100 base power stat, pretty good. Eye of Calamity is rare, so that is at least nice to see. Pursuit is funny, but again, physical, so... another star, Outrage in this case. Sure, I suppose. Dark types might not quite want to switch into as much if they remember that you have negative aura, so you could probably get away with that on them at least. Light resists both of your stab attacks though, so maybe not the best, I don't know. Changeling is there, sure. Ultra High Tone also resisted by light, so at least you've got Eye of Laplace, but I don't think you've got enough initial power for that. So if you're looking at a Stallbreaker, maybe Drought is there, which is good. I guess you've got screens, but that just makes a dry noodle kill you instead of a wet noodle, so you're probably not too fussed about that. Shot Trade, because Trick Spec seems like it might be the best bet here. Fast Taunt is good. Of course you get Dancing Sword. I'm still mad some of the sword characters don't get that.
Right?
Spinning Air is fine. None of this hits light very well though, so... Eye of
There's still
Laplace
Eye
is
of Laplace,
genuinely
which
your
isn't
best
bad.
option to hit them, and that is very awkward. So yeah, I was hoping for Dark Sweets down here. Yeah, I gotta admit, I don't like it. I'm sure I'll get told why this one is respectable, but
So, like I said before, I mean, again, like this isn't the first puppet where we have, you know, walled by this type, but still has really nice traits. In this case, and I guess this is where I can talk about stats. So, I'll say this. So, like, personally, my benchmark for, like, stat lines where it starts to go in the oh shit territory, this thing can actually fucking swing, is personally 120. Like anything that's surpassing the 120 mark is like, in my opinion, is where we start getting to the this thing can actually fucking hit and it fucking hurts. And I do like Kana for its stat line, because I mean 125 is fast as hell, and like this thing could actually hurt. Like a specs extra Kana, this thing could actually fucking hurt a lot in my opinion. And that's that's pretty much it, honestly. I mean, yes, it's a glass cannon, but it's still, and it could be hard to get in potentially. Though granted, you do have 3 immunities to you, so that's nice to have. But yeah, like the thing's pretty fast, in my opinion. Like in my opinion, like this is where, you know, puppets really start to sting. And yeah, like of course, I mean, of course, it's walled by light, but you do have something for it. And uh, yeah, I don't know. That's pretty much it.
I really don't like it. The fact of it cannot take a single hit that isn't exactly dark, and
I
it isn't
mean,
that strong, and its coverage is not that impressive.
I'd say
And
I'd say it's
like
that
maybe if it
strong.
had Mind Trap,
I mean, I guess certain other people have their own benchmarks of like what's considered, you know, what's considered that oh shit territory this thing can actually fucking hit. Because for me, it's 120. And maybe some other people could say like 130 might be their benchmark, but for me anyway, like I remember, I think one thing that uh got me, I guess one thing that got my impression of like 120 or so could be the oh shit territory is, I remember like playing in like the lower tiers, and I remember Gardevoir of all mons like dealing insane fucking damage to me, and I was like, Jesus, and I'm like, why the hell is this strong? And then I'm starting to realize like, you know, like the, you know, what's a good benchmark of like, oh shit, this thing is actually really fucking strong. For me, that benchmark is 120. Some people might have their other benchmarks, but like 120 is, you know, is that point where it starts to hit. Anything below that is like, it's okay, like it's still respectable. But yeah,
or something at the very
that's just my
least, or
take.
any trap, I could see it, but like it's just a suicide lead. Even then, I mean, it's outclassed, but at least it's got something it could do. I don't like it. I'm just not sure. This
I just
one
think
of
the
the
thing's
few
pretty
in this
strong.
spot here
That's
that
pretty
I'm
much
just
it. Like, yes,
I
it's
can't see
frail.
how this is better than half
Yes.
the stuff we saw like 2 parts ago.
Yes, it's walled by light. Well, sort of, because I have Lapras. But I think the thing's pretty strong.
Oh, and then we have the one that Damage has been kicking himself over for a while. Extra Junko. This is Cresselia. I can say that straight up. Void only as a typing is it's very different from Cresselia type wise, but it's Void. It has Absorbent, so it immunizes Light. Sure, I guess. I mean, Light is not.
To be fair, illusion. This thing, I'll give this thing one benefit of the doubt, even though I do think it's like C tier. Um, the combination of illusion and light is actually really scary to switch into. So it has that going for it at least. But yeah, I think they should. Yeah, like I do think, I don't know why I put this in B tier to begin with. I do think they should drop just because. Well,
Not a great
I'll love
offensive
Cal talk
typing,
about
and
it.
I'm struggling to think of like light status moves that this would even be able to quote unquote absorb. So I'm not convinced in
Flash
that
bullet,
aspect. It is only weak to dark, which is like passable,
and by
just
that
like
extent,
Cresselia
solar
is weak to
eclipse.
U-turn. I suppose this is too. Stats are very similar. Otherwise, I think we're working on 120s for like all the defensive traits here. 80 for focus attack and 75 for speed and special attack. So that's passable enough. And then You have your other ability, Hate Incarnate. Again, this is like awful Aftermath, and Aftermath is just miserable, so just take the immunity here. Void is not a good defensive typing outside of being immune to illusion anyway, because like it's neutral to basically every type in the game, so you should take any advantage you can get to make it slightly better. This Junko is at level 100 because it has the realm that is Serenity. So you set up Seryu and Calm, and this is like the one thing it can actually
When the
kind
Serenity
of
is realm.
So Calm Weather prevents all secondary effects. Seryu Terrain prevents any
I don't know, I
type
tried to be
interaction.
funny
It isn't
there.
strictly an immunity. So yeah, it's your... Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense for a Junko, right? Because this is all about purity of stuff, right? Secondary effects are impure, type interactions are impure. Let's remove all of them. So it's very flavorful. Is there anything that you could possibly use that would want to take advantage of both of these?
I tried figuring that out myself. Still haven't found any.
Don't know. I mean, I suppose technically the Gengetsu, right? But that is also awful. So, yeah. As far as what else it can do, I mean, it's got recovery, so that's fine. You have some okay power moves, I suppose. The problem with stuff like Spirit Rush is that Illusion is still going to be like immune to everything that way, so you need something else that would hit them. Stormcloud's Eye is annoying for 30% paralysis rate. Like, sure, paralysis isn't the strongest status in this game, but it is still a 75% cut to speed. So this can make like really slow things still able to outspeed the opponent too. So being able to spam stuff like that is annoying. Field Shift kind of makes sense on a puppet like this because it's so defensive in the first place. Steal the opponent's stat buff, sure, why not? Yeah, it's got magic bounce, I guess.
Magic code,
I'm
but
struggling
yeah.
to see much because it doesn't get set up. It doesn't even have Calm Mind like Cresselia does. I had
Yeah.
used like Calm Mind Crest in Gen 4, so it can't.
So what's actually kind of funny here is, I forget if it was like a Japanese guy or someone who knew the Shattered Dreams beta, but fun fact, Speed Junko used to have Calm Mind. Imagine a world where that existed. Anyway.
Can't even do that, which is isn't that kind of silly actually, because it's named Moon's Protection in this game. Doesn't get protection from the moon. It doesn't get Smash Spin either, so that's frustrating. Drought is, I mean, okay, maybe it makes sense. It doesn't get protection. I mean, whatever. It's got Toxic. I'm like running through too many like thoughts on it here. Not really a lot else to speak on. Your, like I was saying, your stab attacks are immunized completely by illusion. You can you cover illusion? I mean, do you even want to cover illusion? You can, because you've got distortion bomb, but it's like, do you want to? Because Seryu makes it so you don't interact in the first place.
So yeah, the reason why I feel like this should drop all the way to C tier is similar to other tanks like Extra Mugetsu and Assist Mugetsu and the like. This doesn't really do anything. Like, like, as Cal said, like at least, I mean, like Cress is a mon that's like it's all bulk and nothing else. Like it doesn't really do much. But at the very least, Cress has Calm Mind. At the very least. This though, like even though it's like Cress, what can it do really? Just spam toxics? Cool. Like shit like Defense Tenchi and Defense Mailing can do that arguably better because while this thing has EQ, those two have stab EQs that can threaten the poisons and steals that are immune to toxic. So, like, I mean, there's another puppet in the same tier in Assist Keiki that has this problem that I think should also be dropped because, yeah, but I mean, we'll get to that. But like, this honestly, this just doesn't really do anything. Like, what can it really do aside from switching to the combination of illusion and light and spread toxics? Yeah, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, it doesn't have White Lily Dance, unlike one of the other Junko styles. So you don't get to do Luna Dance like Cresselia would do, which again, missed opportunity. Because
If this thing had Trick Room and White Lily Dance, then that is something that it could do.
come on, she's from the moon, she should be able to do Luna Dance. Whatever. I'm thinking way too hard on this one. It's a very silly puppet and should probably not be all the way up here. But I mean,
yeah,
hey,
it
if
definitely
you want
shouldn't.
to purify the land, I suppose
It definitely shouldn't.
Alright, moving on. Last slot here. Oh, that's where she is. Okay. Yeah, this was the illusion one I was referring to with before from Raisin. So that's cool. At least she's not like too bad here. Right, so this one was the whole reason why I did what I did for my recent in-game playthrough to get through version 4 of Extended. Magan is honestly really cool in the extra style. Warped Illusion, again, 4 times weak to sound, that's the one thing you've really got to watch out for, but otherwise pretty respectable defensively. Illusion does make it so you're neutral to fighting, which is good. You've got a stealth trap resistance, which matters quite a lot for this puppet. There's a lot this one can do, actually, and you can tailor it to just whatever you need for your team. Stat-wise, 30 speed is really low, but if I remember rightly, you could Trick Room with this one. 100 focus attack is initially quite low, but it's got setup stuff you can do for that. HP stat is really quite good at 115. Defenses are respectable enough as well, 125 for the spread defense and 80 for the focus defense. That focus defense can get buffed if you so choose. And yeah, its 2 abilities are both bonkers depending on what you need for the team. You have Regenerator and you have Poison Heal. So in game I shuffled between them when I got the Wolfsbane route, we just went for Inverse Toxin in the end. And yeah, unless the opponent was exactly a sound type, most of the time this just won the game by itself. As you would expect something with Poison Heal to do. Healing power is ridiculous though, definitely worth noting. I like Inverse Toxin on this one because it also turns it into a status absorber though. You can't drought something that's poisoned, right? So that's cool. Yeah, you can Trick Room. I think I did this once during the game as well because my team was pretty slow this time around. So it's like you can do Trick Room stuff. You have Swords Dance, you have Priority, so that gets by your low speed. You've got 120 base power stab as well as Pursuit as a possibility. Pursuit is really good for the regen sets, so that's nice. And you have Dark Power, which gives you attack bonuses and also makes your defense stat that's a little bit suspect. It makes it much easier to use, so that's all really good stuff. Distortion Bomb is also available, Yawn is available, one of the main sets, and Reliable Recovery too, actually. One of the main sets that we did during the game was actually like Yawn, I think it was just Yawn Bulk Up plus
Dual Stab,
Ephemeral and Grace. Right?
Oh, so Mono Illusion.
Just being able to set up really good with that. But
Well, by
you can
Void,
also
but yeah,
just
that's
do like,
yeah, that's something
you know, with Poison Heal you could do Yawn, Bulk Up, Trickster, and Hallucination if you wanted to as well. The attack stat is just about good enough where I suppose you could do Choice Band if you really wanted to, because your coverage is respectable. Voice of Famine is good, Shooting Press is really good, Dark Arrow is nice to have around, Poisoned Arrow can be nice, Unfettered Soul maybe not so much on this one, but I guess if you're doing a healing power thing that could maybe be something. So yeah, there's a lot of different attacks that you can do alongside your Dual Stab, and Distortion Bomb stuff is just nice to have, right? Special side, and if your special attack was worth a damn, these would be really good, but it's not really that strong, so whatever. You've got screens available if you want. You can Shark Trade your Wolfsbane route, that's really nice. You can Toxic if you need to. Yeah, it's a lot of really good stuff. There's a bunch of different attacks that are worth using. You can make some good coverage sets between them all. Impact Rebellion is even worth noting here because your speed stat is so low. Gyro Ball might not have stab here, but it's going to do quite a bit if you set it up. So that might actually cover some types that you're weak to as well. So yeah, it's pretty much all good stuff.
So, alright. I'm gonna talk quite a bit about Extra Magan because I will say I did go into a conversation with a few people who really, really, really like Extra Magan, and like were trying to sell me that this should be like here, like it should be like all the way like fucking here. So, and I and actually, and well, out of like I guess I could say like partly out of spite, but partly because I'm like, all right, fine, I'll do this again. I actually did try this out in a few games a few days ago. So like, and all right, here's what I'm going to say about Extra Begon. So, firstly, I will say this: its abilities are fucking insane. Regenerator and Toxic Heal or Poison Heal are insane. Like that, like those abilities are great. We can't really deny that. I'm pretty sure if you're watching this, you know what they do. So, yeah, they're fucking insane. Secondly, okay, so, I guess maybe I could talk about like the viable option or the options that were proposed to this thing as well as some other ones that I've heard, and I'll just give my thoughts around them. So, firstly, bulk up. I get the idea with with why bulk up is considered to be really good because you know it could potentially win games by itself. Uh the bulk up increases the stat that it's the weaker of, and it can potentially win games on its own. My problem with the bulk ups in particular is that it's slow, and not slow in the sense of its speed set, because of course it has Trickster. Personally, I feel it's slow in the sense to get going. I guess you could say it's kind of like how Curselax nowadays might be a little bit slow to get going because um well because depending on your opponent's team, like I feel like um if you unless you remove like the threats that scare this out, or like that threat that that threaten to kill it or something like that, it's gonna be hard for for this thing to accrue multiple bulk ups to get going, because this isn't like in earlier gens, or like, how could I put this? This isn't like if you just set one bulk up, then you're automatically in a good spot. I feel that um how can I put this? I feel that if the opponent's smart enough, they're not gonna let this thing run free, because I feel like the moment this thing hits hits the field, the opponent is gonna have something for this, unless their team doesn't have the poison sound or illusion type for this, in which case they've already lost. But like, I feel I guess I could say I just think that book up is too slow to get going. Basically, like if you did set up two book ups, then yeah, you already won. But I feel that it's hard to get this in, or like I feel like it's hard to get this thing going, and until you can like get this thing ga- get this thing going, then for the most part you're playing a 5v6. Although granted, you could still use this as a defensive pivot to switch into stuff, but until you can um until you can remove the threats that this thing is afraid of, then you're mostly just using this to you're basically just using this to switch into stuff, and more often than not, if you're in the back foot, then you're most likely just gonna sack this. So it might not do that work. It might not do that good for you. Now, I want to talk about like some of the more utility-based offensive options. Like, for example, this thing could be a spinner. I've heard, or this thing could be a spinner with either AV regen or like Fizz uh, Fizz Poison Heal. That's nice. I heard Trick Toxicarp, which is it's cute. I heard Yawn Pursuit. That's pretty cute. Um, and I will say, um, while Magan's defensive profile is okay, like it's not awful. I do have one gripe with it, and it's mostly on how can I word this? Although Magan's defensive profile isn't bad, I personally feel that it's hard to cover for. And to be honest, I could also attribute this gripe with also defense Nue, because I remember in my previous video I said that even though this thing looked great, um, it didn't really seem to be great that defensively, and what I'm about to say could be applied to this as well. And um, I'll say this. So yes, this thing is quad weak to sound, and that is something you have to cover for. But not only do you have to cover the quad weakness to sound, you also have to cover for the combination of sound, poison, and illusion, which in my opinion is actually really hard to cover for, because because I consider sound illusion to be great to be a great offensive combination, and also sound poison. That's actually really scary to cover for. So, okay, and I guess this is where I'll talk about like talk about like I guess this is kind of like an insider to how I team build also maybe, but I'll say this: out of the puppets that can resist this specific combination, I've had the most success with Extra Sukasa in this manner, and pardon me. I'll say this: even though Extra Sukasa is a great defensive pivot, like even though it's a great puppet on its own, the problem um the problem of using something like this is that while it can cover Extra Magan's weaknesses, Extra Magan can't unfortunately cover Extra Sukasa's weakness. Therefore, I would have to try to cover Extra Sukasa's weakness uh, with another puppet, and trying to cover the combination of fire, fighting, electric, and oh yeah, ground. It's not that easy to cover for, and the best puppet that I was able to cover, like that I or the best puppet that was available for me that covered most of these types was Extra Hina, and um and in my experience of using like this combination specifically, and I will say Extra Magan isn't the only puppet that I've had this sort of slight issue with. I did use the combination of Extra Sukasa and Extra Hina for other illusion warps. Although granted they were more offensive, so I didn't have to cover about. I didn't really have to think about them defensively as much. But the point what I'm saying about this is that I feel that out of other defensive pivots, I feel like with this specific typing, it's harder to cover weaknesses for, because the thing is, I can use more puppet slots to build a defensive core around Extra Magan. But the problem is, the more I try to cram puppets in order to make this big defensive core that's built around Extra Magan, the more slots are spent on, how can I say this? I'm dedicating more of the team to not losing rather than winning the game, if that makes sense. Like I'm trying what I'm essentially doing is kind of like making a makeshift, like it's like what I'm essentially doing is unintentionally making a shitty stall team, if that makes sense. Because because the thing is, in regards to like the extra Sakasa thing, you can argue I don't have to. I don't have to cover for all these weaknesses. I could like use one puppet to cover like two of them, and then I could use one puppet to cover like the one weakness that I'm not covering, and then cover some of the second puppet's weaknesses. But then the third might be weak to some other stuff, so I have to use a fourth puppet to cover those, and it becomes this weird. Uh, and then I start to discover this problem in which I'm basically making a team to not lose to anything, but because I'm trying to make a team to not lose, I'm also making a team to not win either, if that makes sense. Like with with the way I'm trying to, make this defensive core work, I run into this issue to where I really can't cover as many weaknesses as I want to while making a defensive core around this, while also struggling to make a team that could try to win at the same time. If what I'm saying makes sense. So yeah, bottom line. But okay. I will say this: like even though I did make a rant of like of my struggles of making this thing work, I still can. I mean, I still won't look down on the fact that this thing has two really, really, really great abilities. Like this is still really freaking notable. It's just that my experiences in trying to make this thing work, this thing just hasn't been very successful for me, and it's for the cons that I've stated, and that it's too slow to get going, and it can be very hard to build around. And that's my TED talk.
I don't think you don't have anything that like directly deals with sound, but your stab does. So, you know, like it works out. It's just you would have liked to have had something that immediately hits them, because your special attack stat isn't doing anything, unfortunately. But hey, yeah, lots and lots of different utility options you can do, and healing power can make some of those work, like some different sets work too. So yeah, slow game-winning dart power user is exactly what I did with it in-game, and it was slow and it won. So,
of course,
yeah.
this could work against the AI.
There were
but
quite a few fights where
a player
this just did everything
who actually has more than
competition
a string of thought processes,
there were some fights
or
where
like
it couldn't do
more
anything
than
because
like
the opponent was all sound, but
a few brackets of code.
some
like
of the fights here it just
like I'd imagine
won,
like
as soon as it came
into
play, because
an intelligent player
could get dealt.
would not try to let you win
really
with this.
like it, but it does have that crippling weakness
I don't
to
know.
one of the best like generic coverage types in the game, so just got to be a bit careful with it. But I do like it a lot. Speaking of ones I like a lot, this one's at level 100 because, fun fact, in version 3 of Extended, the first time that I actually got to, heard of the Extended mod and played it in the first place, this was my game-winning plan versus Burrito, the fight at that time, because it was screens. It wasn't even button passing to this thing, it was just I used screens and I got this set up, and it won the game from there. It was really nice. So, Extra Chain, Earth and Void, it's immune to electric but weak to dark, so that's kind of weird. But a lot of times your weakness is not as big of a deal because known limits is disgusting. Your stray changelings and whatnot don't tend to have stab, and they will not do much damage to this thing at all. Stat-wise, 70 defenses are not amazing. HP stat is pretty good at 85, so like unlike most Chens, it actually can take at least some sort of hit here. You don't want it to, but if you have to, so be it. Earth and Void is actually not the worst offensive typing either, to be honest, so having known limits, you don't even need to worry quite as much about it. Like, yeah, you've kind of probably got to get rid of the like wind and light / illusion type puppets. Those have got to go first, but those aren't that common either, so it's pretty respectable. It hits most things neutral, and you don't take as much damage from stray coverage moves, so that's good. 105 for the attack stat here, 110 for speed. Speed stat actually does matter because you do want to be using shooting press quite a bit on this as well. The attack stat is more than good enough for what this actually intends to do, and yeah, that's basically it, Pepper. You do have Eastern Expanse here as well if you don't want known limits and you are playing like a Seiryu team, I suppose. Same type skills are 33% stronger during Seiryu. Type interactions also generally don't happen there, so you could hit light types with your, outside of immunities, right? You can hit light types with your void coverage at that stage. That might matter, but honestly, known limits is just really strong, and the only reason you wouldn't want to use this is if you wanted to use another coverage option as well, but I think it's better not to in this case. Because as has been hinted, this is much better Linoon, because you have inner power and you have stab priority on extreme speed. And you also have a secondary stab in Earthquake. So yeah, this is really cool. You could do some gimmicky stuff with Last Resort as well. We do still have Raid, so Fake Out Last Resort is a possibility. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but it is there, Funnier things rarely happen. Like Kangaskhan, this is a fun fact actually. When Kangaskhan came out in the Isle of Armor, it was viable in the VGC season, when it first came out. It was viable because of Scrappy, admittedly, but it was viable because it had a Fake Out Last Resort set. That was what it did, and it actually did pretty well when the Isle of Armor came out. So, it's this is a gimmick for sure.
So this is something I haven't heard about, but one thing that I am curious of is if said Kangaskhan set had other moves. Because while assuming you had other moves, even though it wouldn't immediately work with Last Resort with a Dynamax boost that can touch ghosts actually sounds kind of terrifying. I don't know the exact base power of a max strike with the base power of Last Resort, but I'd imagine it'd be really freaking strong. And considering that in Gen 8, Scrappy Mons are also immune to Intimidate, that actually sounds kind of scary. But yeah, one thing that I am curious about if it was actually Fake Out Last Resort, or if it had other moves like let's say Fake Out, Double Edge, Sucker Punch, and Last Resort, because Max, because man, fucking Dynamax is fucking stupid, man. Well, it's more balanced than doubles because more more because there's actually 2 months to hit, and there's more counterplay towards Dynamax, but god damn it, in singles, man, Dynamax is so dumb! Anyway.
But it technically has worked in actual competitive play in the past. So yeah, I have seen it do work. If you want a non-stab move, Panic Call is probably the best one here in general, just because knocking the opponent's item off is really strong, right? But do we get anything in here that would change my mind on that. I guess Wind Javelin is kind of cool. Ideally, we would want some sort of illusion attack, right? But we don't get that, so whatever. Smash Spin, Lightning Speed, holdovers from regular Chen, that's, you're not really using those here. Toxic you're not using. Dancing Sword is cool, Flying Frenzy is cool, so like, I guess if you use something that isn't no limits, these could come in. Like, even if you just use it for the sake of, you know, I don't want to lower my coverage option power, that's fine. I think you just live with it though, because the types that resist both of these stabs are not that common together. And even at that point, like, it has to be exactly Wind and Illusion to completely mess you up. And Wind and Illusion, I can only even think of one puppet that I know of that has that typing right now.
At the moment,
and we've
Hatate.
already covered it in Potato.
There's also Extra Ellen.
I can't think of another one right now.
We also have the dancers.
Maybe we'll find one as we go, but yeah.
So, after messing with this a little bit more, like, I mean, I forget how long it's been since I made the tier list. Like, I want to say 1 or 2 years ago. But, after using it a little bit more, yeah, I think this thing should be B+. This thing is fucking scary as hell. Initially, I want to say this thing is like B just because I'm like, it's Light Noon but with the stab coverage. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's still Light Noon though. So, a few things that I failed to recognize when it comes to this thing is, well, for one, Cal already said this, Void and Earth is actually kind of scary because, well, for one, Steel doesn't resist Void. So, that's something. And yeah, secondly, there isn't much that switches into that combination, and the types that do are kind of like okay-ish, but yeah. Second thing that I underestimated when it comes to this, Lynoon has base 70 attack to work with. This actually has a pretty respectable attack stat. And when you consider that a respectable attack stat is actually getting to +6, that's actually really fucking scary. And one thing that is notable is that even though when you're running known limits, which is, I mean, it is the ability to run. Even though it does suck that you are kind of like locked into your stabs for the most part, I'd say that this is actually one of those cases where it's actually fine to run an additional void stab, and it's purely because since we do not have the PP ups, or I guess I guess these would be called like SP ups in this game. Running an additional void stab would actually be kind of nice to have because you only have 5 extreme speeds to work with instead of the 8 in Pokemon. So just running an additional stab like the return for more damage, but also something to use, but also just as an additional move to use your void type moves on, so you could save the extreme speeds for something that actually can revenge kill you. I think that's actually pretty nice, because yeah, running that additional void step so you don't run out of extreme speed SP. That's pretty cool. But yeah, again, this should rise. Again, from my experience, this thing is actually kind of not. This thing is actually pretty good. Dare I say, terrifying. Yeah, this should be B+.
Your stab attack is actually just really solid here, so I don't think you do anything else. Once again, single trick, but that trick, if it actually gets going, is insane. This is another one that you want to do dual screen memento style setup stuff for, and
yeah, I usually run this in my screens HO teams.
You should be able to remove the problem type, yeah, for sure. So, pack a good pursuit user. and that covers both Wind Light and Wind Illusion. So yeah, pretty solid. Like I said, I like this one, and I have used it in stuff before. So not in competitive teams, but like the sheer fact of it was the one way that I was able to beat version 3 Boruto. That says quite a bit for me. Okay, Ben, Sound and Earth. I quite like the typing on this one. Sound and Earth, I mean, Sound is weak to Electric, but Earth is immune to it, so you're immune to the Volt Switch side of things. That's automatically quite good. You have a gargantuan HP stat here as well. 165 once again. So giant wishes could potentially come out of this one. Stimulative, I think the only reason I have this on here, maybe there's not a better ability, because it only has one immunity, and I've made a mention before that I'm not a fan of these immunity based abilities when you only have one, but I mean sure. This almost is looking like Alamamola to me. I've missed a couple of comparisons to that one before, but I think this might just about be it. Focus attack is not worth noting, but spread attack is base 90. Aloe is a physical one, I remember that, but it's like this, you know, same idea here. Focus defense of 100, no, not 100, of 90. It is a boosting nature that's on this thing. Spread defense is only 45, so yeah, you've got a giant HP stat, you've got like no spread defense to speak on, and like a passable focus defense stat. Speed is in that really annoying 65 mark, but if this is a defensive thing, which it's leaning towards here, that's not really that much of a concern, right? Oh yeah, that's why it's got that. Yeah, Light Curtain is Aurora based hydration.
Yeah.
Just no.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well take the ability that actually can do something because you are immune to Volt Switch, rather than the ability that you require a weather to build around. Almost every team you are going to go against is not an Aurora team, so you're not going to be like counter-teaming the opponent with this one. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have regen, that's unfortunate. What it does have though, it still has the Giant Wish. It's got Leech Seed, right? Yeah, it's not like regen is strong or anything. No, what are you talking about? Regen is like F tier, come on. No, it's got Drain Seed though, which is cool. Even if you're not going to get that much like max HP back off of it, it's still nice to disrupt the opponent. Forest Therapy's there, Stealth Trap is there, good stabs are around, Earthen Feast and Ultra High Tone are nice. You can Calm Mind, which is pretty good considering your spread defense is like super bad, right? So you could easily just go max spread defense just so that you actually have some sort of survival on there and a good amount of like some sort of balance between focus defense and special attack, right? And like Calm Mind is, I would say, seems like it'd be viable. Earth and Sound is not like that bad offensively. You do have to have something against wind though, which do we have? Not really. Okay, Ferment is cool too. We can do some good status stuff. Will-O-Wisp is interesting too. So there's your status stuff versus that Alamamola. Like that's your skull equivalent for it, right? Because you don't get Lazy Mist, which is a shame. You do get Smash Spin though. Yeah, so as a Calm Minder, I don't think it's like that amazing. Changeling is also here, so like as a bulky pivot, it's pretty good. Just a shame it doesn't have regen. As a Calm Minder, maybe a little bit lacking because wind is really good. As a Wish Passer, it's respectable because you've got a massive HP total and Changeling is still really good. So that's neat. Yeah, I could see there being like maybe two or at least two, but potentially like 3 relatively decent movesets that you could do here. Yeah, Cleric Pivot with Trap. The fact that it's got Stealth Trap too is pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah, the speed is
pretty
bad,
much.
so like often, I mean,
pretty
yeah,
much.
you wouldn't
Took the words
use it.
right off of my
I mean,
mouth.
it's almost like you can't really necessarily say that, oh, Carmine is bad because it's slow, because like Curselax, right? The whole point of that was that it had inevitability. This doesn't quite have that same level, right? Because it's not nearly as strong, but like just saying it's slow, therefore it can't Carmine is not really a valid response, really.
In this case, it's actually slow in the sense that it's actually slow. Like not only is it hard to get this thing going, but it's actually slow, so you don't get that much payoff from it. What you can do is, I mean, I guess one thing that you can do is calm mind, rest, ultra high tone, and steel sign. I don't know how that good that actually is. Doesn't sound that great, honestly. But yeah. Okay, so thoughts on this? It's fine. So um so like um how can I put this? So remember when I talked about extra rukoto and said that that thing has 4 Muslot syndrome because it actually has so much good shit to run, but it doesn't want to be passive. This is kind of like 4 move slot syndrome in the bad sense, in that you basically want you both of your move slots for the most part have to be wish and protect in order to have reliable recovery, because this thing actually has some cool stuff. It has rocks. I believe it has spin. It has aromatherapy. It has leech. Like this thing has some cool utility tools, but it's hard to like find the right moves for it. Mostly because its means of reliable recovery is most likely gonna have to take up 2 move slots. You can choose to not run protect. That is an option you can do. I don't personally like it because, well, which is delayed, and they could just beat over you. So yeah, you can choose to not run wish with protect, and honestly, I have. Well, I will say this: I have seen wish without protect, but it's mostly like wish soft boiled. Like I remember seeing like wish soft boiled conflatable because the idea was that it wanted to pass wishes to its teammates, but it wants to sustain itself as well. Though this thing doesn't really have that, so yeah. But yeah, um, this like this is a fine puppet. Like its stat line is fine. Its defensive profile is okay. This thing just mainly has like weird move slot issues because it has a lot of stuff, but it has to run Wish Protect in order to sustain itself, which is really awkward for this.
But yeah,
I'm gonna cut this because I gotta use the restroom again. All right, I'm back.
is not really a valid response, really. But yeah, it's cool. I like it, but at the same time, I don't know what exactly I would do with it. It would be very team dependent, I think. But hey, there are some things that we have noted that are really good defensively, but lack recovery. This could be the way of solving that, so it's cool. Extra on, light and steel. We've seen this typing a little bit. Oh god, what was it that resisted this one? Oh god, there was something, I forget. Water, there we go. That's probably still manageable though. This one's really cool because it has 2 of a kind, which was unique to Extra Posse before Extended became a thing. So it is the very much neutered version of Parental Bond. You only have 60% of your attack power per skill, but you do attack twice with your skills. There's some pretty fun stuff that you can do within that, so, you know, just like parental bond, right, you can potentially trigger status conditions on two separate occasions, so that's cool. Parsi was a spread-based version of this. This is a physical one, so focus attack stat here is 105. 80 base for speed, special defense, focus defense 75, and the HP is only 70, so it's not really that survivable. Definitely not Mega Kangaskhan in that aspect, but you know, very few things are, let's just put it that way. So defensively maybe a little bit off. Divine Protection is actually kind of cool, but I just don't think you really want it on this one. Like, preventing stat drops so you don't get intimidated. It's like clear body, right? So
yeah,
that's neat. I don't think, does this work on Bind Trap? Just the way that it's noted.
I'd like to think that it does, because that's how it works in bonds.
Effect, but I'm not sure if it does, and if it doesn't, that makes it like absolutely awful, right? You have Overray for double priority here. You have, what else do we got? Rising Sun is actually kind of cool because you get double boost speed, right? So
I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way. At least I think. I mean, that was something I think I remember trying, but it didn't work. I could be wrong though.
Like, you just use one Rising Sun and you get 2 stages of speed boost. That's neat. What else we got? Hammer Bash, I guess, is good stab. Evil Crushing Arrow is decent stab. You've got Mind Trap, but this isn't Stone Stacker, so you only get one use of that. Yeah, I suppose so. I don't really know. Yeah, you don't, I guess because you're a physical end of stuff here, you don't, and like Light Steel, you don't really get most of the things that would actually abuse 2 of a kind. You know, I suppose you could go for Evil Crushing Arrow and go for like double 10%, you know, double flinch rate, 10%, right? So, not amazing, but yeah, there's maybe not as many things that you could go for with it. Like, all of the, I mean, Spike Stones is actually kind of neat for the same reason Rising Sun is. It's like you lower the opponent's speed by 2 stages when they come in. That's sort of cool. Starflare is annoying. It's on the wrong attack stat, but it is annoying being accuracy dropping. I hate Starflare as a move, it's just so dumb. But yeah, you really don't get a lot. I don't know what to think about this one. It does have priority, so that's kind of cool. It doesn't get anything too strong to deal with water. Like, Tumble Plant isn't that great. Grass Javelin is the best that you've got, really. Which I suppose Grass Javelin coming off of like double hits is fine. Focus Movement isn't too great. I'm not sure that I like this one.
Personally, I think this thing is just fine. Yes, it's walled by waters, but Parental Bond is still Parental Bond, and I think that, you know, this thing's damage output with Parental Bond in mind, like slap a ban on this, it's nice. I think it's good. 80 base speed 2. I'd say it's pretty nice for, like, you know, as you know, for like a breaker. Though granted, waters would be hard to break, but I just think this is fine. I think it's good.
I like the concept, but I don't think she has enough moves that actually make it work at this stage. Also, I just want to note Ghost Chase real quick because it's the Trick or Treat of this game.
Yeah.
And I think Trick or Treat is the like the Forest Curse or whatever, the one that makes you immune to fighting. Doesn't actually give you the ghost typing. It just, in this case, it just makes you immune to fighting.
I forget if you mentioned Forest Curse. That turns shit into grass.
Cool, not because it's actually good, right? Yeah, I don't know what to think of it.
Again, I think it's nice. Parental Bond does help with the damage output, but yeah.
It feels a little bit underwhelming, to be honest. Alice, final Alice that we see here. Extra is Light and Fire. This isn't an aggressive puppet, but it is good defensive. As a good defensive typing at the very least. which helps it to switch in on the resistance and therefore use jamming, which is quite good. This one is once again somewhat like an Embor in terms of its stab combination here, I guess. The fact that it can recoil with those stabs. 185 HP gives it a total of 110 for its base, which offsets its somewhat low 60 defense and 75 spread defense. The focus attack is 120, which is pretty high. Speed is 100. Most of the time I saw this one as like a straightforward Scarfer or something, but yeah,
you can run the Scarf.
Jamming is one of the main traits it uses here. Like, you receive a high base power move, hopefully one you resist on those 8 resistances, and you reduce the opponent's speed, so then you get to go first. So you don't have to Scarf it, it's just, yeah, it probably is one of the ways for it. Northern Expanse is like unique to this puppet and is bizarre as hell. Under Trick Room you have half speed. I think the goal of this is that you're supposed to be able to regularly outspeed a bunch of things, and then you can flick the switch on Trick Room and your speed gets halved and you underspeed everything that way. The problem is, I am pretty sure there is not a single good speed tier that you could possibly be in that would allow you to do both consistently.
That concept in itself also sounds kind of flawed. Like, I mean, I'd imagine, well, I mean, the concept as like a team building standpoint can work in doubles because there is a doubles archetype called semi-room, which basically revolves around having like middling speed bonds be the win cons because like they deal massive damage but have middling speeds, and the idea is you support them with Trick Room or Tailwind, depending on the matchup, which sounds nice. But in here, it's like the concept sounds flawed in the sense that, well, for one, Trick Room, Trick Room has like a delay of sorts in that, you know, you do have to move last to use it, and even with this ability, there isn't really like that. That's, I mean, I guess like what Cal said, there isn't really that sweet spot where you can like outspeed regular shit but underspeed slow shit, because I mean Cal's gonna get into this, but like, I mean, against hard Trick Room teams, you're never gonna underspeed them because their speed stats are so ridiculously low. And yeah, it's just weird.
Because if you gave this thing like 130 speed or something so it could outspeed most things without Trick Room, then you use the Trick Room and it only goes down to the same stat as a base 80 without investment, and that's not going to underspeed anything that isn't like already a sweeper or something. So, and if you're less than 130 base speed, you're not outspeeding most things in the game. So yeah, it's very, very cool, but I don't really see how that's going to work out. You can Trick Room on your own accord, that's neat, but yeah, not amazing.
Yeah, I'd say what is nice, I guess one thing that is nice about this is that even though you can't really find a way to like have that ideal scenario in which you could outspeed stuff both out and in Trick Room, it is nice in the sense that this could potentially have different sets. Like, you can either run this as like a standard attacker or go OTR, which is kind of neat.
As far as your attack stuff goes, Lightning Cut covers the water which otherwise resists you, which is really good. You do have double stab here with the on recall moves, which is fine. Like, these are strong attacks. You have some priority as well. It's an attempt to counter Trick Room a little. The problem is, if the opponent is a dedicated Trick Room user, they are going to have puppets which are very, very slow in the first place. What you've got to keep in mind is that if you want to use this thing like remotely effectively, you are going to have to max its speed stat out. Because even when maxed out, like 152 is not amazing.
I don't know the math.
Is like, if
but
you
I
want
don't know
to
if like min
outspeed anything,
speed Extra
Like the
Alice
bare
can
minimum
underspeed
that you
like
could possibly
min
go
speed
for
base
is
45s.
135 here, because this outspeeds base
Like,
70s, but that's a very low bar to be trying to set here.
yeah, so like even as
It
an
just,
OTR puppet,
even
it doesn't
that
really
doesn't
sound
work
that
out,
great.
because if you halve this stat, I believe it should floor the speed. So if you half this stat, it goes down to 67, which sounds really slow, but any puppet which is actually using Trick Room is going to be less than 60 base speed, which means their physical speed
Yeah.
stat is going to be 65 at the absolute highest. Most of the time they're going to be less than that. So you do not underspeed anything in a Trick Room team if you invest at all. And if you don't invest at all, your regular speed gets outdone by everything, and you might as well just not even bother. So it's too fast to do that with just halving the speed stat. If you don't invest at all and you go with a minus nature on the thing here, that gets to 105, which then gets down to like 52, which is better. Like anything less than 50, anything more than 45 base speed would get outsped at that point. But then your regular speed stat is 105, and you're not outspeeding crap with that. Yeah, Northern Expanse needed to be like paralysis level speed in order to actually do that abuse strat for it. I would agree. Skill cards that you get here, we've already seen Lightning Cut, so we don't need Spark Javelin. Burn Strike is not too bad. You could do Assault Sets with this, and Burn Strike can get your speed up to where it needs to be to outspeed everything, really. Otherwise, not a whole lot here. I guess Lost Crisis could be anti-terrain. You do get access to Smash Spin, and you are resistant to Stealth Traps, so that could potentially be something for like Assault Sets. Otherwise, really nothing. So you get Fire, Light, Electric, which is passable. Just,
It's fun.
that is still resisted by like an Earth Water type, though. So, yeah, a little bit lacking. Like, Pollen Mist would have been great if it was
yeah.
Voice of Famine
That is
instead, right?
it
That
is
would have
kind of
been much
specific,
stronger, but
yeah, there's something to
a
know.
little lacking on the coverage, but a lot of ways to manipulate speed, so that's, like, not terrible.
So I will say this. Personally, I've never really been a fan of GUI, or like, I mean, which is what jamming is in Pokemon. I've never really been a fan of GUI, mostly because more often than not, I mean, maybe this is just a Gudra specific problem, but I feel like every time I switch into something, GUI activates. Most of the time, if I'm like switching Gudra into something, I mean, of course, the same can apply to this as well. Like, I feel like if I'm switching into something that checks the opposing attacking puppet, or checks the opposing attacking mon, more often than not, the speed drop isn't going to matter because they're most likely going to switch out anyway. And it's not just because of the potential speed, you know, the potential speed could, let me outpace them, but it's more so in that it usually has like a good advantage overall, like it's like whether that be due to the type or uh whether it be that the mon just threatens them offensively or something like that. Like ba- basically the point is I found GUI usually to be irrelevant because there's usually some other reason why they would switch out their puppet, um, other than the GUI debuff. Basically, I found GUI to be irrelevant every time I use it, and like similarly goes for this. Although even 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 though this thing has a decent defensive profile, I never really felt comfortable switching this thing into shit. Um, Although I guess maybe it has like decent defensive bulk, but eh. to be honest, I just kind of saw this as like just a straight up attacker, and I've used it as such. And honestly, as like a standard attacker, it's pretty good. Like base 100, it's pretty respectable. This this thing 120 attack can actually kind of hurt. It can actually start to hurt. So yeah.
And yeah, that's more or less it. Okay, defense star. Right, so I'm not a huge fan of this one, but I can see why it is here based on what Damage has been saying in his stuff here. Light Illusion, which is an okay typing, actually relatively solid. Think the only, in base game, the only type this was weak to was Illusion itself. Now it's weak to Warped as well, but yeah, it's respectable. There's not a ton that hits it. Coverage is okay on this as well, actually, because yeah, Illusion does tend to solve a few things that Light has issues with. I don't think there's a singular type that resists both of these now, so like Illusion is weak to, or like doesn't do well against Nether, but Light does really well against that. Light doesn't do well against Illusion, but Illusion does well against that, you know, that sort of thing. So there's not a singular type that resists both of these. That said, this one's not really attacking basically ever. Maybe you could use like Arclight or something, but this one's not really attacking because 75 spread attack is terrible. But what it does have though is 100 base HP, 80 defense, pretty solid, 130 spread defense, really solid here. Only 45 base speed, very slow, but that is fine, and the weather becomes Aurora. That's literally the only reason that it's up here. Okay, maybe not literally, but is one of the only reasons it's up here as high as it is, because otherwise it's like relatively unimpressive compared to some of the other defense stuff that we've seen, because it's very passive. But
I will say, I think this is actually the first Aurora setter we've seen up here. Or like this is the first. I mean, I don't remember like I forgot like what was actually like reviewed down there, but I like to think that this is actually the first relevant Aurora thing that we've seen thus far. At least I would think. And I guess I could say it real quick. If I were to like off the top of my head, if I were to rank the weathers, it'd definitely be in the order of fog, sand, and aurora. Um, and then the other two weathers, calm and sun shower, they're pretty interchangeable. I could care less of where they be placed up, but I get. I think that might be another reason why this is so high up because I do consider aurora to be pretty decent. Like like even even though light offensively isn't that great. And even though you are stacking multiple lights and could thus be prone to illusion, it's still decent as a weather. Like, you still have some nice stuff going for you because, like, it is at least a weather that has, like, a solid benefit compared to Calm and Sun Shower, in which you actually get a damage boost for something. And and you do have a decent array of Swift Swim users under this weather, so that's pretty nice in itself. And yeah,
it's a defensive Aurora setter, and that alone is going to make it much more capable here. It technically gives you a dark resistance as well at that point, which is really cool. The other ability is Aurora Grace, which is 50% more special defense in Aurora and leftovers healing, which is fine, but then you're dedicating a weather setter to set up Aurora for this thing, which is really passive, so that's obviously not too good. Heavy Rain is potentially noteworthy here. Infestation, basically. Being able to trap something in so
or
you can switch
Whirlpool
the
in this case,
appropriate
but yeah,
target
same
in.
principle.
It's not, like, the worst ever. We have access to Grace and Mana, so it's longevity stuff here. Yeah, there will be a slow changeling because Star basically always has changeling, so there will be that available. Your attack is Foul Play. It is on stab at the very least, so that's fine. You could technically Brave Sound, but it's such low spell attack, it's not worth it. If you want an actual attack based on your own stats, Arclight is probably your best bet here. Shinigami's Waltz is funny, but that's never actually going to happen, so wouldn't really worry about that too much. Atomic Energy's on the wrong stabs, or the wrong offense stats, so whatever there. Knockoff is cute, I suppose you could harass with that a little bit. Yeah, Slow Changeling. Yeah, it's fine, right? Cold Rain, Lazy Mist is probably a decent spamming attack. It doesn't get Smash Spin, which is unfortunate. Drought is probably a decent spam attack. Toxic is there. Like, yeah, it's fine. Very, very passive though. But
So I will say, even though I did say that I prefer longevity in my weather setters, I actually do have a Aurora setter that's in a higher tier than this thing, and that's mostly because said Aurora setter has more stuff than this. Like, I guess I could just talk about the Aurora setter in question. So, I'm pretty sure I have a Sis Sunny in a higher tier than this, and that's just because it has more stuff in my opinion. Granted, this thing has knock, which is pretty nice, but that's where it ends. it also has curse too, which can be kind of useful, but yeah, that's where it ends. Like, Assist Sunny has rocks, spin, willow. Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. Like, even though that doesn't sound like a lot, like, that's a lot more notable than what Star has. Like, the only thing that sets Star apart from Sunny is that um it's not weak to dark, although I don't know how much that useful could be. I mean, it can be kind of useful, but the main thing that sets Star apart from Sunny in regards to Aurora setting is just stab knock, and that's pretty much it.
Slow Changeling probably helps out quite a bit in terms of helping the Aurora team do work. So yeah, it's not the worst, but it will be this high up because it's a longevity based weather setter. It's not.
Yeah, again, not so much that, but more so because we're getting into Aurora now.
Not the hyper offense one, so that's fine. Like, I could see it. I just I don't know. I don't know much about actually abusing Aurora and making it work. It does still stack your team with light as well, so that can be sort of.
Like I said before, even though Aurora has its flaws, it's still a decent weather, at least compared to Calm and Sunshower, in my opinion. Like, you can make something with this,
Annoying, but
or like you can make an Aurora
no,
team work.
I can definitely see it though. Okay, so in terms of this box, we only have this lot for what damage has rated, and then all of this is the community
I'm
estimate.
surprised that's where the
Because
community
none of
placed
these were
them.
things that damage
What
actually
in the
rated
hell?
in his initial list. In the first part of his reaction stuff, he has since gone over these as well as a quick fire round, but let's fit neither of us remember exactly what we did with them, so
True.
yeah, we're just gonna evaluate them as we go.
So true.
This one is the one I don't think stays here, but I don't know where we would get it put instead. Not because it's inherently bad or anything, but because it has been completely reworked in the last patch, and that probably completely changes where it is. Because this used to have infinite changes was the main bit. Now it doesn't. It's an entire.
It used to be so cool, but now it's so shit.
Whatever this initial rating was, it's almost definitely not staying there unless it.
Oh yeah. I'm saying it right now. That thing is 100% D tier. This thing is straight up garbage.
Turns out that it's still awesome, but I don't know. Anyway, let's get to Shingyoku. Oh, like I said, I never remember which one of these two is which. The defense shin,
This
let's
is just,
see, it is
yeah.
the physical defense
I
one
also don't
with
remember like the
immunity to burn.
abilities of
Okay,
either, but I do
so
remember.
Shingoku has a defense and
Yeah,
assist
like
form which
this
effectively
one is
mirror
sped up, and
image each
this
other.
is
One is
this is
physically
sped up.
oriented, one is specially oriented. This one's immune to burn statuses, the other one is immune to poison statuses. This defense stat is absolutely ginormous. What the heck is even this? Is this like
Skarmory, fuck
180 or something?
off.
Or God, I don't even know. What would this cut down to? Like
Yeah, fuck off,
189,
Skarmory. Check this
190, right?
out.
So it's
Ha
like
ha ha
170.
ha.
Okay, 170 base focus defense is absurd. Oh, they both have either status choice immunity? Okay, for some reason I thought it was
Oh,
locked to one or the other. That would
oh,
have
I
made
thought the same.
sense too. Come on. Theming.
I thought the same. Not gonna lie,
Anyway,
but not
HP
like it
stat is
matters.
respectable. It's
It is.
85.
It's
Is it
still niche. The
85?
abilities
Yeah,
are,
it's like
or the abilities are still niche.
aha, yeah, because it goes up to 192, which is yeah, base 85. Focus attack is 90.
Where did I put
It's not
assist
too
Shingoku,
impressive,
by the way?
but
Same
it
tier?
has the
Yeah,
boom
same
burst
tier.
equivalent, so it will actually be okay at its one stab attack. The special defense is 75. That's fine. You can honestly, you could just invest in that to make it a bit more mixed here, so that's cool. And 45 for the speed is very slow, but probably don't care too much on this one. Yeah, okay, fine. They have it to both. That's, I mean, I guess it's okay, but like, it would have been cooler because it's, you know, it's a yin yang orb type thing. It's got two colors to it. Have it be one color for one and one for the other.
The question would be, what would you switch the other? What would you switch the other ability with? That'd be an interesting thought experiment. What would you make these? What would you make the second ability be? If you were to like do that sort of thing.
Damn it. I demand, I demand my coherency in my theming. Anyway, it can Trick Room. It can do a couple other terrain stuff here as well, but yeah, it can Trick Room. That's probably the best one you would want to use. Confine is there. Ferment is cool. It's a mostly defensive thing, so having that is cool. Grace of Mana is good. Extreme Speed offsets its speed a bit, although it is still pretty low in its attack stat. So whatever.
Let me check here
Speed
again.
Barrage is your boom burst.
Oh, it's
equivalent.
base
That's what you
90.
most
Oh,
likely
that is
go
gross.
for. And it can do some weather stuff as well. So that's fun, I suppose. You've got.
I mean, it's not bad, but yeah.
a few different bits that you could maybe look at if you want just a pure Void type in the team. Void does tend to not interact quite as much with the weakness spread of a team, so maybe that works out. You will get self-damage by Dust Storm, which is annoying though. And Sun Shower is a very funny one because it swaps its defense stat round, right? So that might mess you up more than you would like. I don't think you're going to look at too many of the offense moves. There's a fair amount of coverage, but you just don't have the setup or the initial attack stat to really take too much advantage of them. Lazy Mist is a spammable option for status stuff, but you might just want to use the status itself. It's a bulky smash spinner, that's worth noting. We do have Drought, so you might just want to do Drought instead of Lazy Mist here. Although I guess it's less taunt bait, so that's a thing. Both basic statuses here, if you want to try and stop the opponent from having their attack stat intact. I suppose that's kind of cool. Not really a lot else though.
It's a Blissey nerf
It's a
into a
bundle of
Reggie with
defensive
Boom
stats,
Burst.
but it does have spin, it does have Trick Room, does not have Changeling, so kind of annoying, but like it's got one attack that it does well with. Once again, it is 90 for its offense. It's a Blissey nerfed into a Reggie with Boom Burst. Sure. I don't know if I could quite go that direction with it, but it doesn't have Stealth Trap, right? So
No.
that would have been, that's one thing that Blissey used to do a lot anyway. Probably doesn't do it as much now, but yeah, like not having a hazard is a bit of a problem for.
So one thing that I have seen from Defense Shingoku is, well, this could be ran with either a hairpin or a band, but I have seen like offensive Defense Shingoku with the main because it mostly has physical boom burst and E-speed, which, granted, the attack stat is still 90, but it's something that could work. It's something, it could do something at least. Although, notably, this is just something that I've seen, and I think it's like, okay. I will say this, like, the option to this having, like, as an these as having like somewhat offensive options is more than you can say regarding that than regarding assist, because while assist has special boom burst, the, defense at least has, added offensive, has an additional means of offense in swallow cut. Now, would I say that warrants Defense Shungyoku to be an entire tier above it? Maybe. Depends on your opinion. Depends on how valuable or like how great you think, how great this kind of offensive potential Defense Shungyoku has. Like, I'd still think they're about the same because, I mean, personally, I don't think that set is too scary to deal with. And, if you take that out of the equation, then these two basically just do more or less the same thing, but with inverted defenses. But yeah, it just something to note, because it is something that I've seen, like either a banded or a golden hairpin defense Shingyoku with physical boom burst, E speed, and some coverage moves. So yeah, just something to take note of. Again, I don't know. I don't think I'd say that warrants this thing to be like an entire tier above assist. But yeah, just something to take note of.
That sort of comparison. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, defense Satori, I do like. This was this was one of the things that I used on a team to demonstrate why we absolutely, definitely needed to ban the Chen and medicine abilities. We'll get into why as we go along, but this is honestly a pretty cool one, because yeah, this one is.
I'm going to assume slow parting shot into trap is stupid, which I will agree.
Somewhat passive. Oops, this one is somewhat passive. Oh, for God's sake. Buttons, please. This one's somewhat passive because it's only 70 in its offense stats, but it's got 100 HP, 110 in both defenses. It actually got a stat buff, I believe. Satori as a whole got a stat buff going into Shard of Dreams, which was cool. And in this case, it got plus 10 to both of its defenses. 60 base speed doesn't really matter here. It's a non-never type with magic bounce, and that is incredibly uncommon in this game actually. Almost all of the magic bounce users are Dark Weak. This one is not. So that immediately makes it interesting.
I didn't really think about that, but yeah,
because
that's
this
true.
is something you can just switch into your opponent's hazard setter, and again, it's Pure Illusion is fine. It's only weak to sound and warped, so it's got a respectable typing for switching into stuff. Its other ability is Trace, which I'm not that big of a fan of. I think it's I don't know, maybe there's some situations where this ends up being like amazing, best ability ever, but it's not magic bounce, so I don't really care. No, this one's got decrescendo.
Parting shot, good.
It's a magic bouncer with parting shot and really good defensive stats. Yeah, it's incredibly hard to give up Curse Return. There's only
magic
one
bounce is really good.
It's
hard to get that up.
It's the meme that it has Curse Return because it's Shedinja. So you know. Yeah, no, decrescendo on something with magic bounce is ridiculously good, because a lot of the times the opponent's hazard setter is gonna have to switch out after you bounce their hazard away, and then you decrescendo their switch in, and it's great. If they stay in, well, you can probably take a hit from them and decrescendo their active, and then it becomes much more annoying for them as well. You do have revolving illusions if you want your own damage output here. You have St. Elmo's that you can use to disrupt. That's about it, really. There's not too much worth noting otherwise in this bit.
Yeah.
Like, Psych Up is... actually, this isn't even just Psych Up, is it? Recollection copy...
This thing is actually transform with priority, which is actually kind of interesting. Like, it's unfortunate that we don't have. I mean, well, it depends on your opinion of Imposter Ditto, but it's a little bit unfortunate that we don't have Imposter in this game. But this is kind of like the closest we can get a priority transform. I still don't think like it's that great, just because even though it's priority, you still have to take up a turn to do it. So, yeah. But yeah.
all of the opponent's attributes. That's actually something I've not even looked at before. Is this this is just transform, right?
Yes.
Transform but at +3 priority? Hello? Wait a minute.
It's pretty neat.
What? That's insane. Why does this thing have +3 priority as well? Okay, I know it's an attack that you've got to use, but it's just like, wow, that's kind of crazy.
That is also true. You have to use
funny,
a move slot for it as well.
So you're not really going to be able to abuse that too much. Now, this one has got just enough stuff down here as well, because you have dual screens.
Well, actually, there is one neat use for manual transform, and that's for specifically imprison plus transform. But yeah. So true.
So the idea is that you have the opportunity to go dual screens plus decrescendo plus whatever illusion attack you wanted, revolving or knockoff, right? And this is one of the cooler ways that isn't just like Prankster Memento. It's one of the cooler ways that you can go ahead and come in on and just like get a setup sweeper in position, because yeah, you can. This is gonna last more than just one shot, right? You got some other bits you could do, like there's toxic, there's the debuff statuses, there's flash bullet is annoying, I suppose. There's a couple of sec there, but honestly, I don't think you need more than just like dual screens, knockoff even, and decrescendo. With Magic Guard is just insane. If you want to actually use this one on as a defensive core sort of puppet, though, definitely pair it with Wish, and you'll get some mileage out of that. But I think it is just a little bit passive to really like rely on in that role.
Yeah, this thing is kind of passive. This thing lacks for reliable recovery, and this thing doesn't really have much for it except for knockoff and toxic. Though, as Cal said, like, this thing has magic bounce. This thing has parting shot. Like, this thing isn't bad. Like, this, like, this thing is good. Like, this thing's good. I wouldn't say it's like, I wouldn't say it's like, that scary to, I would say like it's a little bit annoying in preview because, well, magic bounce in itself is pretty freaking annoying, but I wouldn't say it's like that scary to deal with. And the thing is that, well, the thing with defense subtlety is that um even if it's gonna take hits, it can't really recover the damage from them that much unless you run protect with lefties. And it's like there's only so much that it could take before it eventually falters. But yeah, it has magic bounce, it has parting shot. Like it's not bad. It's just it doesn't really do much. It's passive, but Magic Bounce with Parting Shot is still really freaking nice.
Because setup sweepers is the big thing that this doesn't do well against.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sub plus setup move kind of shits on this.
I mean, so the only reason I'd say that this seems kind of insane that this has got priority and stuff on it too is because this is unlike Ditto. This thing's got 100 base HP, right? So at the very least, when you transform, it's like you shouldn't copy the opponent's HP stat, right?
No,
Hopefully.
I'm
You better not anyway, because that
I'm
was
pretty sure
significantly worse sounding.
I'm pretty
anyway,
sure it doesn't.
whatever. Like, I guess you could do transform and it'd be very funny, but still. Defense Sariel, just getting every Sariel out in B tier here. This one is cool. It's there's just a couple of traits missing in this one. Let's just go over it as we do. So Dark and Light, very curious typing. You are weak to Stealth Trap, which is annoying, but the two types do tend to like cancel out some of the weaknesses of the other one here. Mostly it's just Illusion. That's Illusion and Steel are the main pain points here. Finding is technically still a weakness too, but at least Light can cover that. This one though has got inverse reaction, so your neutrality to Light and Dark that you normally have are now resistances. That's neat. You know, gives you a bit more utility, so there is that. 100 base HP, 95 defense, and 130 spread defense is a really solid setup there. 85 speed, passable enough, not like amazing, but it is defense style, so I guess there is that. And 95 attack, also not too impressive, but it does still work out fair enough. Flawless is the other ability here. I just don't like this ability that much, especially when you're giving up resistance to Changeling, which is rough because you are resistant to Volt Switch already, so it's nice just to be resistant to both ends. So I wouldn't ever want to use it. This thing's main gimmick that I've used in the past is Dark Power. It has no reliable recovery as far as I remember. That is like the really annoying bit here, but I still use this because of Atomic Energy. So it's like you have a healing move in effectively Drain Punch, right? And that was neat. You've got a couple of good dark attacks here as well. I didn't use Luminous Flux because recoil is bad on a defense thing like that when you're trying to boost that defense stat. If you want to go with the actual utility side, you do have Solar Eclipse, which is quite rare, so one of the slightly better users for it, but I think you would really demand Wish support on the team if you were going to try and use that. You have some priority as well, that can help. Your other coverage option is mostly Saint Elmo. Light Dark Illusion was very, very hard to resist. So it was like Atomic Energy for the healing, Saint Elmo for coverage, and the Dark option for the higher output. Mostly, I think I used Dark Sphere in the end just because of the firepower, but Night Step is, you know, respectable as well. You have a lot of special moves, but not a good special attack stats or whatever. Miasma, I guess, could be used, but interferes with Solar Eclipse, so bit of a shame there. And not really anything else to go with. So, move pool-wise, Sariel's generally don't. Damn. Is Dark good enough to Krokun? Unfortunately not, because Negative Aura is the most common ability for type immunity in the entire game. And especially because Doremi has it as well. I would love to just Krokun with it, but that I don't think is possible.
So alright, I think now's a good time we to talk about this. So this thing can arguably drop. I think the reason why I rated this thing this high is mostly because, in my personal experience of using this thing is kind of nice against the Stall Breaker, but looking back on it, it had good matchups against a few certain mons that someone I knew used in Stall. The most notable ones were uh, Assist Kisame, Defense Mima, and Defense Orange. Like this, um, how can I say this? Like this this thing had the speed to outpace uh some uh some passive walls, or some walls that had randomly high base speed stats. This thing had pretty decent bulk to the point where um uh stuff can't really touch this. And yeah, like I can't really say much except this thing, like in my experience, this thing was just a really nice stall breaker, and that it just had a good matchup against some of the stuff that um the guy liked to use and stall. Nowadays, I'd imagine if I were to make like a stall team, I'd imagine this it'd be harder for it to break through, because one of the things I was thinking is like something like extra Chirno could be nice. Like I was thinking like if I were to like build a stall team again, it'd probably include extra Chirno, mostly because um it's a good physical dark resistance that either Defense Mima or Defense Orange would appreciate, and this thing kind of struggles in breaking through that in particular. Though, granted, Extra Channel doesn't usually run fighting coverage, so give this thing enough bulk ups, and this thing may do something. Actually, wait, no, it can't because known limits. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. But yeah, this thing could arguably drop. But like I said before, in the time that I've used it, it was a pretty great stall breaker. But looking back on it now, it was a good stall breaker for like the one guy who wanted to try out stall specifically. I just knew that defense serial was really good against that, and maybe that's why I placed defense serial so highly, because well, I mean, this guy was kind of like the one guy. I mean, he was kind of like made fun of as like the stall guy, but he was like the only guy that tried to like seriously make stall work. And because like that's my because magic is like matches against him were like my only means to like try the stall matchup, and seeing how good this was good against this guy's particular stall builds, I thought this was like really nice to have. Looking back on it now, it is kind of like mediocre now, so this thing could probably drop to C plus maybe.
It's a shame, but yeah, negative aura is like really, really common, and cloak of darkness as well. There's two abilities that give immunity to dark, so yeah, I would say probably not. Okay, so let's have a chat about defense Okina here. This used to be, was this one nature light? I think it might have been, but it had infinite changes, so it.
It was okay. So back then, defense Okina was pure light. What's okay? I don't remember the base stats off the top of my head, but what's notable about this? Actually, wait a second. I want to see real quick if this guy made a this guy made a bot before. I want to see if it's still the same or if it's different now. Um. Okay. So all right. This guy updated his bot. All right. So okay. Unfortunately, I can't remember. I don't remember the stats off the top of my head. But what's the most important thing about, or what's not, or rather, what this stat line was the thing had great HP, great defenses, great speed, but the offensive stats were like base 60 or something like that. Like they were bad. The gimmick, the gimmick around the old defense Okina is that it was supposed to be this fast, bulky uh puppet that um it was basically meant around. the concept was built around like quickly changing its types to like facilitate its bulk even further. It did have a lot of coverage. Like it did have a lot of coverage in its move pool, but it was offset by the fact that its base stats were absolute shit. Although it did have one good damaging move, and that was foul play. I will say back in the day, it used to have both foul play and takeover, which really helped with the damage issue. But from like version 3 to version 3.4, it lost takeover, which was unfortunate. And um, I'll talk about like I'll talk about the old version of Defense Okina because that was the version that I put in B tier. So I will say this about uh, the old Defense Okina. It was the perfect puppet for 3v3. Like, in 3v3, that thing was incredible because it had exactly what you wanted um, in 3v3. The thing didn't have a means of reliable recovery, but in a really fast-paced format like 3v3, that didn't matter. You had the bulk, and you had back then you had both foul play and takeover, which meant you could 1v1 anything in the game, and that was incredibly huge in 3v3 because the fact that you could just 1v1 something like almost every single time and then still deal a good portion of damage to the opposing team before they to the opposing puppet before they knock you out gave you a really big advantage in that format. And so like old defense Okina was just incredible in 3v3. Like definitely probably the best extended puppet in 3v3, hands down. Just because it was just a 1v1ing machine. It could 1v1 almost anything. Now, I will say even though it's great in 1v1ing something in 3v3, that quality isn't that great in 6v6 because now you're dealing with a slower format and this is a format where bulk, utility, and reliable recovery are more preferred than 1v1ing shit. And therefore Defense Okina can 1v1 offensive stuff, which is what most of 3v3 was. It was just offensive stuff that could 1v1 shit. Defense Okina's damage output wasn't really that great against like things with relatively okay bulk but no offensive presence. And Defense Okina didn't really have that much utility aside from well, it had spin at least. Never mind, it did have spin at least, and it did have thermite, although that was pretty much in terms of utility. But the most notable thing is that it didn't have access to reliable recovery. So Defense Okina in a 6v6 environment, I feel is something that can do some things that are pretty cool because it has a really fast Protean, which can be interesting in terms of like its defensive value. And it did have like decent damage output in stab foul play. And yeah, like it had some cool stuff defensively, but the the notable thing is that it lacked reliable recovery, so it could definitely get worn down throughout the course of the game. So that's what old Defense Okina was. And like I said before, in 3v3, that thing was incredible. Like 3v thing in 3v3, it was everything that you would ever want. But in 6v6, it was kind of like just this weird tanky thing that did some stuff and would eventually die off, but still do some things. But nowadays, this thing is shit. Like This defense Okina that I'm seeing right now, it's shit. It's a worse interpretation of Mana Feed. This thing is garbage.
It didn't really matter. Now, Defense Okina is pure nature, with I think Infiltration was the better of the two abilities here. Yeah, I didn't like this one, but I also probably just don't understand how it's supposed to be used. HP stat is really solid at 110. Its defenses are both base 100, so that's really good actually. Very nice tanking profile. Pure Nature does have some oddities, I suppose, when it comes to like how, you know, it's got a lot of resistances, but it is Stealth Trap weak, so that can be a problem. Focus attack of 105, spread attack is annoyingly high at 80. Excuse me. Speed stat is awkward, but just about workable if you did want to go offense at 75. So like, all of that is pretty fine. Its other ability is Divine Festival, which is really bad. So, you know, it's hydration under Sun Shower.
Hydration!
Technically, your defenses are equal, so you don't really care about Sun Shower. So that at least is cool. But really, like, hydration is not on like the worst weather, or at least the hardest weather to use. I don't know about that one, Chief. What does it actually do then? I mean, it can set up its own Sun Shower, so yay, I suppose. Koryu is a thing there because it's it can nullify item stuff. It can Tail Glow. That's where the good special attack, good enough special attack stat comes in. So like Tail Glow with 80 base is still fine. It's not amazing, but it is there. Cotton Guard is not very good. You can spam Exploding Blaze, I suppose, and get some burn stuff going. Couple of decent special attacks, but you wouldn't want to use those with Mystic Winds, so I don't know exactly what you're doing with them. Good stab attack at the very least. Element Reverse is pretty interesting, mostly because Nature is the second most resisted stab. It might be tied with Light, but it's like very, very easy to show a resistance to this thing. So you could turn that resistance into a weakness on the switch. That's cool. It retains Fermit, so you do have some status stuff you can do. Saint Elmo is fine. Power Drain is a heal thing. It has priority, but on the special side, it kind of feels like it's trying to be Mana Feed, but it's don't know about that, really. Offensive coverage is nothing. It doesn't have reliable recovery either. It's only got Power Drain. Coverage options do include Thunder Force, so there is that. Smash Spin, I suppose, is available, but you're trap weak, so not so good there. Yeah. Shot Trade, I suppose, is a thing. Dark Sweet's Catastrophe, also special coverage. Oh yeah, I suppose Manaphy is probably the closest you're gonna get, but it's Manaphy on 80 base. It's at least got Pollen Mist, so like Flashover is also there. You've got some coverage on it. I don't like it though. It seems so awful. I don't know.
This thing is 100% D. 100%.
No, it's like so slow as well. 75 base with no way of increasing that. I don't think I can say that I like this one. It's a shame, because I do actually like Okina. I suppose, unlike Manaphy though, even if it is super weak, you do technically have priority. So, like, does that do anything for it? I can't really tell, and yeah, honestly, I don't think I like this one.
Yeah, this thing is absolute shit. This thing is absolute shit. Yeah, I mean, that, to be honest, I don't know how good this thing is in 3v3 after I got takeover removed, because like I said before, like back when it got stab, foul play, and stab takeover, like this thing was a menace. I don't know how good it was in 3v3 after I got takeover removed, although I'd like to imagine that Defense Okina was still insanely good in 3v3 to the point where it was like I probably assume it was like unhealthy in the 3v3 meta. I don't know. I don't really know the 3v3 meta. I'm just speculating here. But I'd imagine that its prevalence in the 3v3 meta warranted a rework of some sort. That's just a guess. That's just an honest guess, and I'm sticking to that for now. But yeah, it's getting late for me now, so I'm going to have to cut this again. I'll see you in like 12 to 15 hours, but uh, in your time, it'll only take a second. Bye. All right. Let's get back at it.
I could easily just be completely wrong on it as well. But yeah, I'm not sure. Defense Hina, pure poison. So the base form of Hina is like poison and never, and then the assist one was poison dark, and this one somehow just stripped the poison typing, I suppose. It was kind of weird. Or not the poison, stripped the never, and just exists as a poison type now.
Rabbit, yeah.
It's a poison with air cushion, so it's immune to earth, which is one of the only weaknesses it has. I think now wind is the only weakness that it has, so this is actually a really good defensive profile at this point. With only one weakness, a relatively decent number of resistances, because poison is part of the like highest resistance total in the game with light, so that's pretty solid. You are very vulnerable to steel as far as attacking goes, but you are a defense style, so that might not even matter. Special attack stat of only 80, so yeah, it probably doesn't matter that you're not too good against those. HP stat is 70, so not super high, but the defense stat is 140, so very, very high on that aspect. Spread defense is only 70, but that's okay. Physical defending is not too bad to just be good at, right? This one genuinely does not absorb Poison Trap on the way in, though, and that is exceptionally annoying.
That is
the fact that it ignores Poison Trap is very irritating, because your defensive poison is usually one of the things you would want to switch in on that. That said, if this doesn't get smash bin, I'm going to be very mad, so, you know, that would be at least something to fix that.
It should.
Yeah. As far as the other ability goes, it's Karmic Retribution, which is awful, don't even bother. A bad version of Rough Skin is just not worth anything. I think this one doesn't... No, it does get Grace of Mana. I was going to say, I was wondering if this one even did, because when you see Curse Reversal at the start, it's just like, yeah. Yeah, see, you say that, but like most of the sword characters don't get Dancing Sword. Some of the sword characters that you would expect to get Brandish don't get Brandish, so I can take nothing for granted in this game. You've got Poison Trap, as you would expect. All Hinas have this because it's a base normal style thing. Will-O-Wisp is available, so that's cool. This almost feels like Skarmory, more or less, because it really has that same sort of stat total to it. You've got Overheat instead of Brave Bird, effectively, but I mean, that's fine. Yeah, Will-O-Wisp is really good to have around. Force Shield doesn't really do anything here, so whatever. You've got Clear Smog, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Grace of Mana is respectable. All of your physicals have changed.
Hey, got it!
Cool,
yeah, this is actually more so Wheezing than Skarmory.
Knockoff is there.
Like,
yeah, we do.
I mean,
yeah, you would hope to get Spin, but like... Yeah,
there isn't really much of a difference between like this and Skarmory, but this is definitely more so Wheezing because Poison type had its levitate.
Just not the firepower.
Like, that's pretty good.
Lazy Mist, I guess, could be spammed if you really wanted to. If you just set like one Poison Trap layer down and then just spam Lazy Mist, I guess that would be pretty irritating as a combination of statuses. You get Vermin as well for some reason. I guess Steel types do probably switch in on you, so there is that. I mean, if you wanted to cover Steel, Inferno is there, right? So, there is that, I suppose. Yeah. It's maybe slightly on the passive side, but it's a massive defense stat on this thing, and it has the utility that you would want. So, If your team will benefit from wheezing in terms of the typing, and you want like a bulky trap setter or something, you could do a lot worse than this. Poison trap is really good after all, so yeah. Your taunt answer is changeling and you just ignore the offenses. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, this is literally wheezing that actually has reliable recovery. This is good.
Alright. I'm glad that Tild probably isn't here for this one because he would get very mad at me for a lot of what I'm probably going to say here. Defense Reimu isn't unbreakable or anything, but she is really, really annoying to say the least. Void Illusion is a pretty good typing overall. You are weak to Sound and Warped as your only stuff there, but you are immune to both Void and Illusion, funnily enough. Being immune to Illusion as an Illusion type is really good because it means you can't get pursuited and you can't get sneak attacked, so that's quite nice. Its stats are very average all around, only 65 spread attack, but that's whatever. The HP stat's 110, which is good. The defense is, in fact, every other stat is base 90. You probably don't really care that much about the focus attack most of the time, and you generally don't care that much about the speed other than being faster than enemy walls. And this is the premier, or at least a premier example of an economist user. It is maybe not the best one, but it is definitely the first one that generally comes to mind. I have mentioned this a few times because we have seen economist a few times by now, but this ability is nuts compared to what its inspiration is. Harvest only allows you to recover berries. This allows you to recover any hold one item except the floating stone. Floating stone notably cracks after it gets used, so it's air balloon, right? So that can't get recovered, but any other hold one item can. And if we go and take a look at some of the hold one item stuff here, I mean, this can include the type resist charms if you really wanted to. They are fine enough, I suppose. You've got the pinch berries and whatnot. All of that stuff is things you would expect. Like any of the defensive recover status charm stuff could be there as well, whatever. Dispel charm, that would be more useful for power Reimu with Gensokyo Typhoon, but oh no, that's not the right one, that's the haste charm.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, like dispel charm,
yeah, power
that,
could be nice
I
for
guess
power
is a
rating.
thing. You could be resistant to taunt. No, what it means is stuff like this. So eviction notice was the main thing that I ended up finding out to use on this one, and it makes it incredibly irritating. Reimu is likely to survive
a recyclable red card's
kind
of funny.
That isn't stab super effective. That then forces the opponent to switch because of the eviction notice, and you have every single turn a 50% chance to recover the eviction notice, and just keep forcing the opponent out every single time. It is incredibly irritating. Other
That's
stuff
pretty
that you
funny,
can do,
not gonna
you can
lie.
recover the type gems as well. That
Like
is
that with the
sort of
spikes or
Witness
rocks or
policy
T-spikes
on
is
other
pretty
puppets
funny.
You could maybe do Gold and Silver Talisman could technically get reused as well. That's not really that noteworthy, I suppose, but it's neat. Hey Chris, how's it going? Yeah, so the most noteworthy application is the Rebellion Tome, not the Rebellion Tome, the Eviction Notice, but oh my god, it is annoying. Yeah, good luck setting up and just breaking past it that way, because you just can't. As far as what you can do with Reimu herself, the reason the Eviction Notice works is because she has First Aid, so she has reliable recovery. She does not have to rely on the Life Charm in order to get herself healed up. This is actually really huge, because it means that you can do toxic stalling and such with this one, and it just works out very, very well. Your stab attacks are fine. I mean, you're mostly going to be using St. Elmo. Not St. Elmo. Well, yeah, St. Elmo or Revolving Illusions with this one. That's another thing, being Void Illusion. You are immune to knockoff from illusion types, or like the standard one skill.
Well, to be specific, you're only immune to Saint Elmo's fire. Unfortunately, other forms of knock exist in the form of Panic Call and Firewall. But yeah, being immune to one form of knockoff as something that has Harvest is pretty nice.
Cards could teach. So Panic Call and Firewall would have
Oh
to be
yeah, that
used
is
against you
true.
to remove the
You're
item.
immune to the most
So,
accessible
yeah.
form of knock, which
Yeah,
is
so those
nice.
two attacks are going to be generally used. You could use Protect or you could use Sub, depends what you want to do. You have access to Smash Spin, so you can blow away hazard stuff, which is pretty good. You can Drought if you want to do a different status. Toxic Stalling is very viable with this one. You've got dual screens as well, and you've got the Sub Protect type stuff to try and recover your charm as well. So it's passive, but also it's passive in a way that you can't generally take advantage of, because you can't just set up I mean, you could set up hazards, I guess, but
Well, one one thing about the whole eject button thing, that concept in alone is still kind of passive because the red card switch only occurs once you get hit. So say if someone sets up on you and actually hits you with a move that this thing is weak to and could potentially knock it out in one go, then yeah, the red card would still proc and it'll get sent away. However, you would you basically lose a major defensive piece. Well, maybe major defensive piece depending on your team, and that could bite you in the ass that way. What in the fuck? But yeah,
they could spin those hazards away. You could set up with a gigantic sweep, but then it's going to eviction notice as soon as you attack it. So even if you do set up to like +6, you might KO the Reimu, but your sweep is going to be cut short. So like even that's not amazing, and it will wear you down with the toxic stalling stuff as well. And it can whirlwind. This thing is incredibly annoying to deal with. Killing it in one hit is usually not happening either, unless you catch it off guard with a choice like Warped or Sound move. And even then it has to have a lot of firepower behind it, because Reimu is rather tanky as well, as we mentioned. So, exceptionally annoying puppet to deal with. It's also not particularly weak to the Volt Turn core either. It's neutral to Volt Switch and resistant. No, it's like neutral to both.
it's neutral to
because
both.
Void is weak to Dark, but Illusion resisted. So it's not particularly vulnerable to Volt Turn either. That can disrupt the Eviction Noticing, but if you Volt Switch against this thing and it triggers Eviction Notice, you don't get to choose what comes in. So it's very possible that it just brings in something that's unfavorable anyway. And 50% of the time, every single turn this thing stays in play, it has a chance to recover that notice. Yeah, you have to be pretty lucky to deal with this very easily.
Yeah, defense Reimu's pretty good. I haven't really, to be honest, I haven't really messed with the red card economist concept. It does sound pretty funny though. More often than not, I just slap a Lumberry on this because um, potential quote unquote drought immunity is pretty solid, or like thermid slash toxic immunity quote unquote is just nice as well. And yeah, like this thing's a decent spinner. It gets per toxics. It has knock. It has foul play, so it's not that passive, though it's still kind of passive. Yeah, this thing's good.
And it's a pain in the ass, it really is. So yeah, I've used it quite a bit in between both base and Shadow Dreams, and yeah, as soon as we worked out the eviction noticing, it's just like, this just suddenly become a lot more devastating. Defense Kaguya! So, Chansey has two iterations in this game. This is more the Blissey rather than the Chansey iteration. There is Orange as the Chansey iteration here. I say this is Blissey because it has a roughly the same attack stat, special attack stat as Blissey does. So, God, I'm not even going to try and work. No, I am going to try. It's 220 for the HP stat here. You're minus 75 from the stat, and that's what your
220
is here. So 220 base HP, only 10 base focus defense. Not the only time we're going to see that stat, by the way. Yeah, only 10 for the focus defense, 130 for the spread defense, so almost the same as Blissey. 55 base speed, same as that. Special attack is very slightly higher. This is a puppet that will just sit there and take virtually any special hit that you can throw at it outside of, I guess, Dark and Illusion as the main bits here. And it's got two pretty solid abilities too. Natural Cure, of course, is pretty good for Blissey stuff. Pretty sure if that heals Drought on the way out as well, that's exceptionally strong to work with.
It does heal Drought.
Flaming Garment is a pain in the ass as well, though. 30% chance to burn from any attack. Imagine if Blissey had Poison Point. That's effectively what this is. If Blissey had Poison Point,
it's cute,
but not just Poison Point. Poison Point on any type of attack, even if you didn't make contact. Imagine
cute.
like flamethrowing a Blissey when the Blissey switches
I'd still prefer Natural Cure.
And you just
because Natural Cure is honestly really nice for like defensive puppets.
How dumb does that sound? It sounds
like
pretty
Natural
dumb,
Cure is
right?
really good.
But that's what we're dealing with here.
Granted, like it's still
we
funny.
have Wish like
it's still kind of cool.
Got via an event forever ago that's like shouldn't still be legal, but people use it anyway on Showdown, right? We have Trick Room, we've got Carmine, so this is where the offensive side of Blissey, like Carmine Bliss was actually something that I remember winning with actually in Generation 4. Occasionally people just couldn't deal with it. It was very funny. Yeah, it's illegal with Teleport, true. Grace of Mana is something that you have as well. You do have the reliable recovery, just like Bliss has got soft boiled. Stab in Moonbow, Inferno, White Lily Dance is neat, Yawn is interesting, Force Shield is there for blocking U-turns, I suppose.
It's also for
it's
proccing
interesting when it comes to Force Shield
the
versus,
Flame Body, which is again
Force Shield,
funny.
obviously you proc Flaming Garment, right?
Yeah.
But it's interesting when it comes to Force Shield versus Protect on something like this, because Force Shield will make it so that you don't die to any U-turn that gets used against you. Remember, you have 10 base defense and you're weak to Dark. So even weak U-turns like Tokiko's are going to do a lot of damage to this thing. But Force Shield makes it so that you only take a 16th, you're going to heal that back with the leftovers, but then the opponent still switches out, which may or may not be a good thing depending on what they're using with Changeling in the first place. If they've brought in a physical attacker they're wanting just to try and scout momentum, like, I don't know, just to have an example, Power Sakia.
It depends on the situation. It depends on the situation.
And, you know, just like they're expecting you to switch,
like
and
Protect,
so they're using Changeling for the momentum thing.
Protect,
Force Shield kind of dumps on that, right? Because
Protect
it means
Scouts,
that they basically don't do damage to you. They might
Shield
get burned by Flaming Garment,
sacrifices momentum, and depending on it, it may or may not bite you in the ass. Like,
switches left to Kaguya,
it's hard to say.
That's going to be a good turn for you in the next round. So
the question or not,
Force Shield is kind of noteworthy here, as much as it.
The question of whether or not it's beneficial or not.
Also, Nuke. Hello.
Yeah, it's very.
Yeah, you've got
there's
a bunch
lot
of
hypotheticals.
This is
when
very
it comes
similar
to like
to
a question like that.
What Blissey can do. Flashover is a pretty good spam move here. Like it just doubles down on the whole "I'm gonna bird you" thing, which is pretty good. Ghost Wave can scare, but physical attackers aren't staying in, so that's probably not amazing. Unknown Flare's Confusion might actually be something as well. If you go Emergency Cure, you can firm it, so you do actually have a way of statusing as well, because you don't get Miasma, but firm it is perfectly fine. And yeah, that's mostly it. It sits there in the face of special attackers and doesn't afraid of anything except a U-turn. It's very afraid of U-turn. But, you know, it's the slightly more aggressive side. You technically can, like, do some stuff with this to make it not just, you know, like, don't sit on it, right? And it can pass the most gargantuan wishes you have ever seen. So, if nothing else, there is that. Also, invest in that defense a little bit, and I guess you could counter as well, because it does still have access to that too. That can really mess with U-turners as well. Imagine like a Tokiko U-turning this, doing, God, I don't even know, like 120 damage or whatever, and you counter the thing that comes in and just kill them immediately. That'd be very funny, right? So I actually wouldn't underestimate cross counter here. Counter Bliss is dangerous for a reason, right? Yeah, it's cool. It does what it does very well, and you've just got to make sure that you preserve your checks to it, right?
Yeah, not much to say. This is, well, yeah, this is in my opinion like the worst half of Blissey because, like, yeah, this is what this iteration of Blissey just takes, the offensive presence of what Blissey can do. It takes the wish passing of what Blissey can do and just stuffs it onto this. And, well, I mean, this is still nice. Like, at the end of the day, this thing still has Blissey stats. Like, you really can't go wrong with that. But I mean, I prefer the other iteration of Blissey because it has the qualities that I prefer when I use stuff like Chansey or Blissey, which is rocks, cleric potential and healing. Yeah.
The final Narumi form here, still in the Parker because it's still adorable. Light Earth, so the same typing that the Tenchi had. So that's kind of neat. This one has far more utility as Changeling. Not Changeling. God damn it, I was reading it down there. This has far more utility than the Tenchi had, because I believe this one's got fading out, if I remember rightly. But,
Yeah, this thing
we'll
has
find out
teleport.
as we go.
Actually, out of
This
curiosity,
is a special
where is the
defense version
Tenchi?
of
Is she like in the lower
what
tier?
Tenchi was trying to do, but there's a lot less HP in this one. Invalidate is kind of cool. Just delete the opponent's ability when you come in. That can matter. Really good against the regenerator type stuff, right? So yeah, that's always cool. 95 spread attack is the highest attacking stat, is only passable, but Earthlight is also not a great offensive type by itself. It is resisted by nature, so yeah, and water with added secondary types in there as well is a big problem. So there's a lot of things that with a secondary type make this an issue, but we have seen some wind waters already, and that would be very annoying for this typing. So yeah, offensively it's probably not working, not with this one anyway. 60 base speed, whatever. 60 defense, very low to be honest. That HP stat of 80 is passable, but not really helping the focus defense whatsoever. Spread defense is pretty immense though. I want to say that is 150, because it should go back down to 170 when rounded down. So very, very high special defense on this one. The other ability is Composed. Immune to Upbeat is fine, just very, very specific, and Invalidate is likely gonna work more often.
I guess more often than not you'd want Invalidate, but Composed has its places.
Heavily rely on
but you'd mostly want Invalidate.
One thing Invalidate is super good for though is forcing Hina to switch out. Extra Hina is 4 times weak to Earth, but I mean any Hina basically, because I think they all have Air Cushion.
They all have
like
Levitate.
All the Hinas rely on Air Cushion in order to be immune to Earth that they're normally very weak to. And this one just goes no air cushion for you, and especially in Extra Hina's situation, you're faster than it. So it's very good at forcing that to switch out, despite not being very good on the physical defense. So yeah, Invalidate I think is worth noting here. Yeah, Fading Out is on this one, so it's a very, very bulky on one side, and has the momentum sapping teleport, so sapping for the opponent, right? Reliable recoveries on here. High magnetism is absolutely hilarious, to be honest.
It's slow as hell, but that is funny.
So let's give an Earth Puppet the skill that makes the next opponent's move electric type, so they're always immune to the move the opponent uses in the next turn. That is hilarious. You've got decent stab attacks here. Mysterious Wave is, I suppose, good against light, but sure. Ghost Chase technically has some benefits here, but not really going to matter that much. Unfortunately, you don't have a trap. Like Stealth Trap probably would have been really good.
That does suck though. At the very least, she has spin.
Moon's Protection at least is set up, but you're too weak. Both physical defense and special attack are too low for that, I think.
It does suck that she only has like
Moon's
spin
Reflection
but at least
doesn't do
it's
anything
something.
because you are immune to Volt Switch as well.
Actually,
so,
let me double check on that.
I don't know. Iron Wall stance is funny, but like, what are you doing after that, right? You can make yourself very tanky.
Oh yeah, she also has knock for utility, which is nice.
Everything, but then where are you going with that? Because your offenses are still very low. Maybe we've got something in here that could help that. Yeah, Flashover spammable. Lazy Mist is spammable. Honestly, Lazy Mist is probably one of the best like moves that you could add to this one, because weakness is just so annoying, right? You
Gotta
could spin
love
with
the
this.
Scald
That's
of this game.
respectable.
Pretty cool.
Drought itself is on here, so I guess that's fine. Whirlwind stuff is, I guess, there. You don't have a toxic level status condition, so yeah, you're probably spamming like Lazy Mist or Flashover or something to try and fish for status conditions, if that's, you know, like something you're into, I suppose. It's not like it's not the worst you could do. And yeah, really, this one is trying to abuse the fact of fading out is a really good momentum preserver. And
Fading out's
I
good.
haven't played
Gen 8 teleport
Generation 8 and for single stuff, but I know teleport was like everywhere, so there is that. It's a shame this is not on the power one in the sense, or the power one is where Regenerator came in, because like fading out plus regen would have been great, you know.
It would have.
Yeah, it
would have been nice
like
to have a slow king.
An offense team's glue type thing, right? Which I think is an admirable role to go into, and yeah, that's fine. Alright, on to defense mine.
Oh, wait a minute. Why the hell did I put this up? Why did I put this up here again?
AKA Miss I am not dying to a single physical attack ever. Defense Mai is...
Okay, I know this thing doesn't have reliable
powerful,
recovery. Does she at least have
you
more?
can effectively make this one impenetrable to physical, which is pretty
Man,
cool.
I think that alone...
HP stat at base
Okay,
90
is
pretty
right?
good. Defense stat is
She at least has
130
firewall?
with Intimidate.
Firewall?
So
Oh my
yeah,
God.
that's already off to a really good
T-Veil,
start.
she has
Special
spin,
defense is base
changeling.
90, which is fine. 60 speed is quite low. 80 focus attack is rather annoyingly low. But this one's probably... This one was spamming Holy Flare, because I have actually used this before as well. This is going to spam Holy Flare, so it gets a little bit extra chip damage coming out of it. And fire types don't want to switch in because you're a water type.
Maybe this is still fine to
you're
be.
attack better. Yeah, I mean that's also fair when it comes to Narumi being a lopsided defensive thing can be a bit annoying, but I don't know. Its other ability is Poker Face, aka Shield Dust. I mean, technically you don't need Intimidate here in order to be like very resistant to physicals, so that's cool, but honestly, Poker Face is just not great, right? It's like if you... I suppose it means that you don't get paralyzed by... or like, not even paralyzed, but just like you can't get hit by random poisons or lazy misdroughts or stuff like that, which is neat, but no. Intimidate is just too hard to pass up, right? As far as stuff you can do, there's a fair bit here. You have Thunderveil. I don't... Why do you even get this? Okay, so...
Who knows?
I suppose the reason is because I guess Electric can be immunized by Earth. I think you can't Thunderveil.
I believe this works, or at least type-wise, this works similar to Glare, in which you actually can use this on a ground type, I believe. But this doesn't work on opposing electrics. I might be wrong, but I want to say Thunderveil works on grounds in this game.
F-type, but like... So, why do you get the Stun Spore when right next to it is just a more accurate and better version of the skill? It doesn't make sense to me. Whatever. Haze is here, I guess. You are quite slow, so Reverse Splash is probably going to be able to do 120 power most of the time. Dancing Rain can be a bit frustrating. Burn Strike, but you're most likely Holy Flaring here. Ferment is something you can do. Shooting Press is cool. You can do a Curse Sweep if you want, but your special defense is pretty low, so you might not be able to do that very well. One thing you don't have here is any form of recovery, so if you want to use this as a defensive thing over and over, you probably need to use it with Wish. If you want to use it offensively, it doesn't do anything to water types, because you don't actually get coverage there as well. You do get some other good coverage though. Detonation burst is nice, and a slow changeling is always worth noting. So even if you want to use this as like a gold hairpin thing or something, and just go, I am literally taking 0 damage from physical ever, that's totally possible. You're not going to do much damage back, but you know. Smash Bin is available, Lazy Mist is spammable even if it's not that great, Ferment is there, Drought is pretty solid as well. You can do screens, Shot Trade is, I suppose Shot Trade is worth noting, and yeah, that's a lot of stuff that's just been listed off there. A bunch of good status things that you can do.
I guess she still has good stuff to
very,
her.
Very good physical. And,
but
Thunderveil does
maybe
not
she could still
conflict
stay
with
here,
the
although
burn,
I'm feeling
burn
inclined
effect
to
of
maybe
Holy
drop
Flare.
her.
So that's really good. And like I say, fire types don't want to switch in on this because they're weak to water. And you did get waterfall drop, right? From here? Yeah. So you've got 100 base power stab coverage against fire. They don't want to switch in on that, which means you kind of get Holy Flares off for free. And that's pretty devastating actually. That's a lot of damage output from that. Water Fire itself is also very resistant to Stealth Trap, which makes it hard to wear down by hazards as well. So yeah, 4 move slot is definitely a problem point for sure, but no, it's good. Is it better than the other Mai in this tier though?
Yeah,
I mean, they kind of
definitely not better than Power.
roles,
I'd say either this one could drop or
the
Power
other
could
Mai
rise. Like,
more.
I don't know why I put this
guess
at D.
healing was the main thing for it, but yeah, watertight with strict dosage, as opposed to water fire. That's a tough one. They're pretty comparable at the very least, but yeah, honestly. I don't know. Maybe the power. Was it power?
This thing at least has stuff, but the lack of reliable carry does suck for it.
I don't know. All right, assist forms for B tier. Oh man, assist hay. What more needs to be said about this one? Assist hay was the lead metagame with my friends and such. The few games I got to play of both this and base game. That by itself pretty much says all you need to know about this one. It is the quintessential lead puppet. 115 base speed, a little bit on the low side. There are plenty of things that can outspeed it. Not a lot of things that can kill it at the same time though, because this HP stat is really high at 120. The defenses are quite low, but you're basically going to max out speed and then max out most likely physical, but one of the defenses that you want. And that's really all you need to do. 85 spread attack is quite low, whatever. Quick Eye is an amazing ability, to be honest. It lets you see both the item
nice.
and ability of the opponent. So you get to know, like, there's a lot of puppets with ambiguous abilities as well as like a bunch of different items they could run, and you get to see on the lead slot what the opponent is planning, which is really good. If the opponent is using a slightly slower trap user, like, I don't know, Extra Magan or something, and you see that they have the mental herb, you know not to taunt them, as one example. So yeah, lots of good stuff that can do. And your other ability is Lucky, because of course it is, it's a Tay, it has to have that, which is fine, but I don't really think you have.
It's kind of neat.
No, you have enough that
like,
you would abuse it with, but I just don't think you want to abuse.
She does have stab destruction, which is kind of funny. She still has that 60% chance to flinch going for her, so that's kind of cool.
Use it because I don't think you exactly benefit from that. Because to abuse Lucky means you are going offense with an 85 base spread attack Void puppet, which doesn't seem too good. Like, you've got Unknown Flare, you've got Stormcloud's Eye, you've got Destruction. So, like, I mean, Destruction's not amazing, but the flinch rate, right? You've got moves that can abuse it, but that's really low power, so just don't even bother. Slingshot is actually a really annoying skill to have around in general too. Just
Let's
lowered
go, Mud
accuracy
Slap!
guaranteed. I
Let's
have no idea why
go!
they made Mud Slap 55 base power, but here we are.
Let's
Um,
go, Mud
that
Slap!
doesn't need lucky. I'm just noting it because it's there. Yeah. So offensively, whatever. You've got shot trade if you want to trick the opponent's thing, so you see what item they're holding, and it's like if it's beneficial for you to trick them as a result, you can do that. That's a good application for Quick Eye. First aid is really okay. I mean, it depends if you think Tay's going to survive and if you've got enough move slots left to do so. Bind Trap and Stealth Trap are the big reason for this one. So obviously Stealth Rock Setter at the lead is really good. Bind Trap on a non-dart type is still not that common, so it's great to note, but also Bind Trap on something with 115 speed, right, is really, really good. If you want to do damage, your best bet is honestly Prank, but we have lightning speed for like switching. You've got a couple of things that you could spam as well, like Flash Over with Lucky can get some burns. Lazy Mist is a 60% weaken, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Smash Bin is something you could do as an anti-lead type thing, because if you're going against other lead, hazard setters in the lead slot, then Smash Bin can be your way to deal with them. Lightning Speed is just good momentum grabbing, which is fine. And you do have Drought, you do have Screens, and you do have Taunt as well. So you've got everything that the lead needs, except maybe you're lacking a little bit in speed. But yeah, you've got everything you could want. You've got information gathering, you've got dual hazards, one of which is Bind Trap that's like deceptively annoying to deal with. You can survive practically any hit. You're only weak to Dark, and strong Dark type leads do exist, but unless they're item boosted as well, most of the time they're not going to be able to kill you in one hit if you invest in defenses appropriately. Even Speed Ellis, which we will get to later, trust me, my Speed Ellis could still not kill this thing in one hit most
If it
of
was
the time.
max HP, max defense, that would make
And yeah,
sense.
you,
This
you've
thing's
basically
HP
got
stats
everything you could
is
want
pretty big.
for lead stuff.
Yeah, this thing's good. Good lead, as Cal's been saying over and over, and I have used this thing defensively, and it's fine. Well, to be honest, there is like a Spadef Mono Void that does the tanking role better than this, but this thing does have its uses, which it well most notably the lucky stuff, not necessarily the destruction flinching, but just inflicting lazy miss is the most notable part. Of course, you can inflict burns with flashover, you can inflict confusion with unknown flare, but like um a bulky hazard setter that's still passive, but could still um that could still have like that could still like harass or pressure the opponent somewhat with Serene Grace boosted weakens or burns is something that's notable. So yeah,
It's just
again
a
like
bit slow.
again like it's not. I mean more often than not like the lead using this as a lead is most likely what you're gonna do, and it's something that that you'll most likely see. However, I would say like a bulky set is still okay. Like it still has its perks.
And this game doesn't have like a dedicated lead meta or anything, so it was very, very popular for like my circle of like 4 people, admittedly. So like, Tay was on most of the teams that I went against, so I had to plan around it. That's why I ended up liking stuff like Parsi, liking stuff like Ellis a lot more, because they
Makes
were
sense.
capable of dealing with it in the lead slot. But in a more open game, do we need a slot dedicated to the lead stuff here?
Depends on how successful hyper offense is in general in this form. Uh, like in, like in like it all depends on whether hyper offense is successful uh in this quote unquote metagame, because and to that I just say I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know if the meta if the meta does if this hypothetical meta does shift towards hyper offense, maybe this thing would see a lot of play in that. Maybe you'd see a lot more speed Aya. Maybe you'd see a lot more prankster stuff like Assist Magan. Maybe you'd see more offensive setters like Extra Racing because one because one thing I like to run in hyper offense teams is actually like um a Sash Extra Racing, and I'd run it similar to either Azelf or Landorus Therian, depending on the team that I like to build. And it'd either be like um, Stealth Rock Taunt, Flare Blitz, and Explosion, or it'd be Stealth Rock Swords Dance, Flare Blitz, and Explosion. And that has seen like relative success for me. But yeah, like we I could talk about like what if we talk about like how hyper offense would be, what it would be like, assuming hyper offense would be the way to go moving forward, assuming this this game is ever going to see development, because not gonna lie, like even though Cal says that it's work, this thing has been, the meta and like this 4-person friend group, to be honest, this community has only like 10, maybe 20 at best people playing. So that's not really much to go off of. If we had if we had like 100 people playing, or like 200, people consistently playing, and then the usage stats thing that Bardo set up, um basically would be more defined. Like we'd actually have a better idea of like what is good to use in this game. Then yeah, uh, yeah.
And really, do we need this if we aren't relying on Bind Trap as well? Because I'm pretty sure there are plenty of other hazard users we're going to see in the upper tiers here that do not do Bind Trap, but probably do other stuff that Tay does not do that are more beneficial overall. Okay. And then the other Shin, like I say, one was assist, one was defense. This one's on the spread side instead. Exactly the same stats as before, it's just instead of the focus stats, this one's got spread. Spoilers, it's got the boom burst thing with it, yeah. It's kind of, is a hyper offensive thing in Team Pure, exactly, yeah. Yeah, no, spoilers, this one's got the actual boom burst in this game. Not really a lot to go over there then. We do still have the same 2 immunity things, so cool. This one does slightly different terrains and weathers for the setup here, so we can't Genbu with this one, but we can Suzaku, which the other one couldn't do. I think Byako, the other one, couldn't do as well, something like that. Yeah, weather stuff here is something that, yeah, the other one, there's a little bit of overlap, but most of it couldn't do. Dense Barrage is the Boom Burst equivalent, so there's your one main thing there. Instead of White Lily Dance, we've got Puppet Scrudge. Cool, except we've also got White Lily Dance because fuck theming, am I right? Still got Grace of Mana. Would have been funny if it had First Aid, actually, just to again, I want my mirror image thing here, come on. Fermit, still here as well. Moon's Protection actually doesn't make as much sense on this one in... No, it does make sense because you've got the 90 base spread attack, but at the same time it's like if it had focus defense and spread attack, then it would make a lot more sense to Moon's Protection.
Let's go!
Here it's just like I'm going to be immune to spread, I suppose, at that stage. I mean, really the catch is like, what does this do that Kaguya doesn't, right? It's more resistant to Dark than Kaguya in the sense that it doesn't have 10 focus defense.
One thing that is notable about this is, in regards to the typing, Light has more overall resistances, but one of the main drawbacks of Light defensively is that it is weak to Pursuit. And if a strong Pursuit comes its way, then that thing is kind of checkmated in that sense. whereas this thing is immune to pursuit. So, it depends on how much you fear or value pursuit, but that's something to take note of. But other than that, these two assist Shingyoku and Defense Kaguya, in my opinion, do more or less the same thing. It's just that Kaguya has more overall coverage, whereas this thing has boom burst. So, yeah.
That's
And yeah,
basically it. It has a
yeah,
lot of really good
again,
coverage, and once again,
yeah, not
Slash
much.
Spin is also there. I forget. No,
Yeah,
Kaguya. Did Kaguya even have that? I don't even
I'm pretty
remember.
sure Kaguya doesn't. Let me see here.
It's like it's fine. It basically does exactly the same thing as the other Goku. It's just which one defensively do you need for the team. Acid Tears
Yeah, it
is
doesn't.
actually really cool though. This one doesn't have Will-O-Wisp, but Acid Tears is neat. It can hit the other side of things when it comes to the whole burn versus poison thing.
Actually, wait, I shouldn't say more or less the same thing, even
The
though they're
problem
both
is you are
special
a
tanks.
spread tank. I think I've
What's
said this
notable
for a
about
few
Kaguya
things
is that she has
actually. The
natural
fact
cure.
that you're
Though granted,
a
this thing has one
spread
status
defender
immunity, so
means that the opponent is gonna
I mean, this still doesn't
switch
mean
out
that I'd
of their
put them
spread
one tier
attacker
over
into
over
a
the other
focus
because they
attacker.
still more or less
And
do
Acid
things
Tears
similarly.
scares, which does nothing to the focus attacker. So that gets a bit awkward. Like, it is still very good, but most people aren't going to be dumb enough to stay in with their spread attacker going, okay, but if I hit you for the 7th time, then I can kill you, right? They're gonna switch out, like, basically straight away. And so Acid Tears probably is honestly just worse than Ferment here. This is why I ended up, that plus the fact of, like, poison types don't get, and steel types don't get hit by that, is actually why I ended up switching in-game to stuff like Sweet Nightmare and Behind You, where possible, because as good as these are, they just get switched into by the types that just, or like the type of attacker that just doesn't care about it when it's on this type of puppet. So yeah, I actually kind of think Sweet Nightmare is probably better than Acid Tears here, which is
I
maybe
agree.
saying why that's not so good. But at least you've got Fermit though, so that's not too bad. And then finally, the final Renko form. This is your terrain version of the Renko, the speed one that we saw earlier. This one is significantly slower. It's, I guess, the bulky version of it here, as much as you could say that. Its HP stat is 85, so that's fine. Your defense is 75 each. Not amazing, to be honest. Only 40 speed on this one. Sure.
It's
probably works very
it's
slightly
almost
better
passable
for the Genbu at the
bulk.
very least. Unfortunately, the one difference between this and the weather-based one is that terrain skills do not get to be permanent. That's probably for the better.
Yes, it's for the better.
Because I do not want to live in a world where permanent Trick Room exists.
Yeah, fuck that. No. Just no.
But that does mean that this one has to potentially set terrain up multiple times in the game in order to be useful. And I don't know about you, but the vast majority of the terrains in this game don't do enough for me to justify that.
It sucks that Suzuku, Byakko, and Seiryu have to die. Oh, Koryu as well. It sucks that those terrains have to die for Genbu's sins. But yeah, I mean, let's be real here. You're mostly gonna use this for Trick Room because, I mean, Trick Room is proven. Well, not really proven, but Trick Room kind of seems like the strongest terrain. Not only because it seems like the most potentially dangerous out of the other ones, even though Suzaku might be kind of interesting, but it's more so Genbu is the terrain that we're most familiar with. Like we know, we know how Trick Room works. We've built with Trick Room. We've played with Trick Room. We know how this is going to work, and therefore, Genbu would be the terrain that we know how to be the most proficient with. While while the concepts such as Byakko, Suzaku, Seiryu, and Koryu are really interesting in their own right, like we haven't. I mean, it could be possible that those terrains might be impactful in themselves, but we haven't really like this community hasn't really found a way to like succeed with them as much as we've succeeded with Trick Room. And like I said before, we know Trick Room. We know how it works. We know how to build with Trick Room. We know how to play with Trick Room. And unfortunately, we know also how to play against Trick Room in singles. Doubles, though, this thing would be stupid. In doubles, though, in doubles, though, this thing would be insane. Anyway.
It doesn't have another ability. It's a human character. The skill cards are non-existent here, so it's just whatever it gets here. But we can look at, if we look at the terrains and see what I mean here. Suzaku is cool. It means that if you try and heal, then you take damage instead. It's not take damage for how much you would have healed. If you use recover, you take like 25% or something of your health instead.
Yeah, that part's
Genbu's
unfortunate.
Trick Room, this is usually the one you use it for. Seryu is the whole like types do not interact thing, which is neat, but do we really want to dedicate a slot to this in order to do that? I mean, do it for 8 turns, that is a long time, but do we have enough abuses of it here? Maybe that Takane that we saw before, but like, it's kind of
Mostly
rough.
the Takane,
Byakko means
arguably the
that nobody
Gengetsu.
can miss attacks, so sure, if you've got abuse stuff, there's a few puppets that can.
Oh, actually, fun fact about this, Byakko in particular. I don't know why. Like maybe. Okay, I have a theory of how like this interaction is coded, but for some reason, under Byakko, protect doesn't work, which is really fascinating to me. For some reason, under Byakko, whenever an opposing mon tries to use protect, the attack still connects fully. And I'd like to assume that the reason why that is that I think what the programmers did was that they made it so that um protect grants the user infinite evasion, and I would imagine Byakko would be something like prevent any evasion would be rendered null even if it's infinite. And so what Byakko does, uh, and, and 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 yeah, I'd say like Byakko just nulls protect because protect gives like infinite evasion or something like that. And I guess that's why attacks can hit even through protect under Byakko. It's very weird. It's very weird.
Like take advantage of that via an ability, but even then, not so sure myself.
Like it's not gonna matter in singles anyway because protect is a very niche move to use in singles. You'd either use it alongside Wish to guarantee your delayed reliable recovery, or it's used. It can be a tech option to scout choice mons, or it could be used alongside Toxic slash Thermit to like to just like steadily increase your damage over time with those things. But for the most part, Protect is pretty niche in singles in general.
And then the last one is Koryu, which disables the effects of items and abilities. That's neat. Like, it is a bit of a blanket thing, but again, it's like, are we dedicating an entire team slot to having this for functionally 6 turns? Because you've got the one turn where it gets set up, and then the one turn that you've got to get this thing away from the battlefield. Probably via White Lily Dance, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact if it's not permanent, are we really dedicating an entire team slot to this? Is there really that much that the terrain can do for you that it's worth it? I don't think so. Like, Genbu is the one, and it is like the reason why you would want to use this in the first place. And that is fine. I don't have anything against that. Like, 8 turns of Trick Room, well, functionally 6, but like, that's 3 more turns of Trick Room than you would normally get access to. That is really, really good. But outside of hard Trick Room, there is like no use for this whatsoever. And is hard Trick Room even good is the other question. Once again, I think most of the Trick Room users you are likely to see are OTRs that are going to set their own Trick Room up. And unlike Lunasa, granted this is, again, plus 3 turns is a really big thing to see on it, but unlike something like Lunasa, this does not get to do it more than once. Because you are dying after you do this. You do not have the defenses and you don't have the recovery to set up multiple times in the game. It's arguable even the Rukato could be better than this in that aspect. So yeah, you've basically got to like win in those 6 turns in order to make it worth it, and I just don't know if you can do that.
Yeah, if you're gonna build hard Trick Room, this is the quintessential puppet to use in that. And hard Trick Rooms, it's fine. Like I think like with most hyper offense teams, personally, I feel like it's a little bit matchup dependent. If the opposing team can weather the storm long enough, then hard Trick Room's gonna lose. And I mean, the same can be said with most offense teams. It depends. It depends on whether what your opponent has, if they have the tools to withstand the assault. That's some of the mons that benefit from hard Trick Room, because there are some really scary ones like the Power Rika and the Extra Wagasagi. But yeah, I wouldn't say hard Trick Room is like that scary. And like I mean, honestly, this goes with like most hyper offense variants, like either Webs HO, Screens HO, or regular HO with like just rocks and that, or like spike rocks or spikes HO. Like they're fine. I mean, they're good. I mean, they're good. They're nice to use. It just depends on like what you're up against, and you don't really know. I mean, even now, you don't really know what you're gonna be up against. Like, say what you will, like, of like what I put in the top, but it's like this is only my personal opinion of like what I think are like really, what I think are the best puppets, and I'm only just one guy. Like, you have to keep in mind that I'm only just one guy. This is definitely not indicative of any metagame whatsoever.
But hey, you can set up any terrain you want, and it's gonna last longer than anybody else's. So neat. Alright, last ones in damages lot here for this style.
Oh my god, yeah.
First look at Keiki here as well. So that's cool. Right, so the last 4 assist ones here. Start off with Kurumi, the final Kurumi, I suppose here. This is Darker Poison, which is pretty hard to switch into. Quite a good offensive typing that way. We're going to see later on more iterations of this typing that end up being quite strong. So yeah, not too bad there. It is the offensive fog setter, or at least one of the main ones anyway. Base 80 for the HP stat, along with 60 defense and 90 spread defense. It can take a spread hit at the very least. Offense is only 75, so it seems kind of weird calling it the offensive one, but it is very, very fast, and we have some boosting stuff that we can do to make her actually a bit more threatening. Speed stat is 120, so...
I'd say it's offensive compared to the only the one other setter in this game is Sasaki Banki, which is pretty passive in its own right. And yeah, like this thing's fast. Like it's offensive in the sense that this thing has a really fast taunt, and I believe has poison trap as well. So this thing could be like a fog suicide lead if you fancy that. Although you are wasting turns. You are wasting a few turns trying to like set up stuff, like taunting the opposing lead, maybe setting up T spikes, you turning out like
Very quick there, especially for a dart type. Once again, they don't get affected by bind trap, so there is that. Iron Resolve is the alternative ability. It's garbage, don't use it. Because honestly, I don't think you use this puppet unless you have the offense. Honestly, I mean, offensive might be a bit of a wrong way of putting it for it, because it does have a lot of assisting moves as well. You have recovery if you do want to just
it doesn't really have the bulk to do that. But
Poison Trap is a really good
Roost
option to have around as well, but you are wasting dust. You are wasting fog turns by setting up that, which is a bit annoying. Negative Mist, I guess, could be kind of funny. Toxic Spiral is interesting. That's one of the things that you can do to make it harder for the opponents to like stay in. Creeping Darkness is really good here. That's also pretty helpful in general. Sweet Desperado is a relatively strong attack that you can use. Dark Sweets gets the bonus from the fog that you set up as well as stab, so it hits a bit harder than you would expect it to. And Wind Wave could be annoying with flinches, I suppose, is the main bit there. Unfortunately, no like setup move on her, on like herself here. One thing you do have though is Encore. Not everything gets like, no, not everything that you would want it on gets this. So you can just do like a supporting style thing with this too, of like status stuff. Encore is really good. You've got healing available. Suzaku Terrain is funny, but
again,
not that
the
good.
thing with
You do have
the thing with
so
Perch is that
fast changeling that you can go out
this
with.
isn't really
Not very
great
strong,
bulk.
but
Like
still
I mean,
quick.
HP is
Knockoff,
fine.
I guess,
This
is there.
bad. This
Smash
is
Spin, but
okay.
you're weak to hazards, so you probably don't do that. Some status spreading can happen. Poison Bomb is at least stable if you don't want to.
Again, this is like more quote-unquote
very
offensive
fast
compared
taunt on here
to
as well. Very fast trick if you want it. So
compared to this.
you can go ahead and do like surprise stuff with this, because it hits harder than you would expect with Choice Specs Dark Sweets. So like you could just do trick specs. You can do screen-based stuff if you want as well. Once again, you're probably eating too much into your fog turns if you do that, but like it is possible. Yeah, it's just unfortunate that the spread attack stat on this one is so low. Like naturally, if it was even 85, would probably be like respectable.
Nah,
enough
I'd say if it was like 100, maybe 95, but I'd say probably like 100. Then it'd be
and
a
again,
lot
it's an
more.
auto-setter, so
Like if this thing had a lot more punch, it'd be cool. I wouldn't raise this
Poison Trap
higher
could be
because
nice as well, you know?
I'd still stuck to my philosophy of like
yeah,
I'd rather
it's neat.
want something
the first one of these
with
that we
longevity
are
as a setter.
seeing,
Though granted, would be better as an
outside
offensive
of
piece.
the silly harassment bullshit of the original one, the extra one even. This one is another bind trap user mostly. It's also got curse return. So this was another potential component in that lead metagame that we never quite managed to develop, obviously, but this could have been something to counteract Tay at the time. 110 base speed, a bit slower than Tay, but Curse Return makes it so that all of her hazards don't matter. Only 70 for the special attack is terrible, but who cares? It's supposed to be a harassment tool anyway. 80 base HP, quite good defense stat of 100. That's, yeah, pretty solid. And yeah, why this one isn't a green mark, I have no idea, but I'm not going to pretend to know my old stuff there. 70 defense, also a little
My
bit
best
low,
guess
I guess I was just
would be max speed with like a red card.
Infiltration isn't amazing.
I don't
this
know.
one doesn't have offenses to speak on, so Curse Return is just immediately a million times better. You've got Bind Trap, like every Koakuma, I think, does. You've got Changeling, so, you know, two solid moves of it there. Disable you're fast enough to sub-disable, so I guess that's something. Will-O-Wisp is available for harassment, and also works to most physical attackers are going to switch in here instead of special, so that's cool. Relatively fast encore. Very funny if you switch into a hazard move and then encore the hazard, right? So there is that. No recovery on this one, so again, why I put a white mark on this one, I have no idea. Prank is probably your best like actual attack, but you're just going to use Changeling here. Or Saint Elmo. It's a lead and like nothing more really, but yeah. I'm pretty sure that damage is going to argue this one can drop, and I could see it. But hey, at least you've got some decent defensive moves you could use. Screens are here as well, also worth noting for hyper offense type stuff. Bind trap and then try and set screens before you die, right?
So yes, I agree this thing should drop, but mostly because upon looking at like the web setters that were there, when it comes to like pure web setting, I would definitely say this thing isn't like a tier above Assist Parsi. So I definitely drop this thing down just so it's in the same tier as Assist Parsi. I will say this, out of like all the suicide web lead options, I do like Assist Quakma the most, just because it's a suicide lead that can definitely stuff out other potential suicide leads in this, like, you know, if we did actually have like a lead focused metagame, then this would definitely be my go-to, because it could set up webs guaranteed. And it does have some nice utility options. Encore is really nice if they want to set up in your face. I do like Shinigami's Vault because after you set up the webs, um, the Ghost Curse can let you kill yourself, which basically gives you better positioning on like what comes in, and it can also potentially force the opponent to switch out because they're getting the um, they're getting like really big dot damage uh, from the curse. So I thought that was nice. But yeah, like I definitely say this can go to wherever Assist Parsi is. Like, and I would say like I would say for those who are gonna say like what about Assist Tay though? Assist Tay does more than just webs. This thing also has rocks. But yeah, oh wait, no. Okay, yeah, no, no. I think I remember what I was saying about web setters. Okay, so I know that there are some other shitty web setters that I put like higher than Assist Parsi. Like, I know that Assist Wriggle is here for some reason. This could definitely drop. I definitely say that, like the really, I'd say like the web setters that have offensive presses plus Assist Quakma, because again, personally I do like Assist Quakma as my go-to web setter. I think it's the best one personally. So I'd say like Assist Parsi, Assist Quakma, maybe Assist Hina, maybe could go like C plus. All the other shittier ones like Assist Wriggle could definitely go to C.
Sure. Keiki. Earth and Water, good typing here. This was the Keiki that I used in my original playthrough of Extended. Once again, I was using only new characters, and so when I eventually found this one, that's what we used. Known Limits was very powerful, as it always is, but it was especially nice here because Water and Earth, outside of nature exactly, were really nice things to just have and be able to attack with. So like this was solid. Was it better in the end than something like the Letty?
I mean,
it's a lot faster. It's what is this looking at? 115.
I mean, in game,
the speed.
it's
so
like
it's
something with like, you know, bloated.
Like was.
bloated defensive stats will be
Its
good.
special
Like
attack stats pretty good too,
like
110. Special
Blissey in
defense is
in-game
120,
playthroughs are
so
just
that's really nice to
ridiculous
go with 100
because,
HP here.
well,
65
for the
defense,
most part, it
what's
kind of
the
depends
pain
on game
point?
knowledge. But
But that's
Blissey
not
is
too
great
bad.
for in-game playthroughs because
Its
they're
abilities,
gonna
other than
stuff
that,
out
is just flawless. So
they're gonna
I mean,
stuff out every
Unlimited
special
is just
attacker, and if you
better,
know what are
honestly.
special
But
attacker
I could
or what
see
mons in the game
flawless
are
being
special attackers,
annoying
then
as well.
shit
So,
like Blissey
yeah,
or
not
similarly
worst.
statted puppets like
It
this
has
are going to be
recovery.
great
That was
in
one of the
game.
things I did like using with it. So fast puppet with recovery, not too bad. Racing Earth isn't too good here. It's got priority, so that's fine. Field Shift is neat. If you wanted to try and use this against other heavy offense teams, right? Screen stacking, etc. That's cool.
I love worst core change. It's very cool, very niche and very cool.
Heavy Rain could potentially be good if you could trap something that doesn't hit you too hard with you know, no limits being a thing, right? If you resist their stabs and you can keep them in.
You know, one thing that I'm kind of upset about with this kind of design is that if this thing had Thermite or Toxic, I'd unironically raise this. I'd unironically raise this to B plus, because this thing would actually have been a great extra Cherno lore. What you would do is that um um they most likely switch into extra Cherno in this because they might fear like a stab ground move or something, or a stab water move, and Cherno walls both. They could go into the Cherno, set some. They would think like they will go into the Cherno, set some hazards, and then go into another thing. But what you can do with this Keiki, if this thing had Thermite or Toxic, would actually be to Heavy Rain this, would be to Whirlpool this, and Toxic or Thermite it. But it doesn't even have that, and I'm really upset by that because this thing would have actually been a great extra channel check, or like a great extra channel lore. Like this would have actually been great for that, but we don't.
Then that's cool. Probably not working though, because most people are going to just switch out immediately on that type of thing. But hey, if they've not got a good switch into Water or Earth otherwise, you might be able to do some damage with that.
This would have been great against extra channel. This would have been great as extra channel if it had.
Is very dumb.
If it had Thermite or Toxic.
She's not able to do physical attacking very much at all. You got Geyser and Waves of Earth, so that's pretty respectable as well. Lazy Mist is a very spammable attack that you can use here. And Dust Storm, I think I actually did use like once. There was one team I think that you did very well with that, and it's mostly because Dust Storm removes Air Cushion as a viable thing. So I think it probably was Medicine's team actually that was like, I'm gonna use a Hina and make sure that you can't hit me with Earth. I was like, well, I'm gonna use a Dust Storm and make sure I can hit you with Earth.
Let's go!
You know.
I think I did mention this in a previous video, but one thing I tried to make, like I tried to make like, I think I said this before. I tried to make like a funny anti-meta, quote unquote anti-meta, defense Sukuna that had dual stab, toxic, and sandstorm, and the idea behind this was that, well, this was basically a defense Sukuna that basically had moves to deal with its checks. Extra Cherno, it could Toxic it, and Extra Hina, which switched into both Defense Sukuna stabs, the Sukuna would use Sandstorm and then hit the Hina with that. It was pretty funny. Didn't really work out. Partly because part of the reason why it failed is because I was trying to make a quote unquote anti-meta team with and trying to tech things which I thought would be quote unquote meta. So yeah, that's what you get when you try to like guess the meta, try to beat the meta, the hypothetical meta, and it just didn't work out. Yeah.
So that was cool, and then else. I mean, if you use Flawless instead, Pollen Mist is something that you could play around with. You do need something against nature if you're going to go down that kind of route though, and this does nothing to help that. you don't really have anything to help with that, let's be honest. You can dual screen as well, as dual screens plus recovery sort of stuff is not too bad. Oh no, never mind, you do have something that can deal with nature. You've got Backdraft. Okay. I didn't see Inferno, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess you just don't get anything then. Now, if you use Flawless instead of Known Limits, you actually could do like Specs Backdraft against the nature types that would switch in then. That's cool. Bit of a shame you don't get like Smash Spin as a, you know, assist form. Would have been something, but oh well. Dual screens is still assisting, I suppose, so there is that. No Taunt, so but I mean that's only really for lead spots. I would be too fussed about that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You've got not a lot of supporting options here, but your typing is solid, your defensive profile is really good, Known Limits is great, you've got priority, you've got recovery. It's not bad at all.
So yeah, this is honestly something that I think I'd maybe want to drop. Though granted, Known Limits is still Known Limits. There's that. But but my gripes with Assist Keiki are similar to Extra Junko, um, Defense Tenshi, Defense Mailing, Assist Mugetsu, Extra Mugetsu. All of these passive puppets that just tank and don't really do anything else. I'm not really a fan of that. Like this, like I shit on Extra Junko. Like the best that it could do is spread toxics, and it can't even do that. Like it can't even do that, which frustrates me. And and I said this before. This is actually something that I would have liked to seen Toxic or Thermit on, because this thing could actually check, or this thing could actually lure Extra Juno and actually eliminate it. Like, like, yeah, it's pretty frustrating. Like because this thing actually has nothing. This thing, it doesn't have anything. Like, what are you gonna run with this? Just dual stab, backdraft, recover, and that's it? Cool, I guess. Although the backdraft isn't gonna do much if you're running Known Limits. I guess you could run like an offensive, like three attacks, life orb, recover. It's okay. Like I'd say it's still fine. Okay, like maybe as an attacker it'd still be like B. Eh. But yeah, like what frustrates me is that, again, like I shit on Extra Junko, Defense Mei-Ling, Defense Tenshi, Assist Mugetsu, Extra Mugetsu, and that they actually don't have, like, and that the best they could do is spread toxics. Someone tell me, what can this thing do aside from tank? What can this do? Oh, Jesus Christ.
And then lastly, for this, the final Hatate form, the assist one is Wind of Illusion. Oh yeah, I guess Wind of Illusion is on the Dancer Sisters as well, right?
Yeah.
Just kind of realized that. It's like, yeah, in Extended there's more Wind of Illusion. So, whatever. I was just thinking back on the
there's also Extra Ellen
Void thing from Chen earlier. It's like, yeah, there's a couple of Wind Illusions that got added in. Doesn't matter. This one has 115 speed as well. Warning Shot works well with the 100 special defense alongside 95 HP. Pretty good. Only 80 for the offense in special attack, and focus defense though, it's pretty alright. Just you need a lot of setup to make that spread attack do anything, right? Quick Eye is decent. It can be kind of hard to give up stuff like Intimidates, but I guess if you are just really not sure on what the opponent is doing, Quick Eye is not bad. But like Warning Shot's probably going to be more consistent with what this one's going to do. It has recovery, so that's good. You have, what else down here? Moon's Reflection is funny, but that's not going to matter too much. Honest Man's Lie is interesting. I don't think this one is particularly good at abusing it. But
Psycho Shift can be a decent tech option actually, because, I mean, one way that people would answer tanks in this, answer defensive pivots in this game is drought, and this gets Psycho Shift the drought. Like, it's not something that I don't know if this is something I would run, but it's a neat tech option.
yeah, Psycho Shift is kind of cool in the right situation. Following Illusions doesn't do much. Some of these attacking things don't do a ton here. Wind Wave priority is there as well. There's not a ton, to be honest with you. Like, I guess, do you
This
like
thing at
this
least has
typing
spin.
is really the question with it. Because, yeah, it's like, it can take some special hits, sure. But there's not a lot here, to be honest.
This thing at least has spin.
Is there good stuff in the skill cards then? Like,
Yeah, spin, it has
Changeling,
knock.
yay, Elmos,
Yeah, it is
yay,
U-turn.
Lightning Speed is the better one.
Or
there.
Volt, yeah.
It's got spin, but it's weak to traps, so...
There are boots.
Um...
You can use this with the boots, and
yeah,
if you are using this as a spinner, then boots on this will be fine.
Stuff. Your coverage is pretty solid, it's just your attack stat isn't very high, and there's no way of boosting that attack stat. I'm honestly not a fan. What does this do better than a lot of the C+ stuff? Or like even the C stuff? Is it just a typing and like it's got intimidate, special intimidate? Like is that?
I do. Again, this is where I start to lose track of like if there's any puppet that has like similar traits and similar problems in like the lower tiers. But from what I'm seeing, like special intimidate is good. Typing could be a bit unfortunate. But at least has spin, volt, knock, and foul play, so it's not that passive. Again, like this is where like I start to lose. Yeah, like I don't know if there's anything in the lower tiers that would do something like this better, but at the very least, if we were to compare this to other wind illusions that are in the lower tiers, like Assist Satono, for example, this thing has more longevity than Assist Satono. Like Assist Satono has Wishport, but this thing has more overall support because it can help with assist with hazard control. It has utility with knock. It has foul play, so it won't be as passive, and it has volts for momentum. Like this thing has utility, and at least compared to Assist Satono, I do like that over like the potential Wishport. Although granted, Wishport is still nice, but again, I feel like this thing has more to it.
Is that really enough? I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing with this one, but I'm a little confused. I guess like Great Tornado is kind of funny too, but yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit confused with this one. Doesn't seem that good. Okay, and I think we can make it through the other lot here as well.
I gotta use the bathroom, so I'm going to hop out real quick. Alright, I'm back.
Well, so that was all of the ones that Damage had rated at B. But there were quite a few, and I think this might be the last time that we have to do this. Let me just double check. Oh no, there's a couple at the end of B+. But this is the biggest lot that Damage did not have any ratings for, but the community collectively had them in B tier. And let's see if that actually works out, if there's any redeeming factors to like most of these, because B tier is relatively high in a system that doesn't have like plus and minus tiers. So it's like, yeah, there's only 2 tiers above this in the community setup, so that would imply there's at least got to be some useful niche for these, right? So let's take a look. Defense Rumia is a really cool idea with this one. So it doesn't have a lot of HP. It's only 70, right? For
I think so, yeah.
It's not particularly high, but it's got, and it's also really, really slow too at base 30. But it's got 120 spread defense, 120 physical too. So like 120 in both defenses offsets that low HP a bit. 100 attack is respectable, and it's got two good abilities, one of which is Regenerator, which is always going to be strong. The other one is Cloak of Darkness, which is a bit awkward on the Dart type that doesn't have many other resistances and stuff, right? Let's make basically its only resistance and immunity now.
Again, I think I've said it before. If an immunity ability, if a puppet has an immunity ability for a type that it already resists, then I feel it's redundant. And yeah, I feel it's pretty redundant here. Though I guess blanking out U-turn is kind of cool. But yeah, blanking out trick is also kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, more often than not, you're gonna go with regenerate because it's fucking regenerator. How could you not?
I know warped, but let's be real. Um, it does get to heal if the opponent tries to changeling, which is really cool. And one of the things this does is its own very slow and relatively powerful changeling, so that's neat. But you then have an added weakness to light. So you take, what is it, 2.5 times damage from light in the end, because you take 25%
Something like
more
that.
damage from them. That seems a bit off, to be honest. And yeah, like, you're not going to use this in a fog team, so you're not going to get the healing from that. And I don't know, healing power is just so hard to give up, right? This one is effectively changeling pivot is the main thing for it. We do have Yawn as well, so we can force the opponent to switch a fair bit, which is good. If you want to attack with it, we have some decent coverage and dart power, so that's where Cloak of Darkness would be the better ability. Because we have a 120 base power stab, we've got Killing Bite to deal with other dart types. You need something against, God, what is it, fighting, I suppose, at that stage? Which we probably don't even have. Yeah, like Air Stamp is your best bit there. But you do have Changeling. You have Smash Spin, so utility is pretty decent. Ferment is an option here as well. There's no natural recovery, but you are pretty bulky and have healing power, so you can regen a decent bit, which is fine. Drought could also be possible as well. And that's the main part for it. This is really just I guess a testament to how good most people think Regenerator is, because Dark is like the worst type that you could put this on as well, because you are weak to stealth traps. So this is like, people are effectively saying, okay, Regenerator is so powerful that something which is otherwise middling like this might well deserve B tier just because it has that kind of thing to it. Personally, I don't think so, but I can see why people would like it, but this certainly isn't for me. I would think C tier on this one myself.
So I basically, I mean, I've already said something akin to this in like my first reaction video, but well, Regenerator is Regenerator. Regenerator is freaking stupid. And although it is weak to rocks, you can run boots on this. And I believe this thing has spin, so that's something you could potentially do. But like Cal said, the typing in itself is just really not that great defensively. Resistances to Void and Warped are fine. Like, I mean, but actually, I shouldn't say they're fine. Like, they're okay resistances. Dark is a nice resistance. Warped is nice, but you have to contend with um, weaknesses to Steel and Fighting, which are very scary offensive types. Light as well. Like, even though Light isn't great offensively, that's still something you have to take note of. Oh, I guess you resist Void too, but yeah, who cares? Um, and I'd say because of that, personally, I wouldn't put it at B. I think C plus or C is more apt. Probably C. Like, this thing definitely isn't like D tier. Like, it's not garbage, but I'd say like C tier would be fair for it because it has some neat stuff. Like, it has knock. It has nice offensive coverage. It has U-turn. It has spin. Like, it has some cool stuff. Its bulk is there, and again, it has regen. But this thing is just heavily weighed down. Pardon me. This thing is just heavily weighed down by its typing. That's pretty much it. So yeah, I think like C plus or C. Again, I guess maybe C might be more fair for it. I feel.
Regenerator is very strong, but this doesn't seem like the one to do it. Then we get to the final cargo. I have used this one once before, but it wasn't the flashiest use of it, we'll just say. Dark and Wind, a type that's 4 times weak to the old Stealth Trapper Reno. Tengu Getter now exists, so this one could move up just because of that. It does have the offensive stats to work with here. We're working on 120 for both special attack and speed. That is actually really good.
Yeah.
HP stat is 75, so meh. Focus defense is 60, which is pretty low, and spread defense is 85, so it's not tanking very much. So arguably, do you even want the Getter on this thing? Probably, because it's weak to a couple of big priority attacks, but you know. Final Form is one skill here, which is the main one, because Gale is your other option. Gale is it's 120 speed already.
Quick
that
Feet's
seems
cool.
kind of high to be focusing on this for. Final Form, at the very least, can give you some very good offensive power, because Dark and Wind is a strong offensive type. No single type resistor at the very least. There are combinations that can do so, but that's fine.
The most notable
This
one
has
is Extra
got,
Suiko,
I
but
think,
yeah.
3 potentially individual things it can do quite well. It technically
Okay, off the top of my head, this thing could definitely be a suicide lead. This thing is Calm Mind, go for it, and you can run choice with this.
has stab priority, which is quite nice too. So it could be a specs cleaner, I guess, if you are really good at keeping hazards off the field. It can Calm Mind, so an offensive Calm Mind thing. It's not Brave Song, but at least it's pretty solid. No, the main thing I used it for was the fact that it has Mind Trap and Stealth Trap. And Encore, and like a really high speed stat as well. So
120, I
it was
believe.
a suicide
Yeah.
lead for me. Not the flashiest of uses of it, but it is there at the very least. As far as your stabs go, you do have 120 and 95, so that's pretty respectable as far as power goes. This one has recovery, but it's too frail to use it, really. It's almost like Infernape Slack Off at that point. It's just
Similar theory. 3 attacks plus
skill card wise,
Roost.
we have Lightning Speed and Polar Mist, so there's a couple of good things that you could do with your choice specs type thing. Jewelry Storm, I guess, it's not that powerful, but at least it's another coverage option you can use. Smash Beam was there. That's cute, I guess. It's on stab, but it's also not very powerful. And you're 4 times weak to traps, so whatever. Acid Tears was pretty cool too. I think this was the other thing that I used on the Suicide lead set that I ended up playing, just because another good status skill, right? There's a really fast taunt that you can do as well though, so like you've got about 5 or 6 different skills that you want to use on a Suicide lead set. Maybe you don't need both hazards, so you could just pick and choose from there. It is fast enough to do dual screens as well. So a lot of these like really fast offensive dual screeners, you know, like effectively like a Latios type thing at that point. The main thing you've got to look for in them is what typing works best for your team. And if this one happens to be it, then all power to it. It's pretty solid. So yeah. Yeah, there's about 3 sets that you could do. Specs, Calm Mind, or Suicide Lead, and you've got options, relatively good options on all of them. So, it's fine. I could...
Yeah, this thing's solid. Yeah, like, not really much to say. Like, the reason why I put this here is because I thought, how good would this be with heavy-duty boots? And this thing would definitely love heavy-duty boots. Although Sash is nice if you're running a suicide lead. And yeah. It's good. This thing could definitely be at B. It's good.
Could see it being up here. Maybe would be slightly lower just because of that massive stealth trap weakness. But if you wanted to use the heavy duty boots on this, I wouldn't blame you. It's not the worst. Alright, our final Mugetsu. I gotta be honest, I'm not entirely sure what this one's doing up here.
This should be here.
Mugetsu is Illusion
This should be
Void. It
here.
is respectable typing. We've seen it with the Reimu here. It is 65 base speed.
It should definitely be at C.
Tier again.
I keep on saying this. I don't like tanks that don't do anything else besides tank. I want them to do more. Set rocks. Spin them away. Hell, at least... Hell, at least spread toxics at this point. It says Keiki can't even do that.
Special attack stat is only 75, which is really not very good. Special defense is up at 115, which is okay. 90 for the focus defense. Really high HP total at 120, so it's definitely a good special tank. And its abilities is weather resist and the newly buffed Dart Force. So, ironically, I know these lists were made but maybe a year ago or something by now, but unironically, this might actually technically be better now than what it was before, because once again, Dark Force is actually now a 30% chance instead of the 10,
that'd be cool.
Like it was originally,
you could invest into
because Boruto buffed it and forgot to take that buff out before version 4 exists, right? So unironically, this might actually technically be better than it used to be. Weather resist is not clear.
To be honest, it does help, just because you're most likely going to invest in this thing's physical defense anyways. So dark forcing something as they like changeling onto you, for example, is nice to have. It wouldn't really change my opinion on this, because at the end of the day, this doesn't really do anything aside from Calm Mind, which is cool. You could spread thermits, sure, but like I feel like, to be honest, I feel like if all you're gonna do is just spread thermits, it's
Airlock or Cloud9, right? Which is fine, but it doesn't remove the weather. I don't know. It can Trick Room. That's why I've got the E- speed on this one. Even though it's a bit fast for it, it can still do it. You have Grace of Mana, so you've got Recovery, you can keep doing it. You've got Moon's Protection, which is cool, I suppose, if you really want to go that sort of route. But you've also got White Lily Dance, so this is a Trick Room setter that can potentially just peace out before too much and heal the thing that's come in. So I guess here's the scenario for it, right? You're using maybe 1 or 2 OTR puppets that are setting up their own Trick Room and trying to hit as much as they can, and then when they get too weak, later on in the game, if you can keep them alive, just switch them out for it, you bring this one in to set the Trick Room up, Lily Dance back to your OTR puppet, and they're at full health. They've got 3 turns of Trick Room left to abuse the thing for. And
much like
this thing's
Curselax,
likely to take the hits that you would need to do that. So that was the main part for it that I was looking at the very least. If you want to do the Carmine 2 attack thing though, it has ultra high tone. Illusion Sound is pretty good as far as coverage goes.
It's pretty good.
That's not bad at all.
Sound Illusion is pretty scary.
You can try and attack with it. It is relatively weak in its own right though. Status wise, Ferment Drought is available. There's no Smash Spin on this one, unfortunately. Yeah, Ferment Drought is available. There's no Force Shield, I guess, is the only other thing for Dart Force, right? Yeah, but you could heal spam and just go for it that way. It does seem pretty annoying, right? And also it has Power Split. Remember, this thing's offensive stats are really not very good whatsoever, so you can Power Split.
This is a funny option that you can run.
And switch that way as well, which is not bad. So, that's a respectable move to look at as well. Yeah. If you had Force Shield, obviously it would be significantly better for the whole Dart Force thing, but even without that, I think it's okay. Yeah, the fact...
Oh yeah, now that I think about it, you can't really thermit stuff if you have Dark Force on, because if you blind them, then you can't really thermit them. So that kind of sucks. At least you have Drought, but yeah. That is something you have to take note of. That kind of sucks. So basically, what I'm saying is that you can't even spread thermits, which sucks for this. So like the only thing you could reasonably do is to spread droughts and like calm mind, which is okay, I guess.
If you have a recovery move as well. I could see it. Yeah, I think ironically, maybe this still isn't B tier, I don't know, but ironically, the fact of Dark Force is technically buffed now might actually make it okay to test this one out.
For me, the Dark Force buff is nice, but it's not really game breaking. It's just cool to have. I'd still put it at like C, to be honest.
Power Koishi, the final cat koi that we have here.
Actually, I just
Pure
realized
Void.
something.
You spam can't
Wait, I
mind
had
and the
this
physical
here.
cats get darts. Yeah,
Was...
that can be very annoying for sure. I could see that. Alright, Cat Koi is up here specifically because of one of the new items, actually. This is a pure void type with sheer force and coverage for days. You never actually use a stab attack on this thing, so the oh god, what is the item even called? I'm gonna find out in a sec, because it's in my box and stuff here. 100 base in all defensive stats, so it can take a pretty solid hit. It is weak to U-turn, but that's the only weakness it's got, so whatever. Immunity to illusion is okay too in this case. You can't get sucker punched or anything. You wouldn't really get sucker punched on this because it's base 60, but sure. 100 for the spread attack as well, which is initially quite low, but with the item and the sheer force boost, it's actually going to be respectable enough. Yeah, I have to remind myself, what is this? What is it called? It's the drum, right? Yeah, this is a Suzumi drum.
Drum.
In extended, this item here gives you 30% more power if you don't know a stat move. And Koishi is one of the perfect abusers of this item. There aren't many, but there's like 3 that I can think of, and this is the first one we're seeing here. So this is essentially a life orb without the damage over time on it, because sheer force does not stop life orb recoil in this game.
Unfortunately.
As far as what those skills will be, well, I mean, you can +2 with this as well. Brave Song is possible. You have Thunderlord Scorn, Cold Rain, Inferno. Eye of Calamity is also there, but you don't have Recovery, so you're probably not doing that as a Mono Void. You also, I mean, you could also use Unknown Flare, I suppose. And Impulse is the other one that's available. So you have all of the 120 base power things. You've got Warped as a coverage there if you want as well. Or you could do some sort of like Brave Song thing or some sort of State of Space move. These are going to hit a lot harder than you would expect without stat because of the drum and sheer force boost. So yeah, you've just got to, I guess you've just got to make sure that whatever you use can be like is respectable enough on everything, right? But that's okay. I think neutral coverage wise, those 3 attacks can cover most things in the game. So yeah.
So personally, I feel that in regards to like the Satsumi drum charge damage output, I think it's good. Like the damage output is good for what it could do. My main problem is that this thing is actually kind of slow as shit. Like and for the damage that it could deal, it's good, but it's not like wall breaker scary kind of great. If that makes sense. Like it's not punching through shit. I feel like it's just dealing like good damage. If that makes sense. And for that reason, I feel like it could be like C or maybe even C+, somewhere in between here. That's just my personal take on that.
It's cool. The sheer fact of it can do Life Orb without actually having a Life Orb equipped is pretty respectable. And I guess it's maybe a little bit fast, but like you could OTR, not OTR, but like you could Trick Room with this because it's too slow really to do bind trap type stuff with it. So
Yeah, base 60
yeah,
isn't
I can
enough.
see it. Extra Marissa, the curious Marissa. Yeah, Damage didn't have any interest in this one on his tier list, but I wonder if that would change at this point. Warped in Nature,
It wouldn't.
the main thing this has a hard time with
At
is
this
poison,
point, not really.
and it is 4 times weak to said poison as well, which is a bit annoying, especially with Suwako being so heavily played in the community, but we'll see if we can work around that. Its defensive stats are like actually amazing for a Marissa. This is one of those the extra styles where it's like, I'm going to be the complete opposite of what this character normally is. 100 base HP, 90 for both defenses, so a bit bulkier than Azumarill. 55 speed is very annoying because it does actually have a way of... it has special Dragon Dance, and it would have been nice to have been able to use that, but you just generally can't. 140 for its special attack. That is kind of nuts, to be honest. And 2 damage increasing abilities. As much as this doesn't look like a damage increasing one, hear me out. Fast Talker gives you the ability to use 2 turn skills in 1 turn at minus 10% damage. So it turns these things into 108 base power moves. Nature and Warped has a 2-turn move on the spread side. Both of them do. So you're able to use both stabs with 108 base power and 100 accuracy. So that's a big upgrade over the typical 95 that especially Warped is going to do. This might actually be the single strongest special Warped attacker in the game, because special Warped doesn't usually go above 95 base power. And if they do, it's typically because they have they're in a fog team, right? And they're able to use Dense Fog Bloom. But with 140 base special attack too, this might just be the strongest Warped special in the game. Full Power is your alternative option here, which I never liked, and honestly I thought this was just like really bad in general before I realized, or before I knew about Fast Talker being not that detrimental for the power of your skills. This used to be read as like, I think it was 20% less than it used to be interpreted as, and that just wasn't correct in the end, but it made the moves like basically nothing, right? 96 base power would have been useless, but that's luckily not what it ended up doing. But Full Power is a mini life orb, and I don't really like a mini life orb on a puppet with this kind of bulk, to be honest. 20% more skill power is great, but taking 10% HP at the end of every attack
with life orb
is
recoil,
rough,
it's very
to say the least. Not a fan. As far as the actual stats and stuff go here, you've got Swords Dance and physical priority because it's funny, I suppose. Yeah, we have Sharp Wind, which I'm really annoyed at, to be honest, because it's just like 55 base speed is just not good enough to do this. Dragon Dance Crawdaunt is not the good Crawdaunt, so there is that. You do get access to Pedal Dance, and we do get we don't get Mindless Dance, so that's a bit of a shame. But like, Pedal Dance is cool at the very least. The skill cards are what gives us our 120 base power moves, excuse me. Moon's Protection is a bit more interesting as far as the defensive side goes, but just no. I don't think you get Grace of Mana, you don't, so you get Energy Absorb at the very least, but that's not that powerful, although you have a lot of special attacks, so maybe it is powerful enough after that. But yeah, a little bit annoying that you don't get reliable recovery, I suppose. And skill-wise, slow Changeling, but we actually have a slow Lightning Speed, which is better here. Smash Spin is at least interesting. You are neutral to Steel, so you can use it as like an Assault Vest Smash Spin or something. Poison Bomb is there to cover opposing natures, that's kind of cool. And yeah, Rainbow Flowers and down the bottom, Dense Fog Bloom is available. Nothing good to hit poison types with, which is a shame. Like Jewelry Storm would have been nice here.
It would have.
Suwako wouldn't have been solved by wind is a good attacking type anyway, but you know, there's dense fog bloom, so you've got your good power there. Backdraft is another pretty solid skill to have. Like, again, nature is like annoying sometimes, so having another option there is good. I guess Dark Sweets, if you wanted to play this in fog for some reason, you could do that. Acid Tears is pretty good, although again, not really against Suako, but oh well. Yeah, there's a fair few things that are kind of nice here. The typing isn't exactly unique, but it is also not too common. And if you need like a really strong warp spread attacker, this might be the strongest option that you can go with. Not necessarily the best one, but the one with the most firepower. And that does count for something here. Also, slow volt switch, always noteworthy. Even without stab, that's going to hit pretty hard. So you've got like maybe 5 up, possibly 6 moves that you would use for coverage stuff.
Yeah. So one comparison that I'd like, one thing that I sometimes like to compare Extra Magan to is actually a Lowland Executor. For similar reason to that, it's slow, but it hits like a truck, and it has a quad weakness to a type. In this case, Mighty says quad weak to poison. Alolan Eggy is quad weak to ice. Although unlike Alolan Eggy, this thing doesn't really have coverage against the type that's wall bite stabs. Alolan Eggy has flamethrower to hit steals that otherwise walled stabs. This has absolutely nothing to hit opposing poisons, which really fucking sucks. Add on to the fact that it's slow as hell. I mean, it still hits like a truck, but this is where things start to like. This is where things start to get a little bit dicey, and considering that poison is a really great considering that poison is a good defensive type in this game, yeah, I'd say I put this in C. Like, I definitely wouldn't say it's B. Like, it has its issues. It still hits like a truck. That isn't to be underestimated. But
So
yeah.
that's kind of neat. And then Extra EQ. Oh boy. I do not know what to really make of this one.
It's a win light type, so it walls extra chin. Yay! Let's go!
Okay, so stat-wise, low special defense at base 60 offsets the otherwise really good bulk stats here, right? Good physical tank at the very least of 100 HP and 110 focus defense.
Extra chin check,
Focus attack
let's
is very
go!
low, unfortunately. Most of the time Iku is at least respectable in attacking, but this is just not there. Speed stat of 115. The low attack stat is kind of offset by her other ability, actually. Electromagnetic is very funny, at the very least, and it is a skill that she gets that makes this really annoying, I think.
This would be nice to have, mostly because, well, I mean, I've said this multiple times already, but personally, I like immunity abilities in which a puppet would be immune to, or not immune, would be neutral to. And this will just be something that's nice to have.
Which is the high magnetism thing. Reckless is decent because Wind and Light are recoil enabled types, and you do get both Foe Winds and Luminous Flux, so increasing their damage by 20% offsets that low attack a little bit. Yeah, you've also got Swords Dance, so immediately this is another one where we see Swords Dance plus Electric Light Wind as a thing. That's fine, I guess. You are going to take a lot of recoil damage, but this one probably isn't meant to sweep a whole team anyway, so that's fine enough. Overray is available for priority if you need it. You do have recovery on this one, so that's respectable. If you don't want Force Hammer, for example, you could just go Dual Stab, Swords Dance, and Perch is fine. And yeah, High Magnetism is available on this as well. So it has Electrification, which I do still like because it gives you an immunity to electric. But this means that you can force the opponent to play into your high magnetism, which is very silly.
This
Unfortunately,
is
it's boosts
quite
spread
comical.
attack, and your spread attack is non-existent. So you're not getting a power boost off of it, you're just making it so that whatever the opponent does on the next turn is immunized unless they switch out, like hard switch. I don't think you can punish that switch well enough, however, so I'm still not a huge fan, to be honest.
It's funny, at
Skill cut
least.
wise, Overskill is actually noteworthy here because Reckless boosts it. I guess Rising Sun could also be used if you want to make sure that you outspeed everyone. Smash Spin, but you're weak to hazards, so nah. Lightning Speed is your switch out move. That can maybe work, but you've not got enough firepower, I don't think, to do choice stuff. Maybe Choice Band though, because even though you've only got 90 attack, your attacks are 120 base power and boosted by 20% because of Reckless. So maybe Choice Band with your 3 attacks plus lightning speed is possible here. You still got a very fast Fermit, so you could just do Subroost type stuff as well, I suppose. Like Subroost, Fermit, and attack is also possible. Shark Trade could be a thing if you wanted to do the whole trick stuff as well. And yeah, that's about it. It's kind of interesting. It's just it doesn't have a lot of attack power, so it's probably going to leave you disappointed most of the time because this attack stat just isn't inspiring in the slightest. But it's relatively quick. It's got high power stabs, if nothing else. And yeah, just spam Brave Bird, right?
So I do. So I feel that when it comes to extra IQ, this is something that I definitely feel that is just outclassed by other wins, whether it be defensively or offensively. I feel I feel that whenever I see extra IQ, I feel like that there are other wins that can break harder or have better defensive stat lines slash have more utility than what extra IQ has. Like, I won't say this thing is bad. This thing has cool stuff to it. Like, Reckless with both its stabs being boosted by Reckless. That's nice. Um, Wooden Light with an electric immunity can be nice for some situations. I mean, it could probably come up, and this thing does have decent bulk to go with it. But I feel like overall, I'd say like this is definitely one of those puppets to where if like in the in a world where like a TPDP metagame what was being formed and we actually had enough usage data to like make separate tiers like OU, UU, and RU, like I feel like if you removed some of the good ones away, then this thing could definitely shine. Like I could see like in a lower power format, this thing could definitely shine, because like I said before, there isn't anything really wrong with this. It just, as Cal said, it feels underwhelming. But I feel like in a lower power format where where mons aren't as bulky or mons aren't as strong, like this thing could definitely shine because again, you know, Reckless with both stabs being boosted by it, along with Sword Stance, along with having like a decent defensive profile, like this sounds nice. Like it sounds nice. It's just yeah, it's just at the moment it just feels like you'd want to use other things better, and for that reason, I think I like put this at C.
And it'll work, surely. And then the last lot here, we can check out. So our final lot here includes the last Lunasa. Assist Lunasa is Sound and Never, which, yeah, I mean, I've said a fair bit with this one already that I'm not a huge fan of it. It is weak to both sides of Vault 10. Sound Absorb. One thing I didn't note, because I forgot that status effects, status moves also get absorbed by the stuff here, is that if you are like a setup sweeper, this one doesn't look like it's going to be that good for it, but if you're a setup sweeper and you have sound absorb, that means you can't get hit by phase inversion, so that can be really powerful actually. Something I probably didn't know enough because I just forgot about it at the time. But yeah, null any sound move and boost your offensive stats is pretty good here.
To get, I guess this could be called like a little bit of foreshadowing. Good examples of of like a good setup of like a scary setup sweeper that has sound absorb. One would be Power Wakasagi, although I mean that thing is kind of scary when it gets going, but similar to Extra Magan, it could be a little bit slow to get going. Another example is, or actually rather two nice examples would be Power Luna and oh wait, actually I just realized they're both Luna, Power Luna and Speed Luna, in that they both have quiver dance and have phase inversion immunity. Just something to keep note of.
HP is base 80, which is pretty annoying with that 55 focus defense, but it's a colossal 140 spread defense. So definitely spread tanking can happen here. 110 attack is respectable, so almost like Vaporeon energy again here, except it's like really low HP this time around. But when I say Vaporeon energy, I mean like you can't just sit on this one, it is actually going to be able to hit a little bit back as well, so that's cool. Low speed of base 60, oh well. What's the other ability? Suppression, so that's neat. Curse Body is an interesting effect to have around. Yeah, it's fine. I don't know if it's actually worth it here. Oh hey look, backup plan user number 20 quintillion. Alright, what else we got? We got, God, what is it? Perish Song. I guess that's funny. Oh, now see, this is where it gets interesting for me. First Aid is cool. Force Shield can work with Suppression, so that's kind of fun. So we got Reliable Recovery. We have Priority too, that gets past that low speed. And Bulk Up and Swords Dance. So, Bulk Up lets you patch up that terrible defense stat. And you can recover as well. Sound and Never are both resisted by sound, which is annoying as a thing, but not necessarily the worst. Yeah, okay. You have my attention at least a little bit. You've got High Tone Crush as your main stab. That's kind of neat. At the very least, you've got priority, so you can like revenge kill a bit too. Nothing really for electric, at least, like electric coverage to hit the sound types, at least up here. Changeling is pretty good though. Voice of Famine, I guess, is interesting. Poisoned Arrow is fun. You have got enough attack power where like a choice band set could maybe be a thing, so had Detonation Burst is nice to note. Smash Bin is cool. Toxic is cool. Yeah, obviously no Lightning Cut, that would have been the main move. So sound might be a bit of a problem, but you've got a lot of spread defense on this thing. You've got enough moves that you could just play support, but you've also got that enticing option of like setup sweeper as well. That's neat.
Yeah, this thing is okay. Like, I mean, the typing really isn't doing it any favors, but you can do some stuff with it. Like bulk up's an option. It might be a little bit too slow to get going. Partly because you are weak to both forms of Volt Turn, which does suck for it. But at least you have like good utility. Like um, you do have Nog. You have U-turn. You have Spin. You have Willow, I believe. Oh no, you don't. That's unfortunate. But yeah, you do have some stuff. So it's not. I won't say like it's like awful, but um, the bulk is nice. This kind of sucks. Again, the typing might be a little bit suspect. I'd say it's like C. Like, it definitely does have like some, it does have some awkward flaws to it. But for what it has, like at least it still has a lot. It could be like C or arguably C plus, but I think maybe C might be fine. Pardon me. I think C might be fine. Let's see. I think I have to go in a bit. Let's see if I wonder if I could squeeze in a few more minutes.
Is it that good? Debatable, but it's neat. Speediku, the base game standard as well. The only thing this used to be weak to was steel, so this was one of the better answers for Aya, because it was immune to earth, it was resistant to fighting, and resistant to wind due to the electric wind typing here.
It does make sense because Wind Electric does hardwall Aya, but I do find it hilarious that this would be your Pyra Aya check, because actually, oh wait a second, wait. Okay, I was gonna make fun of its defensive stat lines, but this isn't awful. Okay, never mind. This isn't awful actually, and bad static. Okay, never mind. Never mind. This isn't awful. Like you can run max HP, max speed, and do fine with this. Never mind.
Electric wind as a type is still insane, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh.
So yeah, this used to be one of the few things that would reliably
it's
switch
decent
into
offensively,
Aya,
although opposing electric.
and that made it.
Okay. Oh Jesus Christ. Okay, time's about to run out. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cut it here, and in like a second I'll resume from here. But for now I gotta go. All right. Come on. Wait, why isn't it? Alright, I'm back.
Speediku, the base game standard as well. The only thing this used to be weak to was steel, so this was one of the better answers for Aya, because it was immune to earth, it was resistant to fighting, and resistant to wind due to the electric wind typing here. Electric wind as a type is still insane, by the way.
Decent offensively, sort of. Well, there's not many bulky electrics out there.
So yeah, this used
to
be one of the few things that would reliably switch into
But
Aya.
Yeah, defensively, Wind Electric is really
valuable
good.
In the base game. Still a valuable trait now, but there is probably better things that you could switch into it here instead now. As far as the stats and stuff go here, it's 80 HP once again, 85 defense, 80 spread defense, so respectably bulky. This was most often used as a hairpin puppet in the base game. 115 attack is respectable, it's got good stabs to use that with as well. 95 speed is passable. I feel like she used to be slower. No, it's not 95, it's 85.
85.
Boosting nature. It's like, yeah, it's like, I feel like she used to be slower than that. No, it is slower than that. 85 is fine though, because you can use that with like Choice Scarf and outspeed everything you need to, really. So I think you do. Wait, so it'd be 105. So if you max the stat out, it's 137. You don't technically need to go.
That was 115
plus nature in order to outspeed the base one.
Man, I really don't want this to be worse, because this already, like, I'm gonna just say it, this thing already feels like
everything that isn't also scarfed or speed boosted.
This really doesn't really look that great to me.
As far as your abilities go, electrification is not amazing, to be honest with you. Static is just not that powerful here, but you do have Gale Form, which is really, really good. This is kind of like what Marasa has, the Power Marasa. And this gives you gives you void skills into like stab moves, gives them more firepower. So Frenzy Jurori is 130 base power stab, and that is hard to switch into even with the relatively low attack stat here. As far as stuff to do, Thunder Veil is actually surprisingly good. Like I've never used this outside of like choice or assault sets, but Thunder Veil is a really tempting thing to do for that. Um, High Magnetism is still here, but you're not immune to electric this time, so I wouldn't bother. Natively learning Smash Spin is very funny.
Hmm.
You've got Force Hammer as your electric stab if you want it. Thunder Drill can always crit though, so that can be a way if you don't want to do recoil stuff. Otherwise, not a ton in here, but the coverage this way was actually okay. Overskill or Frenzy Jewelry or even Blow from Calamity, depending on what you want to do. You could even just use like a Wolfsbane root or something on this thing. And 140 base power, aerial late stab, seems alright. Rising Sun is pretty good for the assault base sets, because it gives you the speed you need to outspeed everything. Burn Strike and Waterfall Drop were the main other reasons to use an assault base set. This is just excellent overall coverage here. Wind, Electric, Fire, Water feels like it should be unresisted. I don't know if it actually is, and I'm sure Damage is checking that like right now. But it feels like it should be unresisted because that is just so
Electric,
much stuff, right?
wind,
St. Elmo's Fire is
fire,
also here for the
water.
assault sets. That's a good annoyance tool, as is
Golden
Plasma
Hairpin,
Ball,
Speed D3,
potentially.
easy.
But I don't
Yeah.
think you really want to do that. You want to just be hitting things pretty hard with this one. You have Lightning Speed if you want a Volt Switch. It's not very powerful, but again, momentum grabbing can often be the name of the game, so that's still good. Ferment is available. I don't think you want to do it because I think your coverage is good enough where you don't have to necessarily rely on that. But you know, 3 attacks plus Ferment is always a thing too. Shot Trade is there as well if you can catch the opponent on something silly, and Lightning Cut if you don't want to risk the accuracy of Thunder Drill or the recoil of Force Hammer. You are going to lose a lot of firepower using this move, but 10% of the time you get a free Choice Scarf out of it, so I have seen that matter as well. So that's cool. Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward one, but the typing is extremely good. It's a physical attacker instead of the special attacker that the Aya that it competes with is, and it has 130 base power wind stab. Cannot underestimate that.
So personally, I mean, I put this like here, but I'm not. To be honest, from looking at this doesn't really look that appealing to me. Just because, I mean, 115's good, but it's not like it doesn't read like scary or like this attack stat is fine. This is nice for like something that's trying to. This speed tier is nice if you want to for a mon that wants to try to break something. To be honest, what kind of like ticks me off a little is that I would have liked it. I would have liked this if I would have seen like sword stance on this, just because then then this thing could reach like those the those powerful levels that I like to see. But like I don't know, like I mean I guess maybe if you just slap a band on this, then maybe you could do something. But I feel like other offensive wins or electrics could do this thing's job better. At least that's how I feel right now. I mean, I don't know how correct that statement is, but if I'm gonna be honest, this thing just doesn't really look that impressive to me. Yes, Wind Electric is a good offensive typing. Yes, it has aerial 8. Yes, it has it's an okay attack stat. I'll 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 just be honest. This thing just doesn't look that impressive to me. Like I'm just trying to see like how good this can be, and it seems very unimpressive to me. I'll just say that right now, and it's probably because maybe it's because Extended um has a release like other mods that have like a similar that have a similar typing and apply more offensive pressure, or they're just better physical electrics and wins out there that that impressed me more than this. But this just doesn't really seem that impressive upon looking at it first. Although I will say, it's not bad. Like, this will be D, but this definitely feels like a C puppet to me. Just because it just looks eh. It it looks okay. Again, it doesn't look bad. It just 115 doesn't really feel like. I feel like if this was 120 or 125, then I'd be feeling this. Or if this had sword stance, then I'd be feeling it. But at the moment, it just doesn't really feel that great to me. But yeah, that's just my thoughts on that.
Defense Kokoro. I gotta be honest, what is this doing up here? This feels wrong, dude. Alright. 185 HP gives it the HP stat of 110. That's pretty cool. Void Fighting is a very weird typing. It's like neutral to dark, I suppose. Doesn't do anything to illusion, which is a bit of an annoyance. And yeah, like, it's not the greatest offensive coverage on that, to be fair. Speed stat is pretty low here at base 50. Special defense is really quite high. It's the first time I've seen 159 for a long time anyway. This is 125 base for spread defense,
125.
so that's pretty cool. Offensive stats are even and terrible at base 80 and 85 respectively, and focus defense is base 80. You know what this would have been up here for though, is the second ability, because it's one of the last ones I'm pretty sure, but it's a moody user, yay.
Moody's very cool. Moody is
God
fun
damn it.
and based
We
and
just can't get
cool.
away from that stupid ability, can we? As far as what does it even do? Because like its ability being shield dust should probably say a lot about like why is it even here. It can recover itself, yay. It has seismic toss, yay. It can trap you, I guess, with Fire Snake Spiral. Yay. It's got Soak, which is actually rather funny, but you don't hit that for weakness, so what are you even doing with that? It's a very annoying puppet with Merry Dance and healing, right? Coverage-wise, I guess Burn Strike, sure. You want something against Illusion, right? So Detonation Burst, okay. But you've not got very much attack, so that's not too great. It can Smash Spin, and that's about it. Yeah, I'm looking through just trying to find something good to say about this one, and I am finding absolutely nothing. What the hell do people see in this thing?
So I'll be honest. I actually haven't really seen many people play this, so I don't know why other people would rate this pretty highly. Though I will say, at the very least, Defense Kokoro has a pretty unique defensive profile, in the sense that there are no other void fightings in this game. And well, even though I say it's unique, it doesn't really look that impressive because um well you do have I mean immune switching into illusion and earth is kind of notable because in my experience, or at least of like fighting against well power and Mamizo especially, not because of the Zoroark stuff, but illusion and earth I feel is actually kind of hard to switch into in my experience, so that's something. But upon I remember saying that this thing has a unique defensive profile, and it could at least do some stuff. Like it could at least spin, and that's a lot. That's a lot to say um, considering there's a lot of other tanks that don't do anything. So at least spinning is still fine. But it is true in the sense that it doesn't really do much aside from spin. So that is something to take note of. Like it can't even spread toxic, but at the very least it has hazard control. So there's that much. Honestly, I just put this at C, like because I will say this thing doesn't really look that impressive. Shield dust is okay. Like I mean, I wouldn't say it's okay. It's like sort of subpar for what you want in like a defensive pivot because blanking lazy mist is cool, but not really that notable in my opinion. But yeah, it's it's like C. Yeah.
I thought we were done with the D tier puppets, but I'm sorry, this is garbage. What on earth do people see in this? That typing is not good enough to justify that. It is not Trick Room usable. I mean, it's Trick Room usable, but it doesn't set up Trick Room. You can't use Moody.
Again, I'd say like at the very least, it can recover and it can spin, which is a lot. Like this could do more than this is cakey at the very least.
And its whole thing is being gimped because of Moody. What in God's name are you supposed to do with this? It's a fighting type special wall, I suppose, but you know who else is that? Is like, pretty sure Assist Carson does that. And,
Yeah.
you know, I just don't see it. I really don't. Couldn't even toxic, right? So like, dude, what is it doing?
You can't even spread
Anyway,
toxics. And at least it
Kyoko,
can
Sound
spin.
and Void.
So that's something at least.
I'm gonna
Oh,
say it
yeah.
again. It is weak to both sides of Vault Turn, and that doesn't help for me. But this is a pretty aggressive one, and I don't necessarily hate that. Base HP is 95, so that's pretty high. Offsets to somewhat low defenses at 70 and 85 respectively. You're at least going to take a spread hit pretty well, so that's okay. Focus attack of 115 benefits from full power as the ability down here. And its speed is 75, which is just good enough, so we're okay with that. The other ability is Impulsive. You're only immune to illusion, so I'm not super keen on it, to be honest, but I guess you could. Illusion, like if you could switch into a knockoff or something, that's not too bad, so I suppose you could probably use it, but I'm not that keen on it. And this one, we have a few cool things down here. You've got Belly Drum, which is amusing. I'll see if we've got priority for that in a sec. Stealth Track, Creeping Darkness, cool. You're a bit slow, but still cool. Destination Burst is interesting. You've got Swords Dance if you want a more stable setup move here. High Tone Crush, Sneak Attack. Okay, so you actually do have some priority. That's good. Knockoff is available as well. So there's a fair few decent attacks here. Unfortunately not priority on the Void side, I guess. I mean, Sneak Attack is fine, it's just prediction reliant, right? Which is awkward. But yeah, Sound, Dark, and Illusion is respectable. You could also do something very, very dumb with, like, Belly Drum Last Resort or something, but
That's very funny.
to do that, really. If you're using an assault set for whatever reason, Rising Sun would give you the speed you need to outdo everything. Shooting Press is really good coverage. Voice of Famine is quite nice. Yeah, Belly Drum full power sounds like a disaster though, so I wouldn't like rely on that at all. Frenzy Jewelry is notable just because it's good stab, right? Same with Blow from Calamity. Like, that's honestly not the worst. You're gonna wear yourself out very quickly, but it's fine. It's pretty solid. You can spin. You're not weak to hazards at the very least. You've got Drought, but you're not that fast. Same with Miasma. High Tone Crush is stable. I don't remember if we saw that before.
I don't think it has High Tone
looking
Crush.
too much for
It
that,
just.
to be
Oh no, it
honest.
does.
We
Never
did see
mind.
it before. Okay. Yeah, it's like Choice Scarf is probably fine. A Bind Trap team for this is probably fine. You do have Sneak Attack, so at least you've got some priority that you can use. There's a fair amount of good moves that you could use as coverage, so you're not too predictable. So, it's cool. Yeah. Maybe not too splashable, but it is cool.
So I'm gonna be honest. Every time I try to look at Extra Kyoko and try to see like how I can make this work, I always look at this, and I always ask myself, why do I not just use this instead? Because I'm gonna be real. The only this thing almost has everything that Extra Kyoko has and more. The only thing that sets Extra Kyoko apart, uh, apart from Power Benben, is that it has Belly Drum, and I guess it has some, and I guess it also has sucker as well. But to be honest, whenever I tried looking through this, it just seems like a neutered version of this. Like, I mean, it's a little bit unfair to say, but it does kind of seem like that to me. That being said, like this on its own still is alright because Sound Void is neat. The offensive type is walled by light, but it does have coverage that beats that in knock and sucker punch, which is nice. You can use this as like a suicide lead, I guess, or like kind of like an offensive rocks lead, I suppose. Um, and yeah, like there is belly drum. You could do like sub select belly drum with sub drum sound move and knock, I suppose. That's kind of cool. And yeah, um yeah, basically wherever power Ben is, I just put this thing like one tier below it because at the very least, like what it has is fine. I just feel like it's completely outclassed by power Ben. So like, uh, okay. So I put it here. So maybe maybe I put it like two tiers below. So like maybe B or arguably C plus is fine. But yeah, yeah. It's just it's just it's like it looks cool. It's just that again, whenever I feel like I want to try to make this work, it's just why don't why don't I use Power Ben instead? That's all I can really say, really.
Defense Marbizo. I used this in the base game. That was the only time I've ever used it. It wasn't the best, it wasn't the worst. It's an unaware puppet. I think that was mostly why I used it in the end. Unfortunately, Nature and Illusion turned out to really not be a very good defensive type, even in the base game.
It's not a good
Now
defensive
it
type.
has an additional weakness to Warped, and that just makes it even worse.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive stats of 110 and 100 respectively is irritating. It's a bit misguided in that aspect. I guess on the plus side you could do whichever side you want. On the downside you are probably just going to use physical anyway, so whatever. Defensive stats are pretty okay. HP stat is 110, which is good. The focus defense is also 110, so good focus tanking. Special defense of 70 is a little bit low, but oh well. And 60 for the speed, definitely on the low side, but eh. Your stealth trap weak, that's automatically annoying. Slow tempo, I mean it kind of works. You are slow anyway, but
It
you're
does
not
work with
that
this thing's
slow.
stat line.
And unaware can sometimes make it so that you actually can live things that you otherwise wouldn't. As far as attack stuff goes, Pursuit is a really good one to note. Sneak attack is also there. So this one can do the stun tank thing of damned if you do, damned if you don't, which is quite nice. The Peach Thorn Arrow for Nature is solid as well. St. Elmo's Fire is a good one. Power Drain is potentially there. We don't have reliable recovery whatsoever, so like Power Drain is at least something, right? Forest Therapy is cool, but maybe not that useful. It's mostly the Pursuit and Sucker Punch side of things that this ends up being good for. And that's Prediction Wars in a nutshell. Not sure how much I like that, to be honest. Slow Changeling is available here too. That was the fourth move I used. Pretty sure I just used this as an assault user back in the day. So yeah, that's mainly where we are at with this one. Being Trap weak is really annoying though. And no Smash Bin on here, so no utility that way. You can Toxic things if you want. You don't really get anything else that you want to do. I guess we haven't talked about any special moves yet. It does have a 100 base special attack. It's just like, why would you use that over Pursuit and Sucker Punch, right? Catastrophe is there. I guess Jewelry Storm can be decent coverage, right? At least it hits fire. And then there's Pollen Mist, and that's about it.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of this thing whatsoever. Like this, I've already talked about this before, but this is kind of like one of the examples of like Okay, let me try to like um roll back and just think of like better, more constructive sentences to use. Okay, so this thing has unaware. Unaware is cool. Unaware is nice for blanking setup sweeps, and this thing has like decent like overall stats in which it can kind of switch into stuff and be like a bulky pursuiter or like hit with sucker punch and all that. But two things that really piss me off about this: one, typing's bad. Two, it doesn't have reliable recovery, and it always. I'm gonna keep on saying this. It pisses me off that the only unaware mon that has reliable recovery, or rather, it only pisses me off that the only unaware mon that has reliable recovery, or there. It pisses me off that there's only one mon with reliable recovery, and that thing doesn't really have that much for reliable recovery. But at the very least, it being an unaware mon with reliable recovery is the one thing that makes it good, like out of all the rest, because that's the one thing that it has over shit like this, and it's just like it's like Defense Sagame has some cool stuff like this. This is also kind of cool, although granted, it's defensive typing, or rather, its typing doesn't really do that much defensively because it's weak to so much. But like, I don't know. I'll just say it. I'll just say this. I don't like this thing. I don't like this thing at all. Like, like it's kind of bulky. At least it resists both forms of Volt Turn. At least, like that's cool. Like I don't. It's C tier. Like it doesn't look that great.
Energy absorb? None of these moves are getting boosted. None of them are like that powerful. So yeah, my opinion on this one has soured a fair bit over the years, I guess, because it has been quite a long time since I've used this one, and it's okay. It's certainly not B tier though.
This is definitely C
Unaware
for
is
me.
really.
It's not garbage. I wouldn't say it's actually. I mean maybe you could say it's D, but I wouldn't say it's garbage. I'd say it's probably C because it could at least be like a bulky pursuit. It has like some bulk to it. Like the more I see this more the more I see defensive items though, this just kind of seems like a very neutered extra Kikuri because what this thing is doing is kind of like what extra Kikuri does, but much better. Because even though water illusion isn't that much better than nature illusion, it still doesn't have that many weaknesses to it. And like extra Kikuri has more bulk and has stronger pursuits and sucker punches because it has adaptability. And like I don't know this. Yeah, I'm just gonna
Strong,
stop
but
talking about it.
this
I don't really like this thing that
Unaware is
much.
just being curbed so much in this game. I don't think this is where we're at for it either. Oh, and then there's Power Lily. Oh boy, why? I'm gonna have to see. I think there's a lot of coverage on this one, is maybe why it's up here. Alright, HP stat of 85, fine. Focus defense is misery at 55, but it's got a 120 spread attack and 90 speed is okay. 85 spread defense, nature void.
It's pretty nice
is like,
considering it
I
has
think,
quiver.
unique typing. And it's fine,
I think it's unique.
right? Void doesn't tend to add a ton to these things, but if you get Dense Barrage, then maybe that's a good
I don't think
reason
it does,
to use it.
unfortunately.
Intimidate or Auto Heal, I like Auto Heal, but it is annoying to use because status conditions just turn it off. So good luck if the opponent has Poison Trap, you know. As far as your stuff goes, you do have some priority. It's not Stab, but I mean, it is Lily. It has to have Spring first, right? Grace and Mana for healing, but you're not that powerful, not that tanky. Power Spot, same thing here. Yeah, your coverage is kind of cool, and you have Fairy Dance. That's why we're up here.
Yeah.
Quiver Dance is just insane, right?
Hmm.
So, yeah, really high power plus.
I think I remember saying that, like, wherever I put Assist Kogasa up, it should, wherever I put Assist Kogasa, it should go up. It should, yeah, I'd say, like, C plus or B, like, or I guess wherever I put Assist Kogasa, I guess, Power Lily would follow, because they do more or less the same thing. It's like, um, Quiver Dance with Intimidate, and that's pretty good.
Quiver is going to do quite a bit. Volcarona, this most definitely is not, though, even though it does have Volcano, so that's cool. Sakura Blizzard is a decent coverage option, or it's stab option even. Darmaku Dance is not really where we want to be here. Poison Bomb is neat. I guess you've got Hypnosis, but, like, why would you? Nowadays we have Overrun compared to the base game, so that
Yeah.
is also respectable here. But yeah, coverage not quite for days, but Cold Rain is good, Flashover for other natures, I guess. But I mean, if you're Nature Void, you probably don't need to worry about default natures for the most part. So I don't know if Flashover is even necessary. But it's that, Smash Bin, whatever.
The fourth
Thunder
move
Force
could
is
be
cool.
whatever
If you
you
want to
want,
cover
I
natures,
feel.
you just play Poison Bomb anyway, right?
Because Void Nature hits a fair bit.
And Overrun down the bottom. And that's it. But it's Fairy Dance, and Fairy Dance is insane. Fairy Dance with Intimidate, I guess, as well, even though its focus defense is really low. Sure. Do I like it? No, but do I see why it's here? Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, like I will say, I do think that I do think that Assist Kogasa could go up. Whether it be C or B, I don't really know. But again, wherever Power, basically, I would put Assist Kogasa and Power Lily in the same tier together. Whether it be here, here, or here, because again, they do more or less the same thing.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all of B tier. Ah, that's a lot done, but there's so much more here to cover. Thankfully, this is the largest tier that's left here. There's not a ton after that, but B plus is 1, 2, 3, almost 4 boxes worth. Oh boy, are we even gonna get this done before Pokemon comes out? I don't know, but I am done for today. That is for sure. 4 hours.
And I am done recording this video. Bye!